Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy. The dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case.
Dati mihianggoy ka ang Marine Service Latino. Oh, for Trump's sake.
Literally not true.
Good morning, welcome. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. It is great to be here. I am the Recovery Addict. Thank you very much for being here with me. It's wonderful that I can be here with you. Honestly, it's wonderful. Thank you very much for that. Let's see. There I am. We have a few things we have to do before court kicks off this morning in just a couple minutes. So let's fade out the music just a little bit.
Brings jury.
Fade it out. Hang on. Everyone quiet. There we go. Oops, it started over. Hang on, stop. I can't see the mouse button. There we go. Okay, it stopped. We're good there. Okay, there's one thing we need to do that's most important of all things today. And I'm sorry if you're new here, but...
Mike. What day is it, Mike? Guess what today is?
It's hump day.
Hump day! Welcome to Wednesday. I'm sorry, I should have warned you. It is Wednesday. We're halfway through the work week. I think I just died right there. We are halfway through the work week, so we have to celebrate that appropriately. Also, we have Libby 3, a new member on the channel. Welcome to the gallery, Libby. Libby, the reason I'm saying that is because you just joined us right before everything started. There was a couple others as well that happened. Let me call them out really quickly. Crystal gifted 10 memberships. Lillian C, also new member this morning. Greeners, look at this, 6 months of support. I'm ready for my semi-annual performance review. I may be in IJ. Immediate jeopardy. Greeners. No IJ on you for sure. That's for sure. Elical also gifted 5 memberships. That is wonderful. Thank you for all that. Mimi NC. Good morning. Welcome. Mimi, you were first in chat today. And the first person in chat has the privilege, pleasure, or punishment of being sentenced for their promptness, for being here first. We punish you with ownership of the internet. And so I'm going to gift and bestow upon your shoulders everything IP related. And you are responsible not just for its upkeep and well-being, but tech support, you name it. It's all on your shoulders today. So we're going to go ahead and put you in that position, and I'm sure you're going to do great with it. I'm sure you'll do great. Congratulations, Mimi. Thanks for being first in chat today. Tammy Harkey? Is it Harkey or Hark? Welcome to the jury. Great to have you here as a juror. Thank you for your support. We have, let's see, no buffering, people. No buffering today. But we did have the buffer sound. Good morning from Roanoke, Virginia. Roanoke, I love the place. Been there several times. Great to visit. I think it would be wonderful to live there too. We have a buffer sound, which means I'm scrambling everywhere looking for where it came from. Just 1 second. Chat's going very, very fast. Hold on 1 second. We may
don't miss the forest for the trees.
Turn it down a little bit. I can't see the buffer. I don't see where it went. No buffer.
Because he's the guy.
See, Sharon, no. Okay, there it is. Okay, we have 2 birthdays to sing to.
I'm not a camel.
We have to do this. I'm sorry, I did the hump day yell before we sing happy birthday, so now you get a hoarse voice for the birthday song. We're going to sing to Mallory and Crystal, and anyone else who has a birthday, consider yourself sung to as well during this. This is not a solo. This is just what we have to get out of the way every morning just to celebrate the people who have a special day today. This is not a solo. You need to join me. joining everybody. This should be worldwide. If you were to step out on your front porch, you'd hear everybody singing. Here we go. Ready? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Mallory, Martinez, and Crystal. Happy birthday to you. All right, Mallory, Crystal, I know we have a couple other birthdays in here as well. If you do have a birthday today, also happy birthday. Let's see. My dad's birthday, Matt, says Haunted Pizza. That's today as well. Today's a special day. It's your special day. And the fact that you're here with us means a lot to me. Thank you very much. I hope your day is wonderful. If there's anything we can do to make it a little better, please let us know. Thank you and congratulations. All right, that being said, we are coming very quickly to the start time in court today, and it's going to begin with a bang. It really will. Because I first want to play just for a second the clip that we started out with, or we ended with last night, or thereabouts. So give me just a second to get that pulled up here. Let's see. I think it's on channel 2. There we go. So this was last night. This is a recap, and it sounds awful. I'm not sure what's going on there. Do they have like a hurricane going on down there?
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.
Well, got another note from the jury. It says, y'all, we have not been able to locate any of the calculations about future amounts. Witness Kirby was on Zoom, and Whitney mentioned them today, and it was said that we'd have all this at deliberation. Well, if we do have it, we ain't found it in all these files. So, without these witness figures, you'll be lucky if there's enough awarded to pay your gas to drive to court, or we'll be here till next Friday. Here's the verdict form, or the verdict form, the note form if y'all want to come up and examine it.
Okay, so we're gonna turn that one off here for just a minute. I don't know why we've got such awful audio on that. I'm gonna have to get that fixed. I know why. Hang on. We'll get this remedied. Okay, I think that's going to be better. Anyway, so last night the jury comes in with this question, and it's not really a question; it's sort of like a statement, basically like, "Hey, y'all, you told us we're going to have the Kirby testimony with all the facts and figures. You told us in court, don't worry about writing this down. You all just put your pens down and just pay attention to the numbers, let it soak in, because you're going to have all this back there." And they don't. And surprisingly, the plaintiff and the defendant have agreed on how to remedy this. And that remedy is to reread the testimony, to reread it. And so that's what they're going to do. They've all night probably they paid probably a ton of money to have the transcription of the court record, all typed out and everything in readable English, okay? Because that it's the way it's stored is a little different, okay? It's very different, and so they probably paid a ton of money to have this prepared, and now they're going to hopefully first thing in the morning have this testimony read back using Mr. Hunter and Ms. Lawrence as the two actors reading this back, and to go over the figures of Maya's potential lost wages. And if this is the first one they've got to, and they realize they're not going to get other figures as well, we might have to do this a couple times. But according to Wu says, my sister got elected to clerk of district court in Virginia last night. Whoop, whoop. It was election day yesterday. So a lot of people, I don't know the results from my own town. I have not looked it up. I went and voted, and immediately as soon as I left to vote, there was a jury question. Kim R, congrats on 49. We hit 49K. Awesome, Kim. That is awesome. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody who made that possible, because it's literally all of you that made that possible. Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to Ms. Lawrence's portrayal of the economist in court today. She's going to be Miss Kirby in court. That's going to be great to watch. Peggy Cole, welcome to the gallery. Great to have you here, as well as Bren Johnson Howe. Welcome to the gallery, Bren and Peggy. Good to have you both here. Make sure you take a seat by typing !seat in chat, because we have reserved seating for members. It's virtual, but it's reserved. Let's see. Could you put a question counter up so people who are popping in and out can rewind and go find questions we missed? Are you talking about like time marks, timestamps? Jenny, I think the answer to your question is yes. There's just one of me, and I don't know. I'm not sure if one of my mods has the ability to add that to the description, or is available to add that. But let me write that down in my notes for things to do. Okay, so we'll get that. Hopefully, we'll get that happening here. When you say a ton of money, is that hundreds of dollars or thousands of dollars? Hey, this comment. Let me tell you. I've been thinking about what happened last night with this juror question and this jury, and the fact that that they inject levity into a process that typically has been seen as one of almost reverence or hushed respect. I don't know. It's not like a religious type reverence, but the judicial process. I mean, it has you have robes, you have gavel, you have a bench, you have bars and procedure, and there's so much formality in the legal process. The language itself is sometimes flowery and sometimes oftentimes well beyond the language that we use in everyday speaking. And then you have this jury that walks in, and some of them paint their hair, and some of them they're making jokes, they're passing notes to the judge, little ha 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 notes, and then the foreman apparently now of this jury is perfectly comfortable using 4-letter words in the note to the judge. Even though we saw during the trial itself them try to be formal and ask questions, or some of them ask questions in the format that a lawyer might do. Now there's all, y'all, you told me there's going to be this, and there ain't none of that in here. And it's sort of shocking to see that switch, right? The personality shift from the jury. Okay, and I realize we're seeing that shift as it comes from the foreman, and the foreman's the one who gets to write the questions. That's just the way it goes. When you elect a foreman, they are the jury spokesman to the judge. And so the jury says, hey, we've got a question. They tell the foreman decides how to write it down. And so when the question gets read to the judge, the judge says, did I get that right? And you've got people that say, yeah, you did. Another one says, no, not really. And there might be a disconnect there. There might be a disconnect between one of the jurors and the foreman. Maybe not really happy about the wording, or maybe they just thought it was funny that he should have read it with more of an accent. I am wondering if this jury is using that question to inject humor into a situation that typically we've never seen that happen before in court. Gas money, you won't have enough gas money to get home if you guys don't give us the numbers. Are they teasing? Are they taunting the defense? Because half the question says, hey, we need help to do the math on this, which they could only get to if the plaintiff wins, right? They only need math if the plaintiff has a case, if they side with them. So half of it says, hey, we need some help here with the math so we can figure the math right. And the other half is saying, but you're not going to get enough money to get gas money to pay for your gas money to get home if you don't help us out. And I'm wondering if they're playing with the emotions of either the plaintiff or the defense. And I don't think they're playing with the plaintiff. Why? Because it's Maya. Because Maya has not been the jovial jokester, prankster, funny things. Jack has not been that. Kyle has not been that. I don't think the jury has that level of relationship with them that they can inject humor at their will into their interaction. I think they're doing this to poke fun at the defense, to tease the defense, to taunt them, to say, hey, it might be a really, really, really low number, and it might come back really, really, really high. That's just my thought. Lori Vargo, welcome to the gallery. Look at this. Yellow Courthouse by your name. Thank you. Thank you so much. KT says, Red Pen would like wigs, and I would like interpretive dance for the reading. Can you let Judge C know that, please? I'll pass the message along. I'm not sure how far it will go. Ella Cole says, love seeing this chat so big with so many, but, LOL, does anyone else feel like they're going into a new, massive, big kid school and you're wandering all around just looking for familiar faces from primary school? I do, Ella. I am daunted by the number of chats that are zipping by, trying to pick them out and answer all the questions I possibly can. I'm definitely daunted by that. So Joni says, the more you explain it, the more it makes sense. That's my thought. And I thought about this all night. I'm trying to see it from every angle. Like, why in the world would the jury include the gas money line? I mean, why would they say that? If we know that if they're asking this question, they're already to the point of saying, Maya's right. The Kowalskis have a point. That the plaintiff has a case. The defendant is on the hook. Why are they even doing this if they haven't cited that way? Okay, do we know why it wasn't in evidence? I heard something about defense not allowing charts in evidence, but I don't know if that's accurate. I missed the first quarter of the trial. Nurse Elise, what we heard from Mr. Whitney, I think, was that they tried to admit it, but it was objected to and it was not admitted as evidence. And the reason is it's not evidence. It's a demonstrative aid, which one person decided to do math and said, this is how I did the math. That's not evidence to say this is how the math should be. But the jury wants a little guidance on that, and so they're going to get it. Ella Cole says, but I love the new friends I've made, and lunches are better. Yes, there's always somebody to sit by, Ella, especially on the front row. Thank you very much, Ella, for your super chats. What time are they coming back? They're coming back. Let's see. Zoom just started. Hold tight. Let me listen here.
To provide testimony on this before we send the jury back. So.
Okay, and let's talk anything else on the punitive damage jury instructions, and it's all just a theoretical possibility at this point. Okay, hearing none. Is there any movement on the readback issue? Where are we on that?
We have a transcript, I think, that was provided to both sides by 1:30 in the morning or so. So that is there.
We have we have somebody to read it back for us. Christy Kirby.
The law on this, I did a little refresher myself.
I'll read it to the witness.
There's Jules there.
So Ms. Kirby is going to be the readback witness?
Yes.
The witness.
The actual
witness is going to read it back.
Ms. Kirby is actually here. I couldn't find a wig.
He couldn't find a wig, he says.
Isn't she in Georgia?
No, she lives in the Tampa Bay area.
I'm definitely going to object to a readback. The actual witness. This is not.
I agree.
We're not trying the case again. We're not doing closing arguments again. We're just doing a readback.
We are.
We're just reading.
Is the jury here? Yeah. Okay, thank you. We're not putting the witness on to read back. We're not doing that. Mr. Anderson, don't give me that face. It's not. That's nowhere appropriate. Okay, so
the law on this.
Go ahead, Mr. Altenberg.
I said the law on this. Yesterday, when we were talking, in my head, my assumption it used to be that Rule 3.410 in the criminal rules was the only rule on this. And we basically did kind of a common law approach to this for civil cases. But I discovered last night that sometime in the spring of this year, we actually adopted Rule 1.453, which is a slightly shortened version of what has been in the criminal rules since the late 1960s. So the procedures that we were utilizing are the same, and the big concern that is easily reversible error is that you discourage the jury from saying that they can get readbacks. We have not done. The rule does say that if they request a readback or playback, they must specify the particular trial testimony they wish to have read or played back. And they have at least identified a witness in that regard.
Right, and I also know that there's case law that once you start and identify the scope, you can't stop it. If let's say one of the jurors says, "Oh, we've got enough," because that's only one of the 6, so you've got to do the whole thing.
But the case law does give you discretion to give a limited or partial readback, as long as it's not misleading or places undue emphasis on particular things. One of the things we have a concern about on this, Your Honor, is, and you may recall that Ms. Kirby was called out of the normal order. And just before lunchtime, she was put on before the witnesses that provided the predicate testimony for what she was about to do. So that means that the cross-examination on her was different because of that. And so when we start reading just her testimony, even if it's, the question here was only about Maya's lost earnings in the future, if I recall. And her testimony was actually bifurcated, so that they were talking about Maya first, cross-examination, then the estate second, cross-examination. So we can definitely limit it to the earlier part, which Mr. Hunter's more prepared to talk about. But
well, why don't we do this? And let me just see if this is acceptable to both sides. I'll bring the jury in. We'll have the clerk deliver the evidence back to the jury room. I will say we do now have the transcript, and if the jury wishes for us to have all or any portion of it, I need the jury to tell me what they want. Does that work?
I think that would be a good idea.
To be the best approach, Judge. I mean, what we did when we got the dirty and then the complete transcript was attempted to identify those portions that were responsive to what it appeared the jury's question was. And that only amounts to 6, 7, 8.
Okay, we're having some trouble here. Give me just 1 second. We're trying to get the audio.
Really expeditious matter if we go there.
I just, because the question was pretty non-specific, and we are trying to guess precisely what the jury is asking for. That's why I'm just saying.
I think Your Honor's suggestion is fine. I'm just offering it.
Plaintiffs, do you agree with this suggestion?
I'm not sure I picked up on all of it. It's to bring the jury back, get the evidence back, bring the jury back, and then ask them if they would like a read back, and then more of the specifics of what it is, and then specifically read that section to them.
I'm sorry, I got distracted because your witness just actually walked in.
You're okay. Believe me, you're okay.
Okay, so I was suggesting that I bring the jury in, have the clerk redeliver the evidence, tell the jury we have the transcript, and if they are interested in a readback, I need them to tell us what portion or portions of it that they want, and we'll go from there.
Perfect.
Your Honor, and we would ask that the witness be excluded during this.
It's a public courtroom, so there's no more testimony coming in, so I don't have a legal basis to preclude anyone from being in the courtroom, so I'm not going to do that. And I think the plaintiffs are going to explain why I can't have her be the one that actually is the readback. So, but if she wants to stay, it's a public courtroom. Okay. Let's bring in the jury. Madam Clerk, if you can get ready to redeliver the evidence.
Okay, so the witness is here again. The judge is not going to allow her to reread that. That's not a readback. That's like reopening the investigation. What if she says something different? What if she clarifies something? What if it just opens the door for huge problems if the witness actually does the readback herself. So I think Ms. Lawrence is on the hook here. Like it or love it, I don't know. I think Ms. Lawrence is gonna get her day in court here to do some reading. Kirby's even wearing the same outfit. Yes, this is her court testimony outfit. So, this is interesting. The mics they're using right now in the courtroom are picking up everything. The air conditioner, all the sound, and we're trying to filter out as much as we can there, but we'll see. Jury's coming back in. The jury was told not to start deliberating. They were going to be brought in, meet with the judge. They were going to talk a little bit, and then they could, he would tell them when to start deliberating. So we're not starting the deliberation clock yet. Even that, I think we're a little bit off. We're a little bit off. Let's see. So Cachette can add bookmarks, just say when. I think they're wanting bookmarks on when the jurors ask questions, because there will be long pauses between this. Yes, Kurt is in the chat. Kurt, great job yesterday on your recap. Two great days in a row. Miss Lawrence for the win. Wonderful. Good to have you here, my friend. Let's see. Maya wants this over. I think everybody right now is ready for this. Well, RA is getting bookmarks whether he knows it or not. Thanks, Cachette. I appreciate you. Cachette is one of our great, she's a special mod. She looks like a regular mod, but she helps me out on the back end with some great expertise on the YouTube management side, and great advice and feedback. Thank you, Cachette. Appreciate that.
Okay, please be seated, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you again for coming in earlier than normal. Obviously, I know you started to deliberate, so this question is from the time we broke last night to right now. I want to confirm in that time period, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation. You received no information. Is that correct? Correct. Okay. Now, has anyone approached you about this case at all? No. And have you seen any media coverage of this case at all, including anything this morning or last night or anything like that? No. Okay. Couple of housekeeping items. So I remember that if we are deliberating still, we need to basically cut you off at 3:45 this afternoon so I can try to get you out of here by 4 o'clock. So that will be our outer limit today. And again, it's up to you how long you wish to deliberate. So I'm not going to say anything more about that. Last night, we left off with the juror's note about the report, and we were discussing that you had all of the exhibits, and I'm having the clerk re-deliver the exhibits to you and tell them I actually need the verdict form package back. Oh, she has it right here. Did we just deliver the?
We did.
Okay, the clerk's office just delivered the evidence back into the verdict, or into the deliberation room. So we were talking about Christy Kirby's report, and I've told you that all the evidence is going to be with you, and so you have that. There was some discussion last night as to a possible read back of some or all of her testimony. And I told you I didn't know how long it was going to take. Well, the court reporter worked, and so we do now have the transcript. So here is my instruction to you. Members of the jury, I have discussed with the attorneys this request and the possible request for a read back of certain testimony. I am now going to direct you to return to the jury room and discuss your request further. If you are not able to resolve your question about the requested testimony by relying on your collective memory, then you should write down a more specific description of the part of the witness testimony that you want to hear again. Make your request for read back testimony as specific as possible. Okay. And one other piece of business. I have been handed the sealed verdict form. It does have the tape. It does not appear to be in any way
tampered with,
changed or altered. Do either side wish to inspect the contents of the sealed or the outside of the sealed envelope?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to hand this to the court deputy. You all can reopen it. And if you are still deliberating, come around 3:45, I will send in another envelope that is clean, that is like that one, so that you can do the same procedure again this afternoon. So with that, you may return to the deliberation room and continue your deliberations. Yes, sir.
May everyone here stay for just a few minutes? We may have a question.
I was going to tell them to wait 15 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got you on that one.
We may
I think
have
everyone's
a question
aware
system,
that some questions probably coming. Okay.
All rise. Jurors exit.
Okay. This is going to be one of the quickest turnaround times for a question, I think, possible, because all they're doing is saying good morning, sitting down, pulling out the scratch paper, and I'm thinking of, and I'm just going to call it right here. I think this question is going to follow the same tenor of the other questions.
Everyone can be seated. What I'm going to do is, instead of kicking you out of the room, we're going to wait 10 minutes or so. If there's not a question in that time, then I'll close up the courtroom and ask you to depart. But no sense in trying to kick you out just to bring you back in just a couple moments. So I'm going to go back to the office. So if you need me, just let me know. If after 10 minutes we don't have a question, then let's get everybody out of here.
Okay. We're going to have a question within 10 minutes. We're going to have a question within 10 minutes. Here's what I say. I think we will have a readback. The judge has just followed the advice of the attorneys and his thought process overnight, and he says, we don't want to read the whole thing. We need the jury to ask a more specific question. Otherwise, we could get into some trouble. So let's tell the jury, go try to figure it out again. If you can't, ask for a readback again, but this time ask for something very specific. Ask for a very specific, okay. Court TV says they've got 4 hours and 27 minutes on deliberation clock. Let's see. Why is it not going to 3? Oh, let's see. Oh, we need that one here. 2 is 3. Nope, 1 is 3. Where's my super source? 1 is 6, 2 is 3. There we go. Let's take there. All right. So 4 hours, 27 minutes. What's the math on that? 4 hours, 4 times 6, 240 plus 27. So I'm a minute or two ahead of them is all. So we're going to have questions. I think we will have readback here within about 10 minutes. They're ready to go on the readback. So don't think that we're back into the holding pattern just yet. Time sounds about right. Thank you, Momo Shark. I have 4 hours and 28 minutes. I wish my timer worked a little bit better. This is a little bit frustrating. But there's our deliberation timer. I thought I had figured out how to put hours on this timer. I'm just saying, did I figure it out on the last trial? We had this problem once before on deliberation, and it went into the hundreds of minutes and not hours. I'm like, who does this? There's no country in the world that counts hours by the minute like that. It's a brain teaser. 1 is 7, 2 is 3. Yeah, so the judge has asked the jury to ask for a specific portion of the testimony, and they may come back and say, we would like to hear back all the testimony from Miss Kirby, who there are only a handful of people in the court. Okay, this is not like yesterday. Looking in the courtroom, it's the two attorney sides, Jules, and like a handful of other people, 2 or 3 other people, and one of them is this witness, Miss Kirby. I think they might have actually seen Miss Kirby and like, hey, she's the girl from the Zoom video that had all the numbers that we need. So I think they're going to expect that she's going to be the reading. That will not happen. So the readback is going to be minus the voice of the other person. I like the clock says uncivil. All right, it's I would move it over, but it literally, look at this. This is how it looks on my screen. I cannot change it. That's my iPad screen right there. So that's all I have to work with. And once I've started, how do I fix it? I might have. I think I've got one on my phone. I do. I have one on my phone that I could use, but I'm using my phone for Zoom, which would mean I have to use the iPad for Zoom and switch the phone, and then getting calls would be brutal, which we're not going to do today. I don't think we're going to take calls, at least not now, unless it's Jules. Jury would have had a verdict had they had this amount. Adela, if that's the case, then it could be just minutes after, and I'm saying probably half an hour max, after they hear the testimony that gives them the numbers they need. It's just going to be minutes after that before they're ready to go, if that's all they needed, was just this number. Is Shapiro on vacation? I don't think he is. I just think he's not needed in the courtroom. I think when they have a verdict, he'll be back. Matthew Harris Law, great to have you here, my friend. Matthew is one of our longtime supporters. Also a fellow YouTuber who makes some of the most informative short legal videos you'll ever watch, and humorous as well. Just a great guy. Matthew, great to have you here. If you ever need, if you ever want some quick legal analysis to follow, you can type Matthew, I think it's !Matthew in chat, and get his link, and you can go over to his channel. Drops a video every Thursday at noon. Is that still the case, Matthew? Let me know if that's not. Can the jury take notes when they have the readback? Yes, Barbara. They should be able to take notes for sure. You named your own problem. You're using an iPad. Tell me you're an Android fan without telling me you're an Android fan, Goog. Thank you very much. I've just bought into the ecosystem. Right now I just can't switch. It would cost too much to switch, and so I'm stuck here forever. Fiona W says, or gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Fiona. Appreciate that generosity this morning. I'm feeling like a verdict is imminent. Let's see. I think they're now just growing impatient. They've been here a long time. Can't believe they can't have the transcript because it's not an evidence. And juries only get evidence, aka exhibits. Yeah, not all exhibits go back. Some exhibits are marked for identification, but not admitted into evidence. The evidence, unless it was given an evidence number and the judge says we are admitting that into evidence, does not go in. And all the testimony we've heard, the jury has to just remember that and keep notes. That's it. That's what they're supposed to go by. Love Pink says, Kirby's original testimonies on Recovery Addict stream, part 26, 2 hours, 45 minutes mark, if anyone wants to see it. Good morning. It's not gripping. It's literally, it's math testimony and numbers. And she does a great job with it, but it's not the sort of thing that we want to go back and watch to see, hey, check out what happened here. There's not a lot to it unless you're really a math guru and love the numbers. It was very much just numbers there. Very well put together, very well done. Linda says, I'm so excited for this verdict today. Linda, I'm excited that you've been with us for 6 months. Congratulations on that. Thank you very much. I use a Fire tablet. All right. Amazon. I didn't have very good success with Fire tablets, but I bought the cheap ones. Maybe that's the problem. Hoping juror number 1 would be the 4 juror. See, Jessica says, how does one get membership here? I adore all of you and would love to be a part of this community. Jessica, the easiest way is when somebody types !gifts in chat while we're live. My little automated bot will reply by giving you this link. If you click on that link, you can go to your YouTube settings for this channel and move the channel setting over to the right, which says enable gifts on this channel. And then when someone does give gifts, like we had Fiona give 5 just a few minutes ago, you would be eligible to receive that. So that's the best way if financially it's just not in the cards right now to support the channel, and that is fine. Please no, don't feel pressure to do that. But if you would like to purchase it yourself, that is also an option. I think there's a $sign at the bottom. The same button used for super chats can get you to the gift memberships if you want. Mesa says, so is Christy Kirby's testimony not part of evidence, Recovery Addict? Mesa, great question. Yes, her testimony is evidence, and it's part of the transcript, but the transcript is not in evidence. The jury doesn't get the whole book of everything that was said in this trial. That will go in the record, for sure. But they don't get that transcript. They have to just recall what the testimony is and use their notes to make their own decisions. Jordan Trims says, I can feel it. They have a verdict by the questions. The defense is petty, making the jury frustrated. Just let her testimony go to them. It will. It will go in, but it's going to go through a readback, and it's not going to be Miss Kirby that does the readback. That would be inappropriate. Karen Reese just gifted a membership. Thank you very much, Karen, for that. Does the verdict need to be unanimous, says Maria B. Maria, yes, it does. In Florida, in this type of case, it takes all 6 jurors agreeing, not just on the verdict as far as the finding, but also the amounts. They have to find common ground on everything to agree. So it does have to be unanimous. Let's see, I'm just waiting for something to happen from the courtroom here. Let's turn that on and that on. There we go. The Leela Dog says, I get a message saying allow gifts is not available on this channel. Leela Dog, it may have to be with your account. If you have a branded account, that does cause some problems sometimes. Bobby's Girl, thank you for the super chat. Thank you so much. If there's a question or something I can answer for you, please let me know. But I appreciate that, the super chat from you. Kyla McDonald just gifted 5 memberships. Look, they're oh my goodness, they're flying. Yo Mama as well just gifted another 10. So now hopefully you got that setting figured out because the gift memberships are flying out the door. Thank you, Weather Watch. We're going to pin this message as we're just getting started. I think we're going to have some action this morning, probably for about an hour, and then the jury's going to go back to deliberate again. That's my take. Let's see. The juror questions should be read with a country accent. I like that the judge reads them almost verbatim. He did not read the sh word that was in the first one or in the last one, I think. Is Brandy here? I just saw Brandy as I was scrolling through. Brandy Churchwell, are you in chat? Oh, no, I think she's got another trial she's following right now. Was yesterday already in bed, jumped up, thought the verdict was in. So, Skybelt, let me tell you what I'm going to do for those that are curious. If you do click subscribe on the channel and ring the bell, I will be stopping the live stream and restarting a new one with the title that says the verdict is in, if we have a verdict. What that's going to do is going to send out a new push. Anyone who's with us already will know that the verdict's in. They'll be able to jump to the new one, but that will give an opportunity for the people who maybe aren't able to watch right now and do want to just keep an eye on the phone on their notifications, that when the verdict comes in, they can jump in just for that. So if you click the subscribe button and ring the bell for all notifications, I'll put that out, and you'll have I've already got a thumbnail that says the verdict is in, or jury has a verdict, or something like that. So it hopefully it'll stand out to people and let them know so they won't miss that if that's what they're waiting for. Nikki Lewis says, I can't believe they didn't write Whitney's info down based on all their detailed questions during the trial. Maybe a lot of the detailed people were the alternates. That could be it, but I distinctly also remember Mr. Whitney saying, and you'll have all this information back there. You'll have all this paperwork. You'll have these facts and figures. In my memory, I heard that clearly. And so maybe they thought, I don't need to write this down. We're going to have this. Crystal Love, a good verdict and a nice payday for Maya and fam would be the best birthday gift I could ask for. Crystal, happy birthday. Matt Bond says, let us pray it doesn't crash the Australian telecommunications network again. I'll tell you that we've had widespread issues, internet issues on YouTube the past 2 days, with sometimes YouTube, the page itself being unavailable to us, and not being able to load. And I think I have the best internet available to residential homeowners. I've got 2 gigabit fiber internet, symmetrical, which is the only way I can get higher is if I switch to a business account and get 10 gigabit or above. But I definitely am not the slow link when it comes to the internet, so I know it's not on this end. And I also am able to connect using multiple different channels, and all of them had the same problem, so I know it was external. Hopefully no problems today, though. I have a branded account. Not even sure how it happened. I hate it. I don't know what a branded account does. I don't think I have one, but not sure what it does. Ellie Veldman gifted 5 memberships. Thank you very much, Ellie. Oh, you guys, the garbage man just came, and I have to say I'm super happy about this because the garbage man skipped us yesterday, and we have 2 full garbages that really need to be emptied. And he just drove by, and I think they came by and found us again. That was wonderful. All right. Do you think Kirby is there as an advisor to help plaintiff with any further questions? Knitting Addict, no. It's too late. It's too late. There can be no new testimony at this point. The testimony portion is closed in the trial. There is no more new testimony that would be coming in. The jury has everything. The court has heard everything that should be accepted. And watching the bailiff walk around on the Zoom feed really quickly. Hang on. We may be getting somewhere. All right. So I think that Miss Kirby is probably going to leave. She probably won't stick around. Matt Bond, over half of Australia lost phone and internet when Shapiro started. It was out all day. Oh my goodness. What was the cause of that? That's massive. That's a huge outage. Danielle Alexander says, all right, will the IAJ against the hospital hurt them during the appeal process if that's the way it goes? No, not during the appeal process. If they appeal and win the appeal, meaning that something the judge did was wrong, assuming it wasn't letting the IJ information in the first place. If it was something else, say like procedurally where he allowed, they give you extra time. Say, for instance, if the judge giving extra time to the plaintiff when they ran out or were about to run out, if that was deemed by the appellate court to be improper, which I don't think it would be. But if that was the reason, they would have a redo. And if this went back through trial, it doesn't play out exactly like the first time through. There might even be some witnesses that get excluded that we heard before and some that get brought in that we didn't hear. They can play it differently. It's like redoing the whole game. And sometimes, a different team wins when you replay the game. So if it's possible that would definitely play a more prominent role in the investigation because now they have the information they didn't have 5 years ago, and it's, worse off for the hospital. I think, here we go. We've got something. Judge is in. He's reading a question. Everyone's taking their seats. Oh, Miss Kirby is still there. And she just went to sit on the other side. Interesting.
No questions at this time. Would you all like to read the note?
I'm going to back up and play that again because I missed a little bit of the audio. Hold on just 1 second.
They're enjoying themselves.
We're gonna play that one more time.
Okay, so the parties have now inspected the piece of paper note from the jury. I assume we just let them go and we don't bring them in.
We're gonna rewind. Ready? This is a rewind.
Looks like I've turned back on all the systems. I've been handed a note from the court deputies who received it from the jury. The note reads as follows. No questions at this time. Would you all like to read the note?
They're enjoying themselves.
Okay, so the parties have now inspected the piece of paper note from the jury. I assume we just let them go and we don't bring them in.
Unless they want to, I guess. I mean, they understood that we could read back whatever they needed.
I think that was clear.
I don't see any reason to bring him in, Judge.
Okay. So we're going to go into recess again, pending the call of the jury. I think we have the telephone numbers, and we're going to go into recess at this time. So I'll see you when I see you. If for whatever reason there's no notes, no nothing, make sure you're back in time for us to reconvene at 3:45 p.m. today.
Okay, so you don't want us back except on call before 3:45.
I mean, you're welcome to hang out in the courthouse, but I don't need to see you all again until 3:45 or whenever the jury has a question or a verdict, whichever comes first. Just as a heads up, I am covering hearings for another judge today, so I'll be in multiple courtrooms throughout the day.
And I'll try to reach out to Mr. Elliott and have some draft instruction to you by 3:45.
And as a reminder, the Second District Court of Appeal will be in the building tomorrow as well. Okay, we will be in recess. Mr. Whitney.
Just wondering if we could have a discussion, and we are very cautiously optimistic, but if they came back with a verdict sometime this morning and they checked in our favor on punitive damages, so we talk about timing and what the court envisions, whether it's noon today, end of the day, tomorrow afternoon. We talk about how long the court would anticipate the parties having to prepare the punitive damages case. Broadly,
we're pretty ready to go.
My thought is, my hope is I'll have the instructions, and if there is time available today, I want to shift gears and go immediately into it.
Okay. So we need Judge Mr. Heath in particular will need 1 hour to get here where he is. He's in north of Sarasota.
Might need more than an hour then, but be that as
very best. It'd just be very hard to have him hanging around.
Look. I don't want to say if it's this exact time, then we're going to roll to the next day or not. I don't know. What I do know is we have a 4 p.m. hard deadline today. The verdict form, I'm sure, is going to take 30 minutes plus for the clerk to read. And then I'm sure you're going to want to look at the verdict form however this comes out. And so, I think from the moment we know that the jury's coming in, there's still going to be a period of time that we're dealing with this verdict form. But if there is time to do anything in that punitive damages case, if we get to the punitive damages case, I'm going to want to do it. And you've got time now to prepare. Mr. Altenburn and Mr. Elliott have time to work on the jury instructions.
I was about to ask counsel, we had spoken, there had been some discussion about our deposing Mr. Heath. We haven't gotten to that. I wonder if we could get like an hour on the telephone with him sometime.
Yes, sure. Just let us know. I can call him and get you times sometime this afternoon, this morning, whenever.
If you try something late morning, I'll get in touch with Mr. Shapiro and make it happen.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Anything else?
Okay,
I'm going to go ahead and close the courtroom down. We're in recess and kicking you out, and we'll call you back if and when there's a question or a verdict. We're in recess.
All right, we go back in recess here. So the witness, Miss Kirby, back there with the red shirt and the white, the cream jacket, came for nothing. I was already determined she wasn't going to be able to do the readback anyway. This is bizarre. The jury literally has a question saying, "We'll be here till Friday if you don't give us these numbers." Then overnight, where all their notes and everything are in the courthouse, they come up with, the foreman at least says, "Hey, we're stand by. We'll have a question for you." They get back into the deliberation rooms. The foreman sends a note out saying, "We don't have any questions. No questions for you." Wow. Let's see. There we go. So we're 4 hours and 50 minutes of deliberation time roughly in right now. Legally Jenna, welcome. Great to have you here as a member of the gallery. Appreciate you joining us as a member. Thank you so much. This is bizarre. As far as the possibilities go for why we went from where we were last night with the jury not knowing what the the damages would be for Maya, and then going to. We have a question. We'll need a readback. We're about to ask a question to specify exactly what the readback is. Stand by, and then never mind. We don't need a readback. Somehow they got information, and I'll guess that the judge's instruction to them saying, "Hey, go back and look at your notes again and see if you can't recall these numbers." Maybe somebody was able to recall and say, hey, actually, I did keep some notes on that, and it worked out to this much per hour. It worked up to this total. Maybe somebody has the notes, and they said, yeah, we're good. We've got all we need there. Nathan C., did the transcript just get sent back with them? No, the transcript does not go back with them. That is not something they get to have with them, which is just crazy. Hey, Cash Cow, where was Cash Cow? The kids stole Moopak. My Cash Cow. All right. It's back now in its regular place. So you were probably wondering where the cow went. So no transcript back there. No read through. Jury is just ready to just go ahead with what they have. I'm wondering if that's all they needed. If we'll suddenly get another note from the jury here in just a few minutes. What we're going to do in the meantime, Ari, did the jury get the transcript? No, they did not. No, the jury does not get the transcript. They were going to get the benefit of a reread. Basically, the court would reread, or members of the court, probably lawyers, would reread the testimony as it had been transcribed. And just know that the transcription that took place last night that was available finally at 1 o'clock, that was big bucks. That was a lot of money that was paid out to have that transcribed and ready for the jury this morning. And now the jury says, never mind, false alarm, we don't need it. Probably paid out by the plaintiff is what I'm guessing, or paid for by the plaintiff. We need a cash cow today too. Cash cow is, this is my second cash cow. It's a little stress ball with goo inside. I know it's goo inside because I was squeezing the cash cow, or maybe one of my kids were, and there was an utter catastrophe, and it was awful, and it exploded, and Mrs. R.A. was the recipient of the utter catastrophe. John Boy, welcome to the gallery. Good to have you here. Thank you very much. Love that green courthouse by your name. Thank you. If we're not going to do a read through, what I'd like to do, let's see. The judge was surprised. Yeah, I just saw a text message from somebody. The judge was surprised that the witness was in the courtroom. He was like, whoa, your witness just walked in. Isn't she out of town? She was on Zoom during the trial, and now at a moment's notice, she's right here in court. Yeah, that's how it happened. So trying to answer as many questions as I can. If you can tag me in the questions, and only if you've got a question, let's try to keep it relevant on the topic here, but you can tag me by doing what like No Mandates Not a Fed did. It says with the @Recovery Addict sign. Mrs. No Mandates is pregnant with our second baby and first baby girl. Congratulations. No Mandates Not a Fed. That is awesome. Congratulations on a baby girl. I have one girl myself, and it's awesome. It was an utter catastrophe. Yes, it was. It was a calplosion. It was a huge calplosion. Do you ever wonder, says Laura Laporte, do you ever wonder if the jury ever goes back and watches? Sometimes I wonder. They shouldn't. And if they did, that would be a huge issue. Let me tell you what we want to do during the break while we're waiting for audio. And we do have the audio turned on. In case something happens, we will hear it. And I'll bring that to you as soon as it occurs. But I have the 327-page document, and there's no way I'm going to read all of it, even if we had time. But the 327-page document was filed after I can't even think of what it is. On Friday, they had a deposition. Sorry, there it is. The word escaped me. They had a deposition of the hospital executive, and that was recorded on video. We don't have the video, but we have the written version of that. And I'd love to read some of that to you so you can hear what spiciness there was, because there was a ton that goes back and forth between Mr. Whitney and Mr. Anderson, and a little bit with the witness themselves, Ms. Green. But a lot of spiciness took place there. Tribina says, I'm with you, wondering if someone remembered they took notes on it. Thank you for everything. Thank you, Tribina. Snazzy Trinkets Jewelry says, can we do the read-through of the Depot Friday while we wait for a verdict? You read my mind, Snazzy Trinkets. Here's what I want to do. My mods are begging if we can slow down chat. I do apologize. Chat is going so quickly that people cannot read it, so we're going to slow it down just a little bit. And it's not as a punishment. I realize members do not get slowed down, but it's just so we can see everything that happens. Let's see. Can you explain the punitive damage process, please? I want to wait on that until we get to that phase, because it will make more sense, because the other parts will be out of the picture and it'll be more clear what's left to deal with. But let's do that. What case will you probably follow next? All right, any thoughts? We've got several big cases on the horizon, some years down the road that we're following, some that are a little closer. Just to give you an idea, probably some of the furthest out would be Brian Koberger. We were looking at that one. A little closer, Corey Richens in Utah. She's the fentanyl author, the children's book author that allegedly used fentanyl to kill her husband. She's also the Walk the Dog letter writer. There was a hearing on that last week. That was incredible. We've got the ballerina trial, which is coming up a lot closer. I think that's in Florida. That's a big one. Sarah Boone is coming up next year, early next year. That's going to be a fun one. Also out of Florida. No coincidence. Just Florida's an open state that has a lot of access. But lots of that. Can you get Mrs. RA for feedback? She's doing homeschool with the kids, so I can't interrupt their school time. Taylor Elliott, welcome to the gallery. Thank you for your continued support, Taylor. Thank you. I back down over 12 hours, no internet connection from Optus Network. Andrew, the CEO of Optus, said it was a technical issue and wouldn't give a proper information why it went down. I'm back after over 12 hours. That is awful. That is my fear. That's why I switched to the fiber internet, which seems to be more stable than the cable that I had before. Mandy Winslow, welcome to the jury. New member of the jury right there. Thank you so much, Mandy. Please take your padded reserved seat. Virtually, unfortunately. Nathan C., please replay what the judge said to the jury this morning. We can go back just 1 second here. Not that one. Still alive. Let me go back here. Let me try a different feed here to get it back. This morning, what the judge said to the jury. Hold on. This is the first thing we got this morning. It's going to be a little bit of a rough start, I think, on this one. Hang on. It's not wanting to play nicely. The instructions, like, let me paraphrase a little bit what the judge said. This morning he told the jury, after consulting with the lawyers. Let's see if I've got that audio here.
Basically cut you off at 3:45 this afternoon so I can try to get you out of here by 4 o'clock. So that will be our outer limit today.
This is a replay here. Let me go see if I can bring it up here.
And again, it's up to you how long you wish to deliberate. So I'm not going to say anything more about that. Last night, we left off with the juror's note about the report. And we were discussing that you had all of the exhibits, and I'm having the clerk re-deliver the exhibits to you. And tell them I actually need the verdict form package back. Oh, she has it right here. Did we just deliver the?
We did.
Okay, the clerk's office just delivered the evidence back into.
This is a replay from this morning when the jury
room.
first showed up.
So we were talking about Christy Kirby's report, and I've told you that all the evidence is going to be with you, and so you have that. There was some discussion last night as to a possible read back of some or all of her testimony. And I told you I didn't know how long it was going to take. Well, the court reporter worked, and so we do now have the transcript. So here is my instruction to you. Members of the jury, I have discussed with the attorneys this request and the possible request for a read back of certain testimony. I am now going to direct you to return to the jury room and discuss your request further. If you are not able to resolve your question about the requested testimony by relying on your collective memory, then you should write down a more specific description of the part of the witness testimony that you want to hear again. Make your request for read back testimony as specific as possible. Okay. And one other piece of business. I have been handed the sealed verdict form. It does have the tape. It does not appear to be in any way changed or altered. Do either side wish to inspect the contents of the sealed or the outside of the sealed envelope? No, Your Honor. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to hand this to the court deputy. You all can reopen it. And if you are still deliberating, come around 3:45, I will send in another envelope that is clean, that is like that one, so that you can do the same procedure again this afternoon. So with that, you may return to the deliberation room and continue your deliberations.
Okay, so what happened at that point? Sorry. At that point, one of the jurors said, "Hey, what if just stand by, because we will probably have a question. Don't go anywhere, right?" And then we waited a few minutes, and expecting a question, and the note came back, and it said, "We don't have any questions at this time. No questions at this time." So we just passed the 5-hour mark of deliberations, and we're waiting here. Let's see. Let's keep that on. We'll hear audio as soon as it happens. Trying to get all my feeds lined up. There we go. So the jury does not. There were 2 specific times already. Let's see. I need this over there and this over here. Sorry, let me get everything in order. All right. Okay. That being said, let's start with a read through, if we can, of this deposition, which was a little bit spicy. Now, this is a continuation of, or basically like a redo of a similar deposition where a hospital executive was asked to answer questions, and Mr. Shapiro during that deposition, when it got close to this topic, he issued a protective order and cut off the depot right then and there. Judge was not happy about that, and now the judge basically told him to allow it, and now so we get this deposition. I'm going to be all the voices, and no, I'm not going to wear a wig. Would you like to be able to read along with me? Because I could put it up on screen if you would like. We'll keep it. Let's see. Let me make sure all the thoughts. Yes on the read along. Yes on the read along. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to switch to camera 8. Which is right here, and we'll keep the counter going, and I'll try to have it up on screen. Okay, we have audio there. I just want to make sure if anything happens in court, we're going to have the audio just interrupt us. So don't be afraid about that. We're going to get all that, and I need this on full screen. All right. So this is the questions here. The cues are provided by Mr. Whitney. The answers are Miss Angela Green, and as they're going to specify. But every time it says Q, that's Angela Green, and then occasionally we'll have Mr. Hunter interject in this. So we're gonna get this go. This is the deposition that took place Friday. The Friday deposition when we didn't have court. This is Mr. Whitney, I believe the Mr. Corcoran, who was the witness for the plaintiff, was there talking about the hospital, the IJ, all the findings. This is the deposition that happens there. So we're starting with Mr. Whitney. Good afternoon. Answer. Hello. Question. Please state your name for the record. Answer. Angela Green. Question. Miss Green, your position with Johns Hopkins at All Children's Hospital, what is that? Answer. Currently, I'm not employed by Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. I'm the VP for Quality and Safety for the Johns Hopkins Health System. Question. So you're not employed by Johns Hopkins Health System Corporation? Answer. Correct. Question. And do you sit, and when I say sit, do you maintain your office in Baltimore or here in Tampa? Answer. I'm primarily located in Florida. I have an office on campus at All Children's. I also have an office in Baltimore. Question. Who do you report to? Answer. Alan Cachalia. Alan Cachalia. Question. And his position? Answer. The Senior Vice President for Quality and Safety for Johns Hopkins Health System and the Director of Armstrong Institute for Patient Safety and Quality. This little bit on the bottom, the Carroll Loudon Associates, Inc., that's the people that took this transcript down. Magical Mary says, Judge cannot legally spell out... I'm sorry, this is so awful to read. I'm still trying to fix this. Cannot spell out what is not in evidence and cannot explain why or why not. Judge has to rely on own memory. Jury has to rely on own memory notes. That's why it sounds vague from the judge. It's the law. This trial time Tammy says, why not play back or zoom instead of read back? What we're doing here, this reading is not the testimony the jury was asking for. This is the depo, which nobody on the jury has heard at all about. But they can't re-show the evidence like that. They won't allow that. So, question. And the Armstrong Institute was born out of a patient safety issue or an adverse event. Would you agree with me there? Answer. Yes. Question. And you said you were not currently employed by Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. Was there a time that you were? Answer. Yes. Question. When was that? Answer. I joined the All Children's team in September of 2017 as the Senior Director for Patient Safety and Quality. I was employed there through August of 2022. While I was there, I was promoted to VP of Patient Safety and Quality, and I was in that role when I transitioned to the current role. Question. Before September 2017, were you with Johns Hopkins in any form or fashion? Answer. I was not. Question. What was your immediate employer prior to that? Answer. Arkansas Children's Hospital. Question. How long were you with them? Answer. That's a long one. 2007 to the time I departed. I was the Vice President of Performance Improvement at the time that I left. Question. All right, so 2007 to 2017, you were with Arkansas Children's? Answer. Correct. And your graduate education, what would that be? I'm going to stop trying not to say answer questions so much. So I attended the undergrad at Auburn University. I trained as a nurse, okay? My master's degree is from the University of South Alabama. It was a master's in nursing and then a PhD in nursing from University of Arkansas for medical sciences. All right, and you're aware, ma'am, that you're here today to discuss primarily an immediate jeopardy classification or categorization by CMS that was issued in the fall of 2018? Answer. The immediate jeopardy was not in the fall of 2018. I'm aware that you want to talk about an immediate jeopardy, but that date was January of 2019. Question. All right, so your position is the immediate jeopardy that affected Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital was first delivered to Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital in January of 2019. Do I understand that correctly? Correct. Interruption here for Samuel Phillips has a super chat. I think one of two things might have happened. They found the numbers in the notes, or they said, let's go with a massive number to send a message. Could be either one. Dallas K, thank you very much. Thanks for your support, Dallas. 6 months plus there. So my kids are yelling in the background. Sorry. And so that we're clear, says Whitney, during that period of time, January 2019, you still would have been in your position as the Senior Director of Patient Safety? Correct. And you remained in that position? I heard you got a promotion, but I didn't hear exactly when. So I was promoted to Interim VP of Quality and Safety sometime in January 2019. January 2019. What happened then? Oh, says Whitney. And then interviewed for that job in that summer and was moved out of interim status in 2019. Whitney says, so in the midst of dealing, and you might quibble with my phrasing here, of dealing with immediate jeopardy, you were in the midst of a transition or a promotion? Answer. So the promotion to interim was January 3rd, right? And the survey about the heart surgery program that resulted in the immediate jeopardy was January 7th through 11th. Question. So you recently had been promoted just before the immediate jeopardy, like within a week? Mr. Hunter. Well, the notice or the inspection. Mr. Whitney. Well, I was going to ask that in a second, but let's talk about the notice. What was the date of the notice? Answer. That we were notified of the immediate jeopardy? Yes, ma'am. January 36, 2019. January 36. All right. And you were promoted. I'm sorry, I lost the date, but let's say within 3 or 4 weeks prior? Yes. All right. Sorry to belabor that point. Now, ma'am, have you had the opportunity to review our request for documents that was filed yesterday evening and the plaintiff's notice of taking video deposition, ducis tecum? Is it ducis tecum? I don't know the Latin side. Yes. And you've had an opportunity to review Schedule A? I saw Schedule A this afternoon. By chance, have you had the opportunity to review either hearing or the court discuss what is this expectations for production of documents? Did I hear that in court? No. Or did you observe the video? Or no. A transcript? No. All right. Do you understand that the direction from the court was that Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital was to produce anything having to do with the run-up to the finding or classification of ongoing immediate jeopardy as described in the CMS report, January 11th, 2019? Answer. Yes. Susan says, I think you should cover Karen Reed case out of Canton, Massachusetts. Is the most corrupt case I've ever seen. Susan, Brandy Churchwell is covering that case and is doing an amazing job on that one. I'd refer you to her channel for that. She's done a lot of homework on that. Question from Whitney. And you understand the court further directed that anything, even with a scintilla of odor related to the Joint Commission and or CMS indicated a classification or rate of immediate jeopardy going back as far as 2012 was to be produced to us? Yes. I would attach the notice of taking video deposition of Exhibit 1. Mr. Whitney says, do you want to take a moment and mark it, or do you want me to mark it? I'm happy to do it. Just tell me what you prefer. The reporter who's taking this down says, I'll mark it. They mark it. Mr. Whitney says, when you were first advised of, strike that question. We have several emails over the last several days with some documents. Were you part of collecting the documents that were provided to us? Answer. Members of the All Children's and Health System team collected those documents for us. You did not personally search your files for these documents? We asked for the additional documents that were maintained by the Regulatory Affairs Department to be produced. I did review the documents that we produced. If I still had copies in my possession, I did review those, but there was a long list of documents to be produced, and I did not have personal possession of all those documents. Question. Let's break that up a little bit, just to make sure I understand. Subpoenas are ducis tecum. Bring the document. Thank you very much, KBF. Let's break this up a little bit just to make sure I understand. You've produced all the documents in your personal possession related to any way to the finding, survey, or classification of immediate jeopardy? I'm not sure what you're asking by my personal possession. We have a regulatory affairs department that has the survey documents. This communication with the regulators, and we produce those documents. When I say personal possession, I mean you have your own computer, I assume. I do. And you have your files on your computer? I do. And have you searched your files on your computer? I have, but I did not maintain survey documents on my files on my computer. We kept them in the regulatory affairs files. Sure, so it's true there was nothing on your computer or work computer related in any way to the immediate jeopardy finding or classification? There were drafts of action plans, but not final action plans. You possess drafts of action plans? You can see Whitney's voice here. There are files on my computer that are drafts of action plans. We have not received those. Are you aware of that? I suppose I am now. How long would it... I would like some clarity on what I'm supposed to produce from my personal computer files related to this request. Question. Ma'am, the court's direction was to produce anything related in any way to the immediate jeopardy classification or finding. And if your counsel wants to comment on the record, I'm happy to give them the opportunity. Mr. Hunter says, we provided the action plans and the materials that we were able to get to you. As I told you, we've got some other files on the way over here that we were not aware of until very recently, but I don't think she understood she was looking at her personal computer for this. I think we can probably make that happen pretty quickly. Mr. Whitney, do you have a laptop here with you this afternoon? I do. How long would it take you to produce us the drafts of action plans and anything else that would be on your personal computer? I don't know. The question I would have is how many drafts do you want? I want all of them. do you want? How many do you have? I don't know. Okay. I understand this request to be, for the survey reports, the action plans that were generated, not from the emails with the action plan going back and forth. I did not understand the request to be for that. Okay, well, you have, in addition to the draft of action plans, emails back and forth with other, I'm going to assume, Johns Hopkins leadership and patient safety representatives. Is that right? Yes, I'm sure there are. All right, and my question to you, ma'am, is how long would we have to break here for you to produce these drafts of action plans, the emails regarding the immediate jeopardy, and any other conversations regarding action plans and anything else you might have in your personal possession? Okay, this was so good. Scott, I think you have a chroma key set on the comments you highlight. I do, but it's a black. It's a Luma key. It's a problem. I can't predict how long it would take. The question. The limit is we're here. It's Friday afternoon at 4:30. We have limited time. This is going to be taken up on Monday morning. So how would you like to proceed? Mr. Hunter says, let's take a break for a minute and let's you and I talk for a minute about preference and we'll go from there. Mr. Whitney says, I'd like to. Can we do it on the record? Mr. Hunter, I'd prefer not to. I want to find out from her exactly what she's got and get the computer booted up because I need to see what we're talking about. Mr. Whitney, I'd prefer that we give Miss Green a chance to grab her computer, and if you'd bring it in here and open it up and tell us what you have as you review the files. Mr. Hunter, well, she's going to review it with me first, but that, Mr. Whitney, you're certainly, listen, you're welcome. You're certainly welcome to. Once she tells us, identifies the documents she has in her possession, if you believe that there's a privilege over one of those documents or more, we'll raise the issue then. But I want to be present when, Mr. Hunter, well, I understand what you want and what we want, and I'm telling you what I'm going to do. Mr. Whitney, and what's that? I'm going to ask her to boot up her computer, yes, and we're going to look at what she's got, and then I'm going to tell you, and you can see it. Mr. Whitney, we're going to do that on the record, though. Mr. Hunter, no, sir, we're not. Let's go. Mr. Whitney says, you're taking the deponent out of the room for a private conversation about what file is in her personal possession? Mr. Hunter, I'm taking the deponent to another room to boot up her computer and see what's there, and I want to ascertain that it's not interspersed with this stuff privileged information. That's what we're going to do. Mr. Whitney, as I've told you, you're free to raise the privilege, but we object to this process and we think it's improper. Mr. Hunter, okay, the objection is noted. Mr. Whitney, all right, we'll be waiting. Over our objection. Hey, this was Friday. This is Friday. So the videographer's like, do you want me to go off the record? Mr. Whitney says, I'd like to stay on the record, please, just so we see how long this takes. Do you want me to tell them we're still on the record? Mr. Whitney, hey, we're still on the record for those off mute here. Yes, sir, I'm here. I'll listen because we're on the record. Mr. Hunter, can somebody shut the door? Are we still on the record? Reporter, yes. Mr. Whitney, yes, sir. Mr. Hunter, okay, I've just spoken with the witness. She does not have a discrete file regarding the immediate action, the immediate jeopardy matter on her computer. She would have to do an email search of her computer to do that. Now she was referring to a moment ago is the fact that the regulatory files on this were in the regulatory office. If you want to take the time to do the search she's referring to, we'll do it. But it's going to take a good bit of time, and the material that she's going to be able to show you from that would be in the regulatory files. Mr. Whitney, the explanation from counsel, respectively, is different than from the witness under oath. Mr. Whitney, ma'am, just a few minutes ago you told us under oath that you have draft action plans on your personal computer. They're in emails, communication, as we were finalizing those action plans. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead. I don't want to. You can finish what you have to say. No, thank you, she says. And so your position is that those emails in the possession, including the drafts of the action plans, the regulatory office, is that my understanding? So all of the formal documentation has been maintained by the regulatory office. So the action plans, the drafts of action plans, the survey findings, those are in the regulatory office. Right, but that's not my question, ma'am. The emails that you personally possess, including the correspondence of trading action plans, as you referenced a few moments ago, are you telling me that those are in the possession of the regulatory office? No. So as we sit here, there are emails and correspondence related to the draft action plans that have not been produced to us? Correct. How long would you think it would take you to search your emails for the correspondence, including the draft action plans? I don't know. I don't know. I could speculate on how long it would take, but I don't know. Who would you have been sending emails to? The regulatory affairs team, and I would have been exchanging emails, probably other senior leaders as we worked out sort of med staff action plans. There may have been emails with med staff leaders. Give me some names, please. The regulatory affairs leader at the time was Carol Ann Ahern at the All Children's, Susan Franklin at the health system level, Joe Panero, the current VP MA at All Children's, Jonathan Ethan? No. Kevin Sowers? There may have been emails with Kevin Sowers, but none with Jonathan Ethan. Because at the time, let me ask you, when was Jonathan Ethan replaced by Kevin Sowers? In December of 2018? Right around the immediate jeopardy, if not before. There's another physician or leader by the name of, I might get this wrong, I'd like you to correct me, Gallo? George Jallo? George Jallo. And then, as I understand it, part of what Sowers did was divide up the role between the CEO and president and then the vice dean, and by whatever position George Jallo, that was driven by the immediate jeopardy, right? Answer. It occurred before the immediate jeopardy finding, but it was related to what had occurred in the heart surgery program. Question. I want to ask you about this position that the immediate jeopardy began in 2019. Have you had a chance to review the CMS document that sets forth the immediate jeopardy was ongoing as of September 2018? Yes, it does say that. We were notified of the immediate jeopardy in January 31st, and they dated it back to the date that the med staff bylaws were approved and the quality plan was approved, but it was a result of the CMS survey related to the heart surgery program. We were notified of the immediate jeopardy on January 31st, and the letter said it dated back to the date for those reasons. It didn't say for those reasons, but that's the dates of the approval of those documents. Who approved those documents? It would have been approved by the board or the board of subcommittees. The med staff bylaws get approved by the board of trustees, the quality plan by the subcommittee, the patient safety and quality subcommittee of the board of trustees. So your position is, as of January 2019, CMS took a position that the immediate jeopardy was initiated by the approval of those documents? That's my understanding from our senior regulatory affairs director. Who's in a better position to speak to this, you or the regulatory affairs director? I don't know the answer to that. Who has more knowledge? I will have more knowledge of the all children's things that occurred related to the immediate jeopardy and our recovery of the immediate jeopardy. But all the files, you say, reside in the regulatory affairs office? Correct. Not in the Office of Patient Safety where you were at the time? Correct. All right, so having listed those names for us, how long would you estimate it would take you to find any correspondence with draft action plans or action plans in the months of January and February 2019 between you and those individuals? 20 or 30 minutes. I think we'd like to take a break. And we'd like to keep you on the record. And we're happy. We'd like you to bring your computer in and forward emails to your counsel as you find them. And let me write the names down of who we want me to produce for you. Mr. Hunter, you're looking for a date range, not a people range? Mr. Whitney, I'm looking for emails, correspondence, draft action plans to and from those individuals that were just identified in the months of January and February 2019. And if it extended into March as you were dealing with your corrective action plans, please tell me. The witness, the action plan was due long before March. I mean, we had 10 days to turn around an action plan. I have not seen the action plan, says Whitney. Have I missed it in the production? Mr. Hunter, I thought that it was forwarded. The witness, yeah, I thought it was forwarded as well. Mr. Whitney, question, before we go on break, just to allow you to grab your computer and then come back in here, I just want to attach a few more exhibits. Let me see. The first will be an email that originated on November 2nd, 2023 at 7 p.m. attaching some 2015 accreditation documents from the Joint Commission. That will be Exhibit 2. The second will be a continuation of that email exchange as Exhibit 3, in which there were provided, strike that, that's the wrong email. Exhibit 3 will be an email from this morning at 10:56 a.m., so that's November 3rd, 2023, with the documents that we were provided as of 11 a.m., approximately this morning, and this will be Exhibit 3. Mr. Whitney, if you'd mark that. It was marked. Mr. Hunter says, sorry. Mr. Whitney, 1 second. I'm happy to let you take a look at it, Mr. Hunter. Mr. Whitney, I'd like for you to review that, ma'am, and tell me if in that document you see that we were delivered any action plan related to CMS's classification of immediate jeopardy. Answer, I don't see it here. Question, all right, as we sit here, I'm not aware of any delivery of documents after 10:56 a.m. this morning, and I'm aware that shortly after 3 o'clock this afternoon, the defense filed an affidavit signed by you. You do remember the affidavit? Yes. And that was provided to us approximately 45 minutes before this deposition? Okay, but the documents that are here, you don't see any action plan produced to us, do you? I do not. All right, we'll take a brief break for you to grab your computer and continue. Mr. Hunter, she's going to review them in there. Mr. Whitney, objection. No, we're not going for that. Mr. Hunter, well, Mr. Whitney, we're not going to agree to have her review them outside our presence. She's going to review them in here. Mr. Hunter, I'm sorry, I'm telling you the way we're going to do it. Mr. Whitney, again, we object, and we'll take it up with the court. We'll stay on the record. Mr. Hunter, there may be some duplication in there. Mr. Whitney, are we still on the record? Reporter, yes. Videographer, microphone, please. Mr. Whitney, And the record will reflect that counsel and the deponent were out of the room for approximately 55 minutes, according to my timer, and we have received, 3 to 4 inches of paper, including emails between senior leadership, Miss Green, Stephen Pozovsky, and who is Stephen Pozovsky? He was part of the All Children's legal team at the time of the survey. Who is Dan Sheeler? He was the system senior counsel. Who is Meg Garrett? She was the senior system risk management leader at the time. And when you say system, are you talking about Johns Hopkins? Johns Hopkins Health System, yes. In Baltimore? Correct. Both Dan and Meg are retired. And Kim Hope? Kim Hope is the Johns Hopkins Health System communications team member. And I know that, for example, this email of Thursday, February 7th, 2019, from Susan Franklin to all the individuals just named, each of the recipients has a jhmi.edu suffix to their email address, correct? Correct. So they're all with the system? Actually, my email, the All Children's people also, across the system, we have JHMI, so I don't think that it's a reliable way to distinguish system from All Children's. Understood. Before we get any further into what was just produced, I want to attach as Exhibit 4 an email exchange from yesterday. I forwarded it. I forwarded it to Mr. Hunter's. In essence, Exhibit 4 is the first production of documents on yesterday morning at 9:33 a.m. The court had a deadline of yesterday morning for production of all documents, and in that email, which I'll provide you a copy if you want to verify, we were provided the CMS 23-day notification of January 31st, 2019, the CMS survey of January 11th, 2019, the final accreditation report from August 17th, 2018, and that would be from the Joint Commission, and then the Gibson-Dunn recommendations completed. It looks like June of 2019 for those 4 documents, and at which point we began asking for additional documents. So what I have just been provided here will mark as Exhibit 5, and the cover page is from Miss Green to Miss Franklin. And the subject line is, how about this for Kevin's talking points to the board on CMS 2567 at 12 noon? The reference in the subject line, Miss Green, Kevin, would be Kevin Sowers? Correct. And he was at that point the interim CEO president? Yes. Of Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital? Yes. I wanted to ask you to clarify the timeline here. You mentioned that Jonathan Ethan was removed in December of 2018. That's correct. And so by this point, when he was removed, the issues that resulted or culminated as an immediate jeopardy would have already percolated up to the board level. Is that true? By the time he left, it had been in the newspaper, and there had been conversations with the board. So as of December 2018, I understood from previous presentations that this was a self-report. Is that your understanding? There was a self-report to the regulatory bodies, correct. And when was the self-report made? The date of the Joint Commission self-report was November 28th. Of 2018? Yes, thank you. I don't have the dates of the CMS or the self-office reports. We did do an on-site visit at CMS the week before Christmas and talked about what had occurred and what our actions were. The we is me, Kevin Sowers, Dan Shear, Meg Garrett, and Kimberly Burfield. The only person that we haven't talked about previously is Kimberly Burfield, who was our government affairs leader at the All Children's at the time. We made a similar children to AHCA in Tallahassee, but I don't know the date of that. So let me pause for just a second. Laura McAuliffe says, they had someone at the depot that didn't even work at Johns Hopkins when this crap went down. Smart. She won't have knowledge, just rely on notes. Yeah, this is spicy stuff. Still nothing happening from the jury. Yet. Nothing happening in the courtroom. We've got the audio turned on. You'll hear it as soon as something happens. If I understood your testimony, there were 3 self-reports. One to the state agency, one to the federal agency, and one to the Joint Commission. Correct. Those would have been in writing. The Joint Commission was in writing. The others, I believe, were verbal reports. 2 were physical visits with discussion. So there was a self-report made to the Joint Commission, to your recollection, on November 28th, 2018. Correct. The other thing I just read you 4 items from Exhibit 4 that were produced to us yesterday morning. I can refresh you on that. I'm still waiting for the email to be printed, but if you would, again, look back at Exhibits 2 and 3 and tell me if the self-report made the Joint Commission on November 28th, 2018 has been produced to us. I do not see anything labeled as such on this document. And which document are you referring to? Is that Exhibit 3, ma'am? The long one. Is that Exhibit 3? Yes. Thank you. Mr. Hunter, wait a second. Witness, there's nothing labeled on that. Mr. Hunter, it's not labeled as such. It's on Exhibit 3, TJ, the witness. Oh, that's correct. Mr. Hunter, TJC Safety Report, Event Report 1128 PDF. The witness, that's it. Mr. Hunter, this is the next installment, and we're producing all of these under the confidentiality order as agreed. Mr. Whitney, so the TJC Safety Event Report of 11/28/18 was delivered this morning at 11:56 a.m., it appears. Well, let me put in place put a placeholder here to attach that exhibit as Exhibit 5. Mr. Hunter, do you want me to put a sticky? The reporter. You had already asked for something to be marked as Exhibit 5. Mr. Whitney, okay, you're right. Excuse me, I want to clear it up. The reporter, put that on 5. They're handing papers around right here, you can tell. Mr. Whitney, yeah, this will be 5. So Exhibit 6 will be the Joint Commission self-report on November 2018. Exhibit 5 is Ms. Green's correspondence to Ms. Franklin. They're marked. I want to understand, says Whitney, a little bit more about, you said site visits or surveys with ACA around the same time. We visited ACA in Tallahassee to talk about what happened in our action plans prior to the on-site survey, but I don't know the date of that visit. So before your visit to ACA, there were action plans drafted. We very early as these issues surfaced, started talking about what were the things we needed to improve and had action plans, including speaking with some of the parents of the children who were impacted, initiating a process for 100% mortality review we were able to begin very quickly, creating a system of triggers from our electronic health record so that the quality team was notified of a death or a neuro complication or renal failure or sepsis. And we could review those records to really create systems and structures and process such that if there were patterns of mortality, morbidity, we were going to work to improve our detection systems. Question, how? And we were working on that prior to the regulatory survey, which were in December of 2018. The regulatory survey was in January. We were working on those action plans in December. All right, and in what you've produced to us, do we have the action plans that were drafted in December? I believe that they're in that pile, but we were producing documents very quickly. There were references to those action plans in those emails. And then a separate visit to CMS? Correct. And where would that have been? Atlanta? In Atlanta. The Atlanta field to the regional office? Yeah. And that would have been in December as well? That was the week before Christmas. The ACA visit to Tallahassee, I don't recall the date. It was around the same time, but I could not locate the date of it in my calendar, but I don't remember it. What written documents would exist back and forth between CMS in December of 2018? None that I'm aware of. You all just decided to drive up to Atlanta and show up at the office, and how did that work? I did not make phone calls or emails there. I don't know who had the communication with them to set up the visits, but there certainly would be some communication. I would expect so. And who, if you had to take a guess, would have had the communication with CMS before you showed up in Atlanta? Likely Kimberly Burfield, the government affairs leader, or someone from Kevin Sauer's office, the CEO's office. But that would be my expectation. I don't have knowledge of who had that communication. But as we sit here today, we don't have communications to CMS in December of 2018. I don't know that there were written communications because there were verbal telephone discussions, but I don't have any access to the written communication if it exists. You're aware, I'd imagine, given your breadth of experience, that with the issuance of an immediate jeopardy, there's a template that's provided to the institution. Correct. You get a report that the left column is the findings, and the right column is where you put your action plan. Even before that, with the IJ survey, there's a template that's provided. Are you familiar with Appendix Q? No. I'm going to mark this as, I was going to say, that's what I meant to say earlier because I was on 5. I was going to mark a placeholder, Exhibit 6, as a self-report to Joint Commission, which I have here somewhere, but was received this morning, so I need to sort that out. So that's just a note to myself. Exhibit 7 will then be Appendix Q, which is the document from CMS. Take a moment to review that for me, please. Are you familiar with that document, Ms. Green? I've seen these regulations. The document looks like it was from March 5th. And that page, it's not labeled, but section Roman numeral 12, there's an immediate jeopardy template. Tell me, please, as you review that, if you're familiar with this document. This is what the survey team uses as their internal records to document the evidence of the IJ. And they deliver it to the institution, right? They deliver the form to the institution. With findings? Correct. Somewhere there exists a template like what's there in Appendix Q with the findings of the CMS. I believe that is in your possession as the CMS report. Are you referencing the January CMS report? Yes. The January 11th, 2019 CMS report is what you're referencing, Ms. Green? Yes, I mean, this is referring to the template that the survey team creates and delivers to the institution. Where do you see delivers to the institution? I'm happy to point out to you. If you look at section Roman numeral 5 and the first paragraph there, the last sentence of Roman numeral 5 before A is, regardless of which component of IJ is identified first, the survey team must first verify each component. The first question. That was the answer. Question. The first paragraph of section 5 and the last sentence of the first paragraph there. Survey teams must use the IJ template attached to this appendix to document evidence of each component and to convey information to the entity. And that entity here would be Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. We could certainly ask our regulatory team if we have an IJ template that is separate from the survey report. But according to the regulations that you've been familiar with, would that have had to have been delivered to the entity? Well, I guess one of my concerns about this is these are dated 3/6/19, and our IJ was before that. So that may or may not have mean that. It says, and to convey information to the entity, we're happy to ask if if this template was something that was delivered to us separate from the CMS report. As you sit here, you're not sure either way whether the template was delivered to the entity. That's correct. And I'm not having looked at regs, I'm not 100% certain that how they're describing this would make me expect to get that exact template. I would expect to get the information they used, but as I said, we're very happy to identify if that exists. Mr. Anderson, we lost all sound on Zoom. Mr. Whitney, can you hear us now? Mr. Hunter, I'll take that as a no. Videographer, can we go off the record for a second? Mr. Whitney, sure. Videographer, going off the record. The time is 6:09. All right. That's where I want to stop here just briefly as we go back to court watch. We've passed 5 hours and 35 minutes of deliberation. This is what happens outside the presence of the court. The judge didn't hear this, and you can imagine why. Yes, water, please. I need water. I'm dying. Thank you. I think I got it all. There we go. I feel hydrated now. All right. So this is how it happened outside of the presence of the judge. Let me go back. I've missed all the comments that have happened. I'm sorry if there have been super chats or things. If I missed those, I did not mean to. I was just looking a different direction. Let me go back to, let's see, this one here. There we go. Do you think the jury have just decided to go with Mr. Whitney's $100 per hour? This is a great question, but the $100 per hour is the missing BIATA. That's the missing BIATA amount. They're saying we just went with the $100 to say we miss her $100 worth every hour. But he, in his closing, he said well over $1,000. It's a lot. There's no limit to how much that it would be worth for them to spend another hour with BIATA. But they used $100 for the math. The one that the jury asked the question about had to do with, it's not whiskey, Beck, not whiskey. That would burn, or so I hear. The one the jury asked the question about had to do with Maya's capacity for future earnings and lost earnings because of PTSD and just ongoing, but for the hospital's treatment, how much would she have been able to earn? Let's see. Maya's future earnings capacity. That's it. We always remind Rob to drink too. Sorry, I get carried away in the document. This goes on for quite a while. Let's see. We stopped at page number 39 of the depot. See. Just looking to see if there's more spiciness. Oh, there is. There's a point where Mr. Whitney says, I'm going to ask the witness to testify, not Mr. Hunter. Oh, man. I need my fan turned on. I need my kids to do it because I can't get up. Hang on. All right. Thank you very much. Thanks for your help. All right. What are your thoughts on the plaintiffs winning the appeal? Thank you for your coverage. Okay, the plaintiff appeal, I don't know that very well. I think both sides are going to appeal, but I don't know what's going to happen there. I'm going to defer to maybe Peter Tragos on that one. Ginger Waffle says, I'm a legal videographer, so I feel you. Did the readback happen? No, it did not. The jury teased us with requesting it. The judge said, if you want it, be very specific in what part you want. And the jury said, no, nobody get up and leave. Let me go. We'll go get the question ready. And they returned the question. No questions at this time. So that's where we are. Having the verdict in minutes instead of hours is making me anxious, says Mr. Upper Torso. I wish I could get it fixed. I've got an app that'll work. I'm using my phone for the Zoom feed. So I'm keeping an eye on the Zoom feed, and it's ahead by about 30 seconds, or 20 or 30 seconds of the courtroom feed. So I need that. I can't, otherwise I'd use my watch for the timer, or my phone for the timer. Joyful, thank you very much for the super chat and the super sticker. Appreciate that. With the mug, drink. I love this clock. There's something very NASA about it. Why, Nathan Smith, so why didn't they have questions about the chart? Well, the judge gave them instruction. There's specific instruction. He says, I want you to go back and confer amongst yourselves, and if you can't come to collectively recall what the testimony was, let me know what you want, and specifically what you want read to you. And it sounds like that probably somebody looked at their notes and says, I might have that, and found it. Or at least recalled what it was, and that they said, okay, that's good enough. We can work with that number. Peter said Maya would most likely lose if it goes to appeal. Interesting. I'll have to hear. I missed that part of the conversation, so I'd love to hear the reasoning on that. Do you, the defense, agreeing to the readback as a tactic for them on appeal? No, because they agree to it. Usually, for something to go to an appeal, they have to make a record of out of objection and say, hey, we don't agree to this. We think this is improper when it happened. You can't go back afterwards and say, hey, way back on day 3, the judge said this, and we didn't say anything about it, but now we'd like to appeal because of that. That's not how it works. They have to preserve the record and make a motion and say, we object, and for the record, we'd like to state that, preserving it for the appeal type thing. And we saw that several times. A lot of times it looked like the defense was being whiny, is how a lot of people viewed it when the judge would say overruled, and they'd make a further argument and say, judge, for this, we just feel that this is the way it should be. We just have to state that for the record. Pardon me, judge, pardon the intrusion, but that's what it's for. That's for the appeal. But so in this case with the readback where both sides agreed, the judge is like, great, if you agree, I don't have to make a ruling, and then it's on you. You guys have to own it. This is your decision, and if you both agree to it, it cannot be appealed. At least that little bit can't be appealed. The judge has a 98% appellate upheld record. How does that compare, Lynn, to other judges? I mean, 98% is, that's an A in my book. I wish I got 98% on all my tests. Jewel said Joint Commission was in court M and T on her live last night. I know they've got the appellate court present in the building right now. Nicole Goodman Law Firm says appeals are only granted when there's a reversible error. This judge has been extremely careful. If plaintiffs argued anything, it would be on one of the proffers of Sally Smith or Beatty. I think plaintiff appeal would largely depend on the jury verdict. Judge's decision on DVs that have been reserved. There has to be a final order that adversely impacts a party to be able to appeal, right? And that adverse impact has to be proven. If it was a tiny little thing that really wouldn't change the outcome of the trial, even if they did it wrong, that would not be reason to grant an appeal. Lawyer, didn't say that. I didn't get to hear all of it. I got to hear the start and the end. That's the general consensus. She'll lose on appeal. I haven't heard anyone say that, so I don't know who the consensus is from. Only if they gave her an outrageously big, careless settlement. The judge has hinted at that, saying basically, we have to follow the law, and if the jury goes off the rails, I'm not afraid of following the law. in spite of it. All right. Tish says we have just actually won 2 of our appeals. It was difficult, but we did it. That's awesome. Having 2 appeals heard and then winning them, that's amazing. Thoughts on possible settlement since the story is out? The defense sees what the jury is thinking, and the family can have money now. Emily, we talked about this a little bit yesterday as we learned some of the details of how this can happen. And it's possible the jury will come back with a verdict, and they might even come back with a dollar amount and say, hey, here's how much we think it's worth, and it could be huge. It could be anywhere. It could be 5 million, 10 million. It could be 50 million. It could be 200 million, or feasibly higher, which just is mind blowing. But at the same time, at that point, I believe the plaintiff and the defense could negotiate, and defense could say, we would like to offer you a settlement in the amount of 150 million, 10 million. I don't know. They pick their number, and in doing this, we won't fight it anymore. We won't fight the money. You'll get the check right away, but it'll be a settlement in a different amount. I don't know what they benefit from that directly. If the verdict is already out and they have the loss, I'm not sure where the benefit for the defense is in that one, unless it's a lower number and they think they won't win on on all the future legal wranglings. Moby, 98% upheld rate is gigantic. The judge is aware of error of law all the way through. So I've heard from a couple people, I think Rob and Kurt, talked about this a little bit, that that what this trial is doing that's different from many others has to do with the way the allegation against the hospital is moving forward related to Beata's death, and the liability and how that's tied together, and how that's basically new ground that's being tread by the court. So that's obviously, anytime the court goes in a new area, that's the risk of appeal is very high, because there's no case law to pave the way, to pave the path for the court to follow. Wouldn't it be appropriate for the jury to be aware of the law regarding the amounts of award? I think they've been given all the instructions they need. And I think as long as they follow those instructions, they might be all right. A verdict will help other people filing lawsuits. Maya's just the tip of the spear, it sounds like. Jishan did the math, and I think they were asking for $238 million. I thought it went up to $300 million. This judge is also doing something similar with the Gabby Petito case, breaking open new ground with careful consideration. Let's see. Melanie, thank you very much. It's exciting. We did just hit 49,000 subscribers, I think either this morning or last night, which is awesome. Thank you. That is. I never would have thought this would be possible. And it's been a wonderful, wonderful journey. If they're awarded a dollar amount, how much will the lawyers get? Probably a third. And by lawyers, the winning side doesn't have to pay for the losing side's lawyers. So that would just be the winning side that gets the lawyers take a cut, I think. And it depends also on their contracts. Being an outside counsel, I don't know what the contract is. If he has a set rate that all the lawyer work is covered under, plus court time or something else, I don't know. Appellate law is extremely difficult in both state and federal courts. The average success is 7 to 20%. It's very, very low. Ellie Veldman gifted 5 memberships. Ellie, thank you very much for that. And Don Burke followed with another 5 memberships. Thank you for your generosity for both of you. Sorry, did those appear on screen? There they are. Thank you for those. Purple Haze says, take a moment and admire your success. What? 49K? Well done, sir. Purple Haze, this is literally, that number is you guys. That's not something I've done. That is you guys, and it's awesome to see that 49,000 of you can come together and want to watch and communicate in a respectful way with each other that makes it a place where other people want to be. And thank you for doing that, because that is definitely your success. Not a third. It's staged. Certain percent for the first million, and it goes down from there, says Nathan. So it's much lower, but still a big chunk. What time is the other court case that you're recording? Have you started the recording yet? Reminder. Kathy, great question. The other court case that we were following on the Top Mark Media channel on YouTube was the Colorado versus Officer Woodyard. This was the Aurora police officer, the third officer who was charged in the death of Elijah McClain. That trial just ended this week. We had a verdict just the other day. I think it was Monday. Do we have a verdict on Monday? But that's been posted. The verdict has been posted to that Top Mark Media trial. So I don't have anything else to record there. There are additional. I think there are two more paramedics that are being charged in that same thing, because there were 5 or 6 first responders that were charged in his death. There are 2 paramedics that are charged. The interesting thing about that case is the defense was saying that it was the ketamine that killed him. The ketamine that was given to Elijah McClain after he was restrained and went sort of non-responsive, had some medical issues. The ketamine that the paramedics gave him was what killed him, apparently. At least that's their allegation. So it's interesting to have 2 cases with ketamine featured so prominently. Anyway, so we don't have anything else on that case. That one is done, and it's all of it's posted to this second channel, the Top Mark Media channel, if you want to watch that. That is just a straight WebEx dump. No commentary, no analysis. I have not even been able to listen to all of it myself. Okay. What trial are we doing after this one? Well, Nicola, we're taking requests. I'm looking very closely at the ballerina trial, but I don't know when that one begins. We probably will follow some very small court cases, and by small, we're talking court hopping for just a little bit until the schedule lines up with the beginning of another trial. We have a lot of courts that we follow. It's like Judge Stephanie Boyd in Bexar County, Texas, where she'll have 10, 15, 20 people go through the courtroom in the morning for different reasons. Sometimes a jury trial, sometimes a bench trial, sometimes just pleading guilty, sometimes first appearances. We'll follow some of that. We're going to follow some of the Louisiana Board of Pardon and Parole, as they have people who are on the tail end of a sentence, having served their time and are now appealing and asking to be let out and return to society. We follow some of those, and those can be amazing and emotional as well. So we'll follow some of that as well. And we'll just watch. We want to pick up another trial that works well for the channel. It probably will be a criminal trial and not a civil trial, although the Gabby Petito trial does interest me just because I like this judge and I want to see him in another setting and see how that works. Marilise Leroux says, don't sell yourself short. We can go to other accounts, but we are here due to your sensitive and great coverage. You deserve every subscriber. Thank you. Thank you for that. I appreciate the kind words. K-Rab says, costs come out of the judgment first, then lawyer's fees, then the family. But in this case, the lien to the insurance company will come out before the family is paid. But the lien to the insurance, that is literally, it's spelled out, right? That's didn't they have some of that information actually admitted into evidence that the jury can see the totals? Allison says, first trial from start to finish with all you addicts. Happy to be here. Thank you, R.A. Allison, thank you very much. I'm glad you're here as well, and thanks for the super chat. That is very awesome. Michelle Mo says, you deserve all the success, R.A. Look, 7 months, Michelle Mo. Thank you very much. You're my favorite YouTube channel. Thanks for all you do. Best chat and mods. Thank you. Our mods are fantastic. Fantastic. Okay. Petito would be really nice. I really like Judge Carroll. I'd like to see him in another setting. It would be really good. Matthew Harris says, I'm definitely in favor of more Texas trials. Matthew, I still want to have a trial that you are that you're in the saddle for. I want to see you in action in court. Keep us in the loop. I realize that the sort of trials you cover are a little different and generally not necessarily covered, but I'd love to see you in action sometime. We do like Texas. Texas has some good stuff as well. Lauren Farmer, are you streaming the Murdaugh trial starting November 27th? I can go every day to be your court reporter. This would be the financial side. All right? You were talking the financial trial. I feel like we already sat through it. I mean, anyone who watched the Murdaugh trial originally probably feels like they already heard all this evidence. I would like to go if Tinsley's involved. I would love to see that. Judge Newman, I've loved that. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to cover all this. There seems to be all sorts of discussion about that. But I think he's presiding at the moment. I'm not sure if that'll change. But that would be interesting. Take us back to some old times there. Let's see. Welcome to our family of true crime, to our new subscribers. Thank you for joining us. Thank you very much, Sharon. Let's see. This is the best channel on YouTube, says Diet Coke Mama. Diet Coke Mama, good to have you here. Wonderful. We just sent a friend of yours back your direction after they visited with us. So wonderful. Hope everything went well there. Let's see. I don't want to see Murdaugh anymore. Anyway, yeah. As far as the new trial, I would love some advice or some tips. Here's what we'd like. We like court cases that have variety to them, that have some interesting components. Maybe back in my news journalism days, they'd tell you that dog bites man is not a story, but man bites dog is a story. And so we like stories that have some either compelling interest, some public interest in that, so that we can watch it and learn from each other, and generally something that is a little bit longer. Just a single day trial is a little hard to get into. It's hard to get all the documents and follow the case and everything that we need. So, can I be counsel if you? Matthew says, "Can I be counsel if you get the case reviewed by the Supreme Court?" There you go. I found the channel during Scott Peterson trial. That goes a ways back, TJ. That was a fun one. How do I find Barnett NJ trial date? Frenchie Mom, what you're going to do, every state's a little bit different. Every county's a little bit different following a trial. If there's a court case that you've heard about either on the news or on the radio or on television, wherever you've heard about a case that you're looking for, you're going to want to find the court that has jurisdiction over it. If it's going to be a federal court, unfortunately, most of those are not, the cameras are not allowed, and it's very difficult, to get documents out of them because they're very expensive, and it's very difficult to get access into them as far as from a media perspective. So that's a downer there. If it is a district court or a state or a city or a town, finding that county or finding that court where that is occurring is going to be your first step. And then you want to call the court clerk and just ask some questions. Generally, they're pretty helpful. Say, hey, I'm trying to find this. Can you guide me to this? When they give you information, they might give you a case number. And it's going to start with like a year number and then CR for criminal and a number. You want to write that down. That's like a key word that you can use in your searches. And most of these counties and most of these districts have a website you can search using that case number. And some of the search fields are a little tricky and hard to work. But once you have a little bit of information, you can then search and find more. Eventually, you'll probably find what's called a docket, and you'll have a list of documents. You'll have a list of court dates and appearances, different things that have been filed, motions, existing fees, who the attorneys are, and that's going to be like your gold mine that you're going to watch to follow a court. It's how we follow like Sarah Boone out of Florida, so we can see what happens there. Runts Rants on the Soapbox says, welcome to the gallery. Sorry, I thought you said that, but you joined as a new member. Runts Rants on the Soapbox. I love that. Welcome. Good to have you here. Is deliberations time correct? It's not hours. This is in minutes. I apologize. We are 1 minute away from 6 hours of deliberation. That's where we are. So unfortunately, the timer I use looks like this, which is minutes and seconds, and that's the only way I can get it. It won't switch for me. So we're about right now. We just hit 6 hours. That's 360 minutes. So, Lynn, I mentioned the Jared Britigan murder yesterday. Jose Baez is even renewing his death penalty certification to defend the ex-wife, who's the heiress of a successful crafting company. Check it out in Florida. I have looked at that one, and that one does look very intriguing. This is I think they also call it the ex-Microsoft executive trial. I think that because the husband was a Microsoft executive. Am I thinking of the right one? And two people are going to be tried jointly, the wife and like the hitman. This is the one where the executive was driving home, had his kids in the car, I think, with him, and he stopped because there was a tire in the road, and the tire was an ambush, and he got cut down out there. So that's going to be an interesting one. I would like to follow that as well. Let me know on the dates on that. I think we've got a little bit of time before that begins. Ruby Franke. Ruby Franke has definitely captured the attention of across the nation and beyond. The problem with this one, we have child victims who are still alive, and it's a child abuse situation. This is all these are very sensitive, but it's a very, very sensitive situation especially with surviving victims. Very, very difficult testimony. There's a very good chance this courtroom will be closed to cameras. The judge will rule that because of the sensitive nature of this and the child victims, that the video cameras would not be allowed in. That's my prediction on that one. Bella says, R.A. love this channel and the great chat. Thank you, Bella. It wouldn't be the same without you. Thanks for being there. What is the ballerina trial about? Judy, the ballerina trial is obviously the lady who I believe is a ballerina. That's why they name her that. I'm not sure why else they call it that. She met someone and 13 days later got married to him. And I think a month or so later, or within 3 months of getting married, ended up shooting him, apparently in the back, according to the state. Shooting and killing him. So it's an interesting little relationship trial that ended in murder. Let's see. What state am I in? I am in North Carolina, Daffy. Not far from where Mr. Beast lives. Let's see. I think the in front of the kids was Molly. I believe that's the case. And I think there's actually an element of child abuse tied to that case because of how that occurred. I don't think the kids were harmed, and that's going from memory. Criminal case will be open. The custody case will not. Is that on the Ruby Frank one? Ruby Franke? I'll tell you, this is an interesting one because I have close acquaintances that live in the neighborhood and are very familiar with the family. I've got acquaintances that live there in St. George, and so it's interesting. It was right in the neighborhood. So Kim says, take a look at Jody Hildebrandt and Ruby Franke. They were linked to the same cult as Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell, as also preppers some really horrific previous victims that are adults. I'm very careful with the word cult. I would exclude that from that. But other than that, it's got some interesting stuff there. What testimony made the least sense for you in this trial? I'd have to say the expert witness from the defense who was testifying based on the summary notice or summary documents that the defense gave them regarding the well-being of the hospital standing and the IJ situation. That was the least sense. Okay. Gypsy Rose set to be released early. Sorry, I'm trying to read all of chat, and it's going very quickly here. The judges said that we're going to break at 3:45. At least the jury's going to stop by 3:45, so nothing after that. one of the jurors has to go. They've got a family thing they have to go to, and they have to travel a little bit to get there. So we're going to break. They're going to be out by 4 o'clock. When is Chad Daybell? Oh, that would be a good one as well. Unfortunately, isn't that going to be with the same judge that Lori Daybell was in? And I think that judge is not very fond of cameras. We really struggled with the audio, the audio only after the fact that was granted in that case. Petito versus Laundries, that does interest me. It's another civil case. That would be our third civil trial that we followed, and usually we do criminal trials. Danilo Cavalcante is up in court on November 17th, says Nicola. We followed his brief escape, but I think the court case will be very short. His appearances will be very short. Still keeping my eye on Robert Tellis. A wild Las Vegas murder story and a pro se defendant to boot. He's an estate-type lawyer, but still thinks he can do the best job. Mr. Oportorso, does that take place in Las Vegas? I don't think we followed any courts out of Vegas yet that I can remember. And if that's one that is open, I'd love to follow something like that. Pro se is always very entertaining, and it teaches us that we all should get lawyers, even if we think we're smart enough. Daybell's allowing cameras in. Lori's the one that didn't want them. I think I'd like to follow Lori's Arizona trial because, first of all, I think that's going to be a capital case as well. I did not follow Boy in the Box. I think Brandy Churchwell followed that one. And so if there's a second part or a second defendant in that case, she probably would be in a better position to follow that trial than I am. Melly starting back up. No, I didn't follow Melly as well. Courtney Clenny, for flock sake, for the birds. Yes, the Courtney Clenny, the OnlyFans case. The problem with this trial, and this is going to be a problem for everyone who wants to stream it, is the evidence in this case is it's going to have to be blurred out or not shown at all. So it's either going to be you don't get to see any evidence, or at any moment something might be shown on the screen that would ban you from YouTube. It's just a tightrope I don't think I'm prepared to walk. Yes, it's an interesting case. It has a lot of interesting legal positions that need to be investigated, especially with throwing a knife and stabbing someone in the shoulder and with enough force to kill them. Interesting. Let's see. Great Dane Mom, a lot of stuff seems to be headed towards that March-April timeframe in court. It's going to be a busy springtime for sure. Oh, Tommy was in Vegas. Yes, he was in Vegas. We did follow Tommy. Okay. Do it on the other channel. The other channel, we are going to have some cases that are a little bit more sensitive, either politically or content-wise, but most likely without commentary. So for that to happen, I have to, like I was on this last case, I have to make a motion with the court and file and be admitted as a media member. So I have pool media rights and access, and then I'll be able to provide that without commentary or an overlay. So that's where some of those cases might end up. Okay, Idaho 4. Yes, I'd like to be there in person for that one. Behavior analyst. Let me tell you the Idaho 4 case. The judge in that case just barely. It wasn't really. He didn't really issue a ruling, but he made like an announcement. And he said in that case, he's had major concerns about cameras in the courtroom and about particularly being able to have a fair trial with pervasive media coverage. And this case, the Idaho 4 murder case with Brian Koberger as the defendant, has had unprecedented, I think I'd say, unprecedented coverage for a trial at this stage. It's been the top story. I mean, we had like the cross-country plane ride. We followed that here. A lot of people all over the country and internationally have a lot of interest in this. There's so much that they've had all sorts of problems. Everybody wants to follow that case. The judge is upset with what people have done with images from court. And I don't know if he's read the Constitution lately, but there's a First Amendment that grants people some rights to do some things as they wish, as a freedom of expression and freedom of speech. And the judge takes issue with people taking images from the court and modifying them and making memes out of Brian Koberger and out of the court. And he says he's going to take control of the cameras in the courtroom and control over what people can do with those images. So I was thinking this through last night, talking with my wife. The only place I've seen that sort of control exerted, it didn't come with a preface like that. It didn't come with a judge saying, I'm going to lock everything down. This case we just followed out of Colorado with the police officer. Very high-profile case. A lot of people wanted to know about it. A lot of requests looking at the expanded media coverage and decorum order. A lot of news outlets, Law and Crime, CNN, all the news stations, they all wanted to be there with cameras. And the judge said no cameras in the courtroom except for our Zoom cameras, our WebEx cameras, and I'm going to control those. And you guys, you're allowed to record them, at least those of us that were in the media pool, we're allowed to record that Zoom feed, but you can't restream it live, and you can't you can't have another camera. And so you have to repost it later, and that's it. And so we recorded it and then we reposted it at the end of the day so we could put that through. If the judge in the BK trial does the same thing, we're going to have cameras that he controls so it doesn't zoom in on somebody. It's probably going to be crappy pictures. Still pictures. You're not going to have the zooming in for emotion. You're not going to have the court TV close-up of somebody's eyes, a tear rolls down their face. You're not going to get that sort of dramatic coverage. But that way he could control that, and then he could do the same thing the Colorado judge did, where he said, and only these individuals are authorized to take the court feed and rebroadcast it. So obviously I would like to be one of those individuals, and if it is allowed to be rebroadcast live, I've got all the equipment to be there in the courtroom and send stuff straight to whatever destination, whether it's YouTube or multiple destinations from the courtroom that way. And so I'd like to be there for that as well. But are we streaming Friday since it's Veterans Day? I don't think there will be any courts on Friday. I will tell you, Ashley, that we have the podcast we normally have Friday night. We've moved to Thursday, and that might be a permanent switch. We'll just see if that's a better fit for everybody. Friday was tough, mostly because Weather Watch wanted to be there with Rob on Friday Night Frenzy, and instead I was making him work here on the channel. So threw Weather Watch under the bus there. So we're thinking that might be a better fit to do a Thursday night podcast in the evening instead of Friday, and then that would give us Friday off. Okay. Let me see if I can put this up there. 6 hours and 12 minutes, according to Law and Crime on their watch, which means 373 minutes roughly on mine. I think I've got 1 minute ahead of them. Our timers are a little bit off. But deliberation continues. Jury is going to get lunch today if they continue through lunch. Jenny says, Friday is my birthday. Okay, Jenny, you've got to be here tomorrow, and we'll sing to you in advance. Just make sure you're here when we first start. Put your name in the hat, and we'll sing to everyone who has a birthday. Do you plan to stream until jury is dismissed? Kaylee, I think it's Kylie. Kylie? Yes, on this case, we want to stream through the verdict. And I think it's going to happen soon. I think it's going to happen today or tomorrow. So we'd like to be live when it happens and bring that to you. Patricia Farrar says, am I the only one not interested in the Koberger trial? So many cases are just as important. The media has killed this for me. Patricia, if there's another trial going on, especially at the same time that you're interested in, I do have a second channel so that we can bring other important trials that might not have the same media fervor around them to you. So please let me know if there's another trial you'd like us to cover, and I'll try to do that. It just takes, just know it takes usually at least 2 weeks notice before the court is scheduled to have the jury trial begin. That's when I have to start filing motions and make sure. Sometimes you have to get approval from the defense and the prosecution attorneys to allow you on as media. You have to get approval from the court. There's some hoops that I have to jump through for accreditation on that way. So the sooner I can get notice about a trial, the better, and then I can start researching exactly what I have to do specific to that trial to be able to bring it to you. Gerda says, I'm new to your channel. Do you do trials only? Gerda, lately we've just been doing trials. Obviously, for the last 9 weeks, we've just been doing this trial. We do also occasionally follow live police chases, pursuits. We followed the Danilo Cavalcante manhunt in Pennsylvania as that was going on. So I like that sort of thing with live coverage. Anytime we can bring you information that's pertinent, there's a lot of interest for. That we have multiple channels or sources of information, whether it's a radar from the airplane, so we can see what planes and helicopters, where the police are focusing, police scanner traffic, multiple people on the ground, like we had Nick the Hat and JLR Investigates on the ground up there in Pennsylvania, so we had ground feeds that were available to us as well, so we could show you what was going on. That's sort of what I do. You see my screen here. I love bringing all the tech together and providing it in one place for people where they can get answers to questions that oftentimes local news media is just not set up to provide, especially on an ongoing basis like that. So if incidents like that occur and you see something that happens, drop me a line. There's a good chance we might be able to follow something. Kathy, welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much. Good to have you here as a member. Rosie from Tucson just gifted 5 memberships. Rosie, thank you very much for your generosity. Been a long-time supporter of the channel, and looks like Lawnerd Junkie, Shannon Lenz, Calamity Jane, Jesse Smith, and Lisa all gifted memberships. Thanks to Rosie. Appreciate that. What happened to the guy that was on the loose, Robert Card? Why is there virtually no coverage of that entire thing anywhere? Amanda, I looked at that. I looked at actually following it. It was almost immediately the police scanner traffic went to encrypted channels where there was no audio available. The search, we followed a little bit. It was just not there was no real sources of information that were available. The media press releases were glaringly inadequate and very delayed. Basically the press release was the police coming and saying, hey, don't look anywhere else for information. We'll tell you what we want you to know. And that was it. And then basically the search went on until they found that he had ended it himself. And they found him in a dumpster. And that's how it happened. Princess Buttercup gifted a membership. Thank you, Buttercup. Good to have you here. I have to say thank you. I wish I didn't remember the name, but yesterday we ran to the post office and somebody sent a heated outdoor cat house for my new cat, which I didn't know I was getting. The cat chose us, and the cat slept in the heated outdoor cat house last night. Absolutely loved it. Absolutely loved it. Thank you so much. I didn't know that all these things went into owning a cat. I just thought you could buy food and then water and then it's good. But there's more apparently. Holly Berry says, I'm so impatient. Verdict, please. Over 6 hours of deliberation. We'll see if we get something here soon. BK trial will be the biggest of the year. Every YouTuber will be all over that case. They will. Rays, let me give you a peek behind the scenes. I'm a bit of a nerd, right? I love true crime. My first love is technology. It's like I'm like Kip on the Napoleon Dynamite movie. I love technology. That's me, right? I'm a nerd that way. I have completely over-engineered my YouTube my YouTube channel. Most people can do what I do just with a laptop, and I have like 2 iPads, 2 computers, 2 switchers, soundboards, replay cameras, lights, mics. I went. This is what I went to school for. I used to work in the media industry, in the news industry, and I love this. And so when I look at court cases, and I look at true crime, and I watch a court case, say whether it's the Johnny Depp trial or something, I think, how would I like to watch trial? How would I like to do it? And I would like to do it in a different way than what everyone else is serving it up. Court TV, Law and Crime, the news channels that are following different cases. You get to see what they choose to show you, and I want to do it differently. So I am building every month. I'm acquiring new equipment. I'm building the equipment to be able to be the pool camera in the courtroom. That if the courtroom's right, if the quorum order is right, and allows me to use what I would like to use, would allow allow you to watch it the way you want to see it. Where sometimes we're watching a witness, and at the same time you're saying, I wish I could see the defense's face right now. I'd like to be able to show you the defense's face at the same time you're watching the witness. I want to be able to see the judge when this is happening. I'd like to have all that on there. So it would be multiple feeds. We're talking 4 simultaneous HD feeds out of court at the same time that would be switched and managed, and be able to just give you an overall look of how that's happening. That's the long term down the road, where I'd like to get to. In the short term, I can bring you a 1 channel. I've got the equipment to go live from anywhere that we have cell coverage, and do so without any interruptions or anything else. Ketchat, I've gotten a few good chuckles from your comments on different streams. Just wanted to let you know that. You're also very generous. Thank you. Ketchat is amazing. Not just generous with money, but generous with her time that she puts in and helps me on the channel. Vicky says, I knew you were in media because of the desk. Yes, I've got all the buttons. All the buttons. I'm a cool nerd, though. Thank you. I'll take that as a compliment. I appreciate that. Carolyn W. Gifted a membership just now, as well as Bug Dugger. Thank you so much. What a way to welcome new people in by giving out memberships. You guys are super generous. Yes, I have the name. I've got to look up in my message. I actually got an email telling me the cat shelter was coming, and they use that for their outdoor cats. It also gave me some information about, treatment and care for cats, especially because it's a tomcat, and we want to make sure that this tomcat is not contributing to the feral cat problem. We'll have to sing to Cachette tomorrow since we're not streaming on Friday. We might have a police chase or something on Friday, so we can sing. Runkle is obsessed with your setup. I can help him get the same stuff if he wants, but I think he does a great job with whatever he has. I haven't seen his setup. His audio's always fantastic. The video's great. The clock needs to be divided by 60 for those struggling. We're at 6 hours and 22 minutes right now. 6 hours and 22 minutes. Okay, Corey Hill. Looks like quite a few fellow Mariners here. I've kept your stream up on my second monitor all day for the past few days. Corey, thank you. Thank you very much. Mainers. I said Mariners, but Maine. Maine was actually on my wish list of where to move to. I wanted to live in Maine and have some property with a little stand of maple trees and a little sugar shack and make my own maple syrup. Can you guys picture me doing that? The idea, I have to say, the actual work I'm not probably interested in, but the idea of having my own homegrown, homemade maple syrup from my own little, a sugar bush is what they call it when you have a stand of maple trees for harvesting for maple syrup. That idea is just like, for some reason, it's very appealing. Okay, third channel idea, mainstream media. Maine, I like that. Chris Willis, thank you very much for gifting a membership. I appreciate that, as well as Peggy Longerin. Peggy, welcome to the gallery. Wonderful to have you here. Thank you so much. Appreciate you, Peggy, and thanks. Hopefully, this community has been one that you find welcoming and open and receptive. Let's see. Can you please follow Alexi Turizo in New Mexico, Mexican teen who delivered baby in hospital? Oh man, horse feather. This is a hard one. This is a really hard one. I'll tell you that the cases that are the hardest to follow are cases that involve children, whether it's a child victim or living or deceased, are very difficult. And above that, if they have elements of SA involved, in any way, these get very, very difficult to follow. It's difficult for the community. It's very hard emotionally for our community to follow a trial like that. So I try to be very careful on the trials we follow. If it has those things in it and we know about it ahead of time, like for this Maya trial, there were those elements that we did not know about ahead of time. That we tend to stay clear of those ones. But if the case is right and the situation's right, and we can do so in a respectful way, that it really, I have to put some thought into it to make sure we can cover it in a way that's respectful and safe for everybody to be in. But I'll put some thought into that one. HJ Luna, welcome to the gallery. Thank you very much. Bug Dugger, still giving memberships. The button seems to be stuck for you, Bug Dugger. It keeps happening. Weebug says Nicole Rice and Anita Knutson scheduled for middle of next year in North Dakota. I don't think we've had North Dakota trial yet. Weebug, if you can send me a burner phone message with that and maybe the county that's in, like or what district or what court would be presiding over that. Ravonda Mills says, thank you for covering this trial. As a parent caregiver, this trial is important to many families. So nice of the cat giver. I feel the nightly purr. I will tell you, Ravonda, I've never heard my cat, and it is my cat now, I guess, purr as loudly as when he was in that box. And it wasn't, I mean, he purrs, he'll jump up on my lap when I'm sitting on the swing or something. And he purrs pretty loud. But in the box, maybe it was just because it was like a speaker. It was just like reverberating. Just it was really cool. So the cat was happy, very happy. And thank you. Iowa Backyard Cam just gifted 5 memberships. If you're wondering how to receive a membership, if you type !gifts, just one person has to do it in chat. The bot will reply with a link you can click on and change the setting to accept gifts on this channel. And once that setting is selected, then YouTube chooses who gets the gift. Thank you, Anna Marie, for doing that. The bot will put that up here in just a second. There it is. You can click that. You only have to do it one time, and when you go to that page, just make sure the button is slid to the right, and then you'll be eligible to receive a gift. All right. Julie, the case in Minot is Ward County. Julie, can you text that to the burner phone as well? I realize I've been very bad at replying to messages. I have about 300 messages from yesterday that I still haven't gotten back to and beyond. But I do go through my messages and try to track and respond and thank people as much as I can on the burner phone. And that's an easy way for me to save that information for later. Let me give you the link to the heated cat box for those that are curious. Just one second, I'll pull that up for you. It was actually really easy to assemble because it has a really durable. Let's see. Wait for it. K&H. Here it is. Now, I will tell you this link that I'm providing is an affiliate link. It doesn't cost you any more to use this link, but if you do choose to buy something following using this link, Amazon may thank me for referring you to them by making a small token payment back to me. Usually it adds up to a couple cents is how it works. But so the link to the cat box is, let's see, is right here. Sorry. Link to heated cat house. There we go. I reposted it again with words on it so you can see. Right there. That's the one that was sent to me, and it's amazing. My kids were able to assemble it. We plugged it in. It's beautiful. What does Mrs. R.A. think of your channel and the amount of time you dedicate to it? KRH, I dedicate the time to this channel as if it was a full-time job because it is my full-time job. It's the only work I do. I don't have any other source of income. So I treat it as a full-time job, and as such, I think she understands. I worked before. I've worked from home for probably the last 7 years. I was working from home before working from home was cool. So that's been, I've loved it, being able to be home and just be close to my family and know what's going on and connected and not have to commute. It's been amazing. Mrs. R.A. has her own channel on YouTube where she shares videos about homeschooling and does a great job over there. So she's very, very supportive. All right, I missed a couple questions. Can you tell your WoW addiction story? Yes, I was addicted to computer gaming in a big way. And a lot of people say, yeah, I've seen people who play a lot of computer games. There's a feature in WoW, which is World of Warcraft, my game of choice. that if you type /played in your little chat bar, it will return the total hours you've been playing the game. And it was measured in months when the game. I was basically spending more of my life playing WoW than anything else. I was sleeping maybe 3 to 4 hours a night, playing World of Warcraft 7 to 8 hours a day, when I was supposed to be working as well. So it was. I mean, I was working. I had a job, but it definitely conflicted with my my attention was torn. So there was a time when I caught myself literally with a laptop on the passenger seat of the car next to me, while running in the background, and me engaging with it as I'm driving down the freeway at 70 miles an hour, realizing that I'm in over my head. And with some help of an amazing wife and a great support team, was able to step away and say, I've got to get my life in order before I lose everything, including my family, to this. And so that was my addiction. There's a lot more to it than that. And still I have to be very careful. I mean, to this day, I've not gone back and played WoW. I've been able to step back, but yes, it's tempting. Yes, I would love to be able to sit there and just for a day go back and play, but I realize I would fall into that hole again, and so I can't do that. But Dr. SB says, "What are his burner?" If you type !burner in chat, it will go ahead and point that or it will go ahead and post that for you. 6 hours, 30 minutes of deliberation. Still nothing from the jury yet. Let's see. I can show you. Oh no, the Law and Crime is saying they've got 6 hours and 31 minutes. We're off just a couple minutes that way, but nothing happening there. See, a couple people have said they'd be willing to go watch trial for us, and that would be awesome. We do have a couple people who've gone to trial, obviously, like Jules has. We have Lee and Shells. We've got a handful of other people. Ryan Applesnapple has been to court for us as well. I know I'm leaving people off. We've had some down in Florida that have been to court previously in the murder trial. Even some that were able to take pictures to clarify the crime scene and what's visible from different directions for us. So we've had some great court watchers and observers, people down there who are interested and be able to provide great information for us. So that is always huge. Lady Draconis gifted 5 memberships. Lady Draconis is a moderator over on Rob's channel on Lawn Lumber, and just an amazing individual. Thank you for the gifted memberships. I See You Now gifted a membership as well. I think I just missed one that went through and dropped off too quickly. Lady Draconis says, "Here's an extra tip for your hard work. Your mods in this community has been amazing. Look forward to watching future trials with y'all." Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Lady Draconis, instrumental in I think connecting us with Rob from Lawn Lumber, and just does a great job over there. I can't say enough about her and that channel. Thank you. Do you have a link to the gear you use and like? Yes, I do. I can provide that for you as well. But I'll tell you this: the gear I use, because I over-engineer it, it's not like using StreamYard where you can just plug it in and say, "Here's my camera, here's my mouse," and it works. I can do some pretty crazy stuff and manipulate sound and audio because I have this other gear, this hardware that's running it instead of software. But it's on the learning curve side, it takes a little bit more work to set this up. The switchers, they're pretty good. I can make anything happen, and those are pretty self-explanatory, easy to learn. But if you want to set up a channel, I would probably say first learn how to use like OBS or learn how to use StreamYard and understand what it can do and what you want it to do, and then see how you would have to do that same thing, how to use hardware to do it. But if you want, I can send you a list of everything. Let me just see. I might even have it in. Let's see. Yeah, I've got it in the description of the video. The very bottom of the description of the video has a gear list of what I use. So it's already in there. Thanks, Cachette. I think Cachette did that for me. So, Ladybird just gifted a membership. That one went to Uncle Corey. Congratulations, Ladybird. Kathy and Pam in West Virginia. What about the YSL RICO trial? It's been very interesting legal arguments, murders, drugs, gangs, etc. It starts in January, down to 6 defendants. Isn't that trial going to take forever? You've got 6 defendants. You've got 6 different legal teams in defense. With all the motions and objections, that the whole process just seems huge. I don't know. It's going to take months to go there, and the RICO trial as well. That's a huge one. Charles Marinaro, Recruiter Man, welcome to the gallery. Great to have you here, Mr. Recruiter Man. Love the not the courthouse, but the lighthouse on your profile picture. Love a good lighthouse. K-Cat, is there any chance we can go back to the spicy depot? You want me to do some more reading? I can do that. I'll probably need another drink first. Okay, last purchase. Could you take a picture of your cat box on the porch? I will. It's out there, but I'll have to go outside and do that. I'll post that. I'll bring it. I'll bring it to you. Maybe if I can get the cat in the box for the picture. The cat does not like being in the box when I have a camera out, because it thinks the camera is food. And I've gone to the store. I've bought new cat food that it seems to like more. I bought those little treats. I guess you have to have cat treats to reward it for when it doesn't do what you want it to, because cats never do what you want it to do. But I bought the treats for it. We've got a new cat bowl and dish, a food dish and a water bowl. So. All right. Zach says, you need a link for Streamlab for donation. It takes only 3%. YouTube takes 30% of every super chat. I understand YouTube does take a cut, but I can tell you YouTube provides for me something that I could never do on my own. They provide a massive, massive audience, a very easy-to-use interface, all the free storage space I could want for all my videos, a huge audio library, that the infrastructure that YouTube gives me and the ability it gives me to grow my channel the way I want, I could not do by myself. And for that reason, I don't feel bad at all with YouTube saying, and for our portion, we get this cut here. They do a great job. They really do. And where's another platform that is as well known, as easy to use, as widely used, and as versatile as that one? I just have not found it. So I know I could do a workaround and cut them out of the donation side. I don't think it's good to bite the hand that feeds you, sort of thing. I don't know. I'm grateful for YouTube. It's been really good for me. So I'm just going to continue this way if that's all right. Lisa, welcome to the gallery. Thank you very much. Welcome to have you here. Odemaris, gifted 5 memberships as well. Let's see. We may, if you guys want more reading, we can do that. But is the WoW addiction where the Recovery Addict name comes from? Someone's asked once during trial. You pulled it up and said you'd tell the story, but think stuff came up in court. Never heard it. Recovery Addict, yes, it comes both from my previous gaming addiction as well as from my hobby. The other hobby I have, which is metal detecting. I'm addicted to recovering artifacts from the ground. So I called Recovery Addict for that. It was a little play on words. I love metal detecting. I have, I think, 5 different metal detectors now, and 3 or 4 pinpointers, a couple shovels. I love metal detecting, and it's fun. For me, it's the hunt. It's like dirt fishing. It's searching, it's doing the research and finding out about an area and then digging something out of the ground that hasn't been seen for, possibly hundreds of years, and finding out the history and the connection. My best find as far as metal detecting was a $5 gold coin from New Orleans Mint, a U.S. gold coin. It was amazing. I was able to actually return it to the individual who had dropped it 75 years before, which was just an amazing story. So that was fun. All right, let's do some. Let's see. Your channel is the only one that iPhone users can see membership option. Did you do something special to turn it on? No, I know that on an iPhone takes a cut of everything as well. So doing a membership through an iPhone, I think costs more than doing a membership through the YouTube page, like on your computer, because Apple adds a fee to it. But I think that's why it happens that way. Lee says, Shells and I met in WoW. You met in World of Warcraft. That is amazing. I didn't know that. Have you heard if or when they will discuss sanctions? Lizanne, or Lisa, is it Lizanne or Lisa Ann? The only thing we've heard is the judge has reserved on those, both the sanctions and the DV, which now the jury's deliberating, so you'd think that it's a little late for a directed verdict if the jury returns a verdict. It now would sort of go into the realm of a JNOV, a judgment notwithstanding a verdict. But we'll see how that goes down. Lulu, so happy to be part of this amazing community. Thank you, Lulu. Appreciate that. We will, for those that are waiting, we are going to stop the live stream and go live again if there's a verdict. If that happens, we're going to stop it. That way you will get a new notification when the verdict goes live, and we're going to be able to bring that to you immediately. It will have it's got a new image that has red across it, jury reached a verdict or something like that. That way, if you have the subscribe button clicked and you click the button to receive all notifications when we go live, you should get a notification from YouTube as soon as that happens. And we'll put that up the moment we hear it happens, because we've got Jules in the courtroom. She'll hear. Usually, we'll get at least a half-hour notice. So that should be the best way to find out if you're just dying to hear that verdict and maybe not able to sit here at the computer all day. Okay. What is a DV and a judgment notwithstanding? Corrupted. A DV is a directed verdict. This is a motion made by either side to the judge saying, based on what you've heard, based on what's occurred in the court, we think that it's appropriate for the judge to rule and say, the jury does not need to deliberate on this. I'm going to direct that the verdict is XYZ. That would be a directed verdict. Usually it's done after the plaintiff or the plaintiff finishes their case, and the defense then says, hey, the plaintiff didn't say anything about, say, stealing money from Maya's purse. They never mentioned anything. That wasn't an allegation. I'm just pulling that out there just to show you. They never mentioned there was any stealing money from Maya's purse. So that allegation, if there was one in the complaint that the doctor stole money from Maya's purse, there should be a directed verdict in that saying, nope, we find for the defense in that there's no evidence to support that. If there was any evidence to support any allegation, the judge will say, because there's some evidence provided, I think that should go to a jury. And there were some things that the judge said, I'm going to grant a directed verdict for the defense. And many things got eliminated in the process because there was no evidence presented by the plaintiff during trial to support the allegation. Anyway, so that's what a directed verdict is. A judgment notwithstanding comes in. It's a motion filed by one of the parties after the verdict comes in. The jury comes in. We've got our verdict. We read it. The court clerk reads it. They poll the jurors. Is this, so say you all? They say yes. And the defense might get up and say, Your Honor, this was completely wrong. We're going to move for a directed verdict in the fraudulent billing. There was, the evidence did not match the allegation. There was nothing. The jury did it wrong. Your Honor, would you step in and correct the mistake and say, enter a judgment notwithstanding the jury's verdict? Very rare for those to be granted, but it can happen. And we'll probably see a motion like that. Creed, this is a great idea. We'll set up a redirect for the people not paying attention. So I'll have to build the new one while we're live, redirect to it, and then end the live. Because if I build it right now and put it out live, then everyone will think there's a verdict, and I don't want to tease people with that. Let's see, let's read the depot for the sanctions. Did Hunter get sanctions? We have not heard anything about sanctions yet, other than a request for them. I think that's in this document here. Let's see if we can pull up the document and see if we can scroll through. This is continuing well, let me switch to 8, so you get the timer still. This is continuing the depot from Friday with Miss Green. The Q's in this depot are from Mr. Whitney. The A's are from Let's see. Sorry, I'm getting a million texts. The A's are from Miss Green, who was the hospital representative who spoke to this. And then sometimes you get Mr. Hunter in there as well. But the question from Mr. Whitney, if we pick up where we left off, sorry, and I'm not going to be able to follow all the super chats during this moment, just for a heads up. So you might want to hold the super chats until later. You don't have to do them at all, but if you want to do one, you can hold till later. Oh, hang on. We've got Jules on the phone. Just one second.
Call from Jules.
Jules, how are you doing?
I'm okay. I'm just tired. I only have two things to report. I don't know if you're interested or not, but
of course.
The defense team, the paralegals were here, and just all the boxes for all their evidence and everything was taken out today, about 20 minutes ago. And good Lord, I've never seen so many freaking boxes before in my life. They had to do it in, they had those roll carts, like on
the wheeled carts. So they can.
Yes, that you see in like Home Depot and Lowe's. 3 of those.
Wow, and that's just
3 of those.
That's just the defense files that were hauled out.
That was just on the defense side. That was just the defense side. Nothing has been moved out yet on the plaintiffs. And I did at 10:30. I don't even know what time it is, Scott, but at 10:30 I did confirm, because if you remember, the judge had reminded the jurors that if they want lunch, that they have to give it, at least 2 hours notice, because it takes like 2 hours for them to get the orders and put the orders in and get the food here. And as of 10:30, no lunch has been ordered. That's all I've got for you.
Well, maybe they forgot they need to order ahead. I don't know. Maybe they're clearly. Tell me about this morning. We had last night the jury say, "Hey, we need these figures. We need Miss Kirby's testimony. We can't find this report." And we thought we were going to have a readback this morning, and then the jury comes back, says, "Yeah, give us a minute. We'll have a question for you." And they come back, "Nope, no questions." What's the feel? The only thing that I can think of, no one seems to be concerned, but Christy was here in the courtroom this morning, and I had the opportunity to talk with her out in the hall. What an intelligent woman. Oh my God. But in any case, they don't seem concerned. And as far as the report goes, I found out today that they're not allowed to submit that report. It's in Florida. They're not allowed to submit the report. So that's why the report was never given to them. So them not wanting the readback was odd. So the only thing that I can think of is that maybe they went back there and pulled out their notes and went through their notes and say, "Hey, wait a minute, I've got it here in my notes." Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. If somebody
I don't
said,
know.
I recall what the number was. I can remember what the figure was. It seems like that's what they wanted, was just help us. What was the number? But how do they get to that point unless they first decided for the plaintiff, right? It sounds like they've already reached that conclusion.
General consensus is that they've reached a conclusion, but however, don't know. Is it just for Maya? Is it Maya and Jack? Or is it for Kyle? Is it for all 3 of them? Or are they going to award something just to Maya? I mean, we don't know. We don't know where their heads are at, because don't forget there's different things going on here. You've got the thing for Maya, you've got the thing for Jack, and you've got the thing for Kyle. So it's, we don't obviously going to award something to someone. And then don't forget, then we go to the punitive damages phase.
Yeah. That'll be
long, though.
That'll be separate though. Punitive damages are figured out
Separate.
separately. There's going to be another little mini court session with a little bit more testimony, and then the jury's going to figure that out and then go back. But it could be done very quickly. Jules, thank you.
Yeah, I would think so. Well,
Yep.
very welcome.
Thank you very much. Obviously,
Tell you.
Yeah.
What? Go ahead. No, you go.
I was going to say, obviously, if you hear anything, we'd love to hear, as soon as you get word that, that there's either a question or a verdict or something like that, if you could drop us a quick call, even if it's just a couple seconds long, that would be wonderful.
Absolutely will. Like I said, that's the only that I've been. No lunch has been ordered yet, and the defense has moved all their stuff out. But I will say, both legal teams are here. Hunter Hughes and the older guy, the appellate guy.
Mr. Alton.
They're in their room. Yeah. Yes. And Nikki Samantha left a little bit ago, but Greg is still here. And Connie and I forget her other name, but the paralegal is still here. And Christy just left. She just left, knowing that she can't do that the judge won't allow her to be back. So that's it. So nobody seems to be, the lawyers at least don't seem to be leaving.
So Miss Crowell's and Mr. Shapiro have not been there today that I've seen. Is that correct?
Correct. Now, Hunter in the beginning said that Shapiro was on his way in, but no, he never came. He's not here.
I imagine if there's a verdict, we would have the full team there. So we'll see what happens.
I would think so.
Jules, thank you very much.
Did I tell you?
Yeah.
Welcome. If I hear anything. Oh, but I do have confirmation. Okay, Judge Carroll is he's not doing the Petito case. Now it is Judge Brewer.
Judge Brewer. Okay. I think Judge Brewer's, have we seen him? Did he do the ice cream murder trial? Why am I remembering Judge Brewer's name? Oh, all right, we'll have to look that up. But thank you.
I do know Judge Carroll is hearing some of Judge Brewer's cases as we speak right now. So don't think that Judge Carroll isn't doing anything. He's in another courtroom right now doing Judge Brewer's cases.
Okay. They help each other out, as we heard the other day. The other judges have been helping him over these last 9 weeks. And now he's helping Judge Brewer. So sounds great. Jules, thank you very much.
Talk to you later.
Look forward to hearing from you again. Bye-bye. All right, so that's our update. No lunch ordered yet. Jury's still deliberating. We've got 6 hours, 53 minutes now on the clock. Jennifer says, Jules, please comment to Shapiro when he opens the doors. Wow, Ethan, you're really good at opening the doors. Jennifer, that's too soon. It's too soon. That's salt in the wound. You can't do that. Let's see. Is Brewer a woman? Judge Danielle Brewer. Why is her name so familiar? Is there what's another case? Did we follow any cases with her? I'll have to figure it out. Oh, that was Judge Sabella. Why was I confusing the Judge Brewer with Judge Sabella? Judge Sabella had the little model Tesla car sitting on his little bench right in front of him, right? She's handling Petito v. Laundry. Okay, we'll have to take a look at what her rules are for that and see how that's going to move forward. That might be interesting. She does sound familiar, though. All right, back to where were we? Do you want to read a little bit more with the depot? Do you want to go to the sanctions part? Sanctions are a little bit harder read than the depot. But is there a car chase we can watch? Not that I'm aware of. I haven't seen any notifications of one. Joe Average Citizen says, I think they had their notes yesterday but wanted official report to verify their notes and that perhaps didn't realize they weren't entitled to it. whatever it was, they found the information and moved forward this morning. So. Was Brewer the one who covered the school shooting? No, because I think she resigned, right? I think that judge resigned after there were some people that were disappointed with her behavior during and immediately after the trial. Joe, the second channel, we put some court cases and different news things on there that are a little outside of what we would cover on this channel. First of all, this channel is a Pickles Not Politics channel. And generally we try to stay away from a couple, child victims and things like that, SA trials, but there may be stuff on the other channel that goes a little outside that wouldn't fit on this channel. Yes to the depot. Leslie Mateus. Leslie, welcome to the gallery. Thank you very much. Let's go back to the depot there if you guys would like that. Let me bring in our timer. There it is. So we're at 6 hours, 56 minutes. So in 4 minutes, we're going to be, so when it says 4:20, we're going to be at 7 hours. So that's where we're at. Let's do a poll on sanctions or spice. Is the glitch my side or yours, Vicky? I'm not sure what the glitch is you're seeing. I'm not hearing one or seeing one on my end. Okay, I'm going to have to sort of ignore the messages for just a little bit so we can focus on the reading. We just so you know, we do have the audio turned on from the courtroom. So as soon as something happens in court, we're going to bring that to you live. I also have the courtroom Zoom on here on my desk, so I can watch that. That's like 30 seconds ahead of the audio feed. So if anything happens, I will be able to bring it to you just as soon as it happens. But let's see here. Let's see. Let me see if we have any more spiciness in the depot before we jump to the sanctions part. Talking about self-reports, talking about the heart surgery, the cardiac unit. Mr. Whitney says, and you recognize there were issues with the integration oversight, collaboration with risk management, right? Mr. Hunter says, object to form. The witness, what are you saying? Mr. Hunter said, I'm saying object to form. The witness, okay. Mr. Hunter, that means I don't like the form of his question, that it's objectionable. The witness, got it. Mr. Hunter, but you can go ahead and answer, sorry. The witness, yeah, there were concerns about risk management team's duty to report to the events to the state. That was funny. The witness didn't know what the objections were for. Okay, so what page? Can somebody give me the page number really quickly on where we're at for, where does it start for the sanctions? Were they the last 30 pages? Looking for, you guys are seeing spinny wheel, spinny wheel, spinny wheel. Hold on one second. I'm not seeing a spinny wheel. My side looks good. My input's good. Feed is fine here. I think this is the problem we had yesterday. YouTube is under a heavy workload right now. I don't know why. Some of you guys are reporting let's see. Everything's good. No spin for you. All right, let's give it just a minute for it to reset here and catch up. For the nerds out there, I'm pushing a data rate of about 6 megabits per second, which is good. 1080p. No cache on my end. It looks like everything's getting to YouTube just fine. you might just have to refresh your browser and then make sure you're current when you're watching. It might go back and be delayed, so make sure you're current on the bottom. Okay. So does anybody have the pages for the in this about the? Let's see, let me search. I'll search really quickly. Oh, we're going the other way. We'll do a find for sanctions. There we go. Motions for sanctions. That's the very beginning. It's page 1. This is a conversation. We want the therefores. Let's see. I'm looking for the therefores in the document so I can provide them for you, but it's 327 pages and I don't have them saved where it's at. 7 hours of deliberation, 7 hours and 21 minutes right now. Nothing from the jury as of yet. No motion in the courtroom. Pauline, we can look and see if he's got some other cases. Obviously, there's more to it than that. But Jan, quick catch up for those that have just barely joined. Jan over in Scotland. What happened today? This morning, the jury came back. They deliberated for 4 hours yesterday. The end of yesterday, they said, "Hey, we're looking for this the calculations on Maya's lost earning capacity. We can't find it, and if we can't find it, then." You guys are barely going to get enough money for gas money to get home, or we're going to be here till Friday. And so the council last night said, okay, we're going to rush. We're going to get a transcript of the testimony so we can do a readback. They paid for that. They came back this morning expecting to do that. Before the jury came in, they decided, just to be careful, we want to ask the jury to reword the question and specify exactly what they want read back to them. So they told the jury that, then sent them in to deliberate. Jury returned a note. First, the jury, before they even left the courtroom, said, don't go anywhere because we'll probably have a question right away. The jury left. About 10 minutes later, they returned a note and said, we don't have any questions right now. So they didn't need the readback, and they've been deliberating ever since. They've been deliberating just over 7 hours, and they haven't ordered lunch yet. No lunch yet. And it does take an hour or two for lunch to begin. Right now, it's 11 o'clock in Florida, where the jury's at, so they're not going to be eaten until afternoon for sure. Do you think we can get the IJ on appeals? Here's what I think, Wednesday. I don't think they can. I don't think they're going to get it because the judge ordered it to be released twice, and it didn't happen. What that means is I think we're going to have sanctions. There are going to be sanctions. I don't know what they will entail, but I think there will be sanctions, and the hospital was successful in keeping this very damaging IJ from getting released to the public. Oh, Jen says, literally just got diagnosed with APS today. This has been a 3-year journey being dismissed. My message for all seeking diagnosis, hang in there. Jen, I guess it's a good day when you finally get the diagnosis, but at the same time, it means you're dealing with something. So my heart goes out to you on that end. But it sounds like you've finally found someone who's able to give you that diagnosis you were seeking. So hopefully that leads to better outcomes and better care moving forward. Do you see the email with the jury question I sent you? Was the economist during the testimony? I have not. I've got my phone right now, which is where I normally read my email, is watching the court Zoom, so I'm sort of tied up on that. On the court website, is Angela Green's depot now confidential? The original filing for the depot was released, then it was pulled back, made confidential, and then released again, I think redacted. I've got the original copy. I didn't see anything in there that needed to be redacted. I'm not sure why. It might have redacted the address of where the depot was held at, but the depot is contained inside this motion for sanctions, the 327-page motion for sanctions that the plaintiff filed over the weekend, and it was talked about in court on Monday morning. So that's where you'll find the depot. Catherine Hendricks, welcome to the gallery. Good to have you here as a brand new member. Make sure you help yourself to the emojis. Let's see. Matt Bond, my advice to people with chronic issues is don't stop till you get an answer you're happy with. No one knows your body like you do. Matt, thank you. I appreciate you being an advocate there, sharing some great information for people who are suffering. Appreciate you, my friend. Charlie Lynn, welcome to the gallery as well. Good to have a few new members in here. There's room on the front row. Just type !seat if you're a member, and there's a reserved seat for you. Look at the top of your page. I think it mentions sanctions. The title of the document itself that we're looking at, the 327-page document, is Plaintiff Jack Kowalski Motion for Sanctions. But I need to find in there exactly where the part where you ask the judge, and here's what we'd like you to do, right? It's one thing to complain to the judge and say, we don't like the way it's going. And he says, well, what do you want me to do about it? This motion has to have that in there. So let me see if I can find that portion, because that's what's I think what we want to find out about. Okay, sanctions is found on 4 pages. Looks like. Okay, so there were a couple sanctions. 30. I think they were asking for striking the testimony. The misleading testimony of Mark Anderson goes directly to one of the core issues at trial. Let me bring this up on screen so you can see this. And the issue that has taken this case up for review by the Second District Court of Appeal, the management of Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital and the involvement of risk management in Maya's mistreatment of the hospital, the defendant's withholding of this information, and the false impression created in the minds of the jurors upon the defense's counsel's suggestion that an appropriate patient plan was in place and federal and joint commission standards had been met necessitates the severest of sanctions. And then going down to page 30, it says... here's the sanctions. Okay, first, fourth, fifth, third. Here we go. Wherefore. This is the wherefore section, the very end. Plaintiff requests the court grant the following relief. Here's the relief they want. First, striking defendant's answer and affirmative defenses and a proceeding to arguments on damages. This is basically saying DV, directed verdict. Second, or here it is. Second, a directed verdict on punitive damages should the jury find in plaintiff's favor on either false imprisonment or battery. Third, striking the testimony of Mark Anderson and giving the following instruction on the jury. Members of the jury, during the defendant's case, you heard testimony from the defendant's expert, Mark Anderson. The court has determined Mark Anderson's testimony was unreliable and misleading due to defendant's failure to provide him with relevant and material evidence. Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital was subject to a finding of immediate jeopardy based on egregious and widespread managerial issues during the time of Maya Kowalski's admission. And when concerns were raised by Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital employees, those employees faced retaliation and retribution. The failures of Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital centered on failures of risk management to properly evaluate elevate issues to senior leadership. Therefore, the court is striking the testimony of the defendant's expert, Mark Anderson, in its entirety. You are to disregard any and all of Mark Anderson's assertions and fact and the opinions he offered during his testimony. Assertions of fact. You are to surrender your notes concerning this testimony to the bailiff. Fourth, And in combination with the above relief, permitting plaintiff to offer into evidence during its rebuttal case the evidence obtained in discovery from the defendant after November 1st, 2023 regarding defendant's immediate jeopardy classification, as well as related findings and corrective actions, including evidence regarding Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital's internal efforts, removal of key executives, and efforts to stamp out regulatory actions against employees who voiced patient safety concerns. So they say we should be able to bring all this into evidence. Fifth, and regardless of the above sanctions entered, awarding plaintiff his reasonable attorney's fees for his discovery efforts after November 1, 2023, including for the deposition of Angela Green. And sixth, such further relief as the court deems proper. Those were the sanctions they asked for. All right. Let's see, Charlie, I think we recognize you. If we didn't, welcome to the gallery. Wonderful to have you here, Charlie. Thank you so much. Let's see. Did the court ever address Mr. Shapiro's wife's Facebook? No, not to my knowledge. I believe it was raised initially, and I think this was like pre-trial, at the very beginning of trial, like right around jury selection time. And it was teased a couple times by the plaintiff. But it never was addressed directly that I know of. Is Mark Anderson the gentleman that winked? No, I don't think that was him. What do we think about the jury not requesting lunch yet? I think they forgot. RF says, I'd like to see Rittenhouse judge again. The last time we saw Judge Schroeder was in the Zachariah Anderson trial, and he's basically retiring. He has switched his workload. He doesn't take criminal cases anymore. He mostly does smaller matters. I think the Zachariah Anderson trial was his last big criminal trial. Could I read that a little faster? Mary, that's my only speed. That was my high speed. Is the public entitled to a FOIA request of the IJ report? It was the result of a governing agency. Bad juju, you can try, but most likely, if the plaintiff in this case could not get their hands on it, there's the good likelihood that the public's not able to get it either. If you would request it, I think the hospital would not provide it. I don't think they are, first of all, they're a private company, so they don't have to reply to FOIA requests. It's not like a government agency. You could try on the government side if there was a government body that did it and request something, but odds are that's also going to be very difficult to get your hands on. Ari reads like melted butter sliding downhill. Lisa, thank you very much for the super sticker. Appreciate that. Love the snap. Talia says, my plane landed so you can let the jury know they can announce the verdict now. I'm watching again with a good connection. Sometimes the worst sanction a lawyer can get is the jury coming back and ruling against them, says Mr. Upper Torso. Juries have a nose for lawyer playing hide the ball, and they do not like it at all. Sergeant Mom 2, welcome to the gallery. Great to have you here. Love the profile pic, too. Debbie Wilson says, yeah, you just got back a few days from Mexico, and my courthouse is yellow. We upgraded your courthouse while you were gone, Debbie. Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you for 6 months of support. Lil Miss says, I hated the Rittenhouse trial. Couldn't watch it anywhere. Too contentious. Judge was awful. There were a lot of people, I think, more so than almost any other trial, the Judge Schroeder in that trial, has people either who love him or hate him. And he has a very unique style. And this morning, if you watch the intro, I played a couple of the clips during the intro segment from Judge Schroeder. Obviously, one of them was where he was playing our live stream in his court, which was an amazing moment. But he had a style where he doesn't think anything without saying it. So he just thinks out loud. And so it comes across as quite rambling, and he explains things to the jury that other judges do in their head. And it's very, very unique that way. Can they hold the money up while waiting on appeals? That would be awful. Lanely Girl, I think what they have to do is hold the money in like in trust or in a intermediary, what do they call that? Like there's a middleman that has to hold the money. They have to set it aside for this, and then it gets decided that way before it's given out. So the money goes to that middleman, and then once all the appeals and everything is worked out, then it gets paid out. Rob's back tonight. Uncivil Law said so. I think he was. He's got court today, so if he's done with court, he might be able to follow up. He might have a verdict to talk about tonight. Greener says, you can trust me to hold your money. That's the trust management I offer. Greeners, appreciate you volunteering to be that. Escrow, that's the word. Thank you very much. Everyone's been saying escrow, and I've been ignoring it. But escrow. You guys all have the words. The money would be in escrow. Thank you for all your answers, which were all correct. The court can require a bond too, says Ariel. Any guesses to the legal costs on both sides? Aaron, 9 weeks of trial. I would be surprised. I would not be surprised if some of these lawyers were paid right on the same rate as some of the experts that they were paid in trial for their expert testimony. And if you think about all the hours we spent in court and just add up just their court time alone, there's a lot of money there. But really, it's the 5 years of work that went before that probably is the lump sum of all their billable hours. K-Rab says, depending on jurisdiction, there can be suspension bond that is the amount of the award which prevents the plaintiffs from attempting to collect, but it's not required. My Dog Clover says, any legal eagles that are familiar with New York law? My Dog Clover, you might need a local lawyer if you've got an issue there. We could help you out. Attorney Melanie Little has a great channel. It's been great, too. She's been doing some great coverage of this as well. And she even popped here in chat, I think, and we talked a little bit. Basic Brittany says, what happened to Shapiro's wife and her Facebook? First time hearing about something that may have happened. Basic Brittany, the gist of it is that there was a Facebook page about this trial that allegedly Mr. Shapiro's wife joined the chat and sort of posted some things on there that looked bad. Considering her relationship to the defense team, to Mr. Shapiro, being married to him. That's what it was, and it was possibly inappropriate. All right, how long have you had the Recovery Addict channel? Evangeline Light, I actually created the channel, I believe, back in 2017. I've been live streaming on YouTube for a year and about a week. A year and a week. We just barely passed our year mark. Nate the lawyer knows New York law. So many good lawyers out there. H.J. Luna for catnip equals entertainment fund. I don't have any catnip. My mom used to grow it growing up. We had some catnip, and I've seen cats out, chewing it right off the bush or the plant, the herb. But have to get some catnip. Thank you, Sweet and Salty. It's been a fun year getting to know people. It's been wonderful. Icosaplex. When money is held in escrow, Does it earn bank interest? Interest on $100 million might be a lot, and either party money finally goes out would lose it if it didn't, right? Yeah, if the money's in another account, the party who has paid it out is not receiving it. The party who is receiving it, I don't know if they get the interest. I'm not sure how that works. Maybe the escrow guy gets to keep the interest as their tip. That could be a lot of money if this fight goes a long way. I don't know. Good logic. Joe in New York is a New York lawyer. That's right. He might be a good one to ask if you've got a question about New York law. Okay, we're up to 7 hours and 20 minutes now. Could things be on delay to accommodate him? Possibly. I think the judge is the first one that's going to find out once the jury either has a question or has reached a verdict. The judge is covering some cases for other judges in another courtroom, so he may be delayed a little bit for that reason. But let's see. But that once that call goes out, Jules will hear about it. She's right there with everybody. And Jules is going to call us as soon as she hears. If there's any hustle in the courtroom, if they start opening up the courtroom again, we're gonna hear about that and be able to go there live. Melanie Little is in New York as well. How did I not know that she was in New York? Is there any restrictions on how long they can use to find a verdict? Dog lover, no, there isn't. But imagine if they want to continue deliberating, at some point the other jurors are going to be like, look, I have a life to live, and if we can't agree, we're hung. We've got to tell the judge that we're hung. If they're talking amounts, it's not about a hung jury. They all have to agree on the amounts as well, though. In depth v. Heard, if Amber Heard paid the suspension bond, it required she include interest that would pay it out to JD if she lost the appeal. Okay, so a suspension bond, that way she holds the money and then she gives over the interest. But if you actually put the money in an escrow, you no longer are getting interest on that. The escrow guy would get the interest. You know, in theory, the money would move with the interest money would move with the actual payment. Yes, Rebecca, I do have Scottish heritage. My name is Scott, after all. My family hails from the Banff area of Scotland, many, many generations back. Kimberly, we know lunch was not ordered because we have a court watcher who's alerting us to these things. Jules has got her eye on it. Arnold, thank you very much. Welcome as a new member. Great to have you here. Generic New York YouTube law streamer guy is from New York. Adam, you're messing with me? Who's generic New York YouTube law streamer? Maybe lunch yesterday was rubbish, so they brought their own. They get to choose. They get to choose, Marion. I think they all have to agree, but they got to place their own orders and get lunch in. I did have a kilt. I had a kilt made in Scotland. Over the years, they shrink around the middle. If you guys haven't noticed this, as you get older, the kilt shrinks. It stays the same length, but it no longer fits around the waist. So my kilt went with my oldest son when he moved back west, and he's worn it a couple times. I think he wore it for Halloween, which is scary in and of itself. Lunch could be skipped because the verdict was close. You'd think they may be close. It may be possible. When we do have a verdict, what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop this live stream. Well, we'll stay live for a little bit. I'm going to post a new live stream, get that ready, and it'll have a big red letters on it saying that there's a verdict. I will link to that from this one, so it'll automatically transition you over. And what that will do is it'll allow people who have not been able to follow this all day and are waiting for an update. It will allow them to know that there's a new update and there's a verdict in, and they'll be able to join us that way. So if you click the subscribe button now and click the bell to say to alert to all, you'll be notified, or should be notified by YouTube when that happens. Ashley, thank you. I'm mindful of the kids that watch this, as well as my own kids watching this. So I try to make it something I won't have to explain with embarrassment at around the dinner table. But we do have a lot of kids and different homeschool groups that I'm aware of that do watch this or watch part of this as part of their civics training as well. So that's fun. Everyone's on the edge with this verdict, Jennifer. I agree. Dublin Mug says, or maybe they all ate breakfast before they came and it'll be a late lunch. Could happen. Roro says, the waiting is the hardest part. It's been stuck in my head. Who sings this? Roro? What? I'm not sure what song that is. It's not jumping to recollection. If the jury agrees on the verdict but disagrees on the amount, will that be a hung jury? Tisha, I think it would be easier for them to agree on the amount than on the verdict itself, because they can compromise there, I think. And I think at that point they might be willing to budge a little bit from their positions. Hogue Law is also great. Yes, love Hogue Law. Great channel. They're hung jury on lunch decision. This is the big one, Lizzie. It's like Jimmy John's or Subway. A juror does have to be in Port Charlotte. Guinea Morrison, yes. Port Charlotte this afternoon needs to leave by 4 p.m. Yes, so what's going to happen is at 3:45 today, the judge is going to call the jury back into the courtroom and give them their nightly instructions, seal up the documents, secure everything for the night, and get it ready for the morning so that the jury will be out of the courtroom by 4. That'll give the juror time to travel to Port Charlotte, which I think they thought it would take about an hour. Can we find the verdict form somewhere? Does anyone remember how many questions and pages there is there? Marta, I think it's 48 questions on the verdict form. And some of them are, if this, then go to that. And if not, then skip to this. It's like choose your own adventure. And it will take, when the clerk reads it, when the clerk reads the verdict, it's going to take about half an hour to go through, according to the judge's expectations. What time is it there? Right now it is 11:30 in the morning, so we're a few hours off from you. The jury's deliberated from just about 7.5 hours right now. 7.5 hours, counting yesterday, 4 hours. Ashley, we have not had a question yet today from the jury. The only note we have was from them when we expected a question. They sent a note saying we don't have any questions at this time. I missed a Tom Petty. The waiting is the hardest part. I still can't remember it. I'm surprised. Tom Petty's got some good stuff. Giuseppe, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. The super sticker. Thank you, my friend. Stacy, I wouldn't be worried at this point. Not at all. If we were ending the day Friday or Thursday and going into a long weekend, that would be a little nerve-wracking for sure. Yes, we do have a Florida jury here. we never would have anticipated the questions that they've submitted would be written the way they were. Quite a lot of personality in those questions. Jamie's feeling there's going to be some action soon. Might be. I see you now. I'm not sure if I got this before. Gifted a membership. Thank you very much. I see you now. Thank you for your generosity. Jury does know there's no court on Friday. They've been told that they get the day off. That is Veterans Day, I believe, right? I was trying to find the right word, Gally May. I think personality is the right word because it's written in the personality of the foreman, not necessarily the whole jury, although the jury has included jokes to the judge before, even in the questions. Sometimes they've had jokes and made fun of I think the judge's team that he follows, the Florida Gators. There's been a little bit of humor back and forth between the judge and them. Do you know of a Zoom link to the hearings courtroom that the judge is covering during deliberation? Created by EJF. I don't know which court he's covering for, so I don't have that link. I've only got the 12th. Was it 12th district? It's still live right now, but it's just a placeholder saying Kalowski versus J. Hatch jury deliberating. That's all it shows on it. Deborah Burton just gifted a membership. Thank you, Deborah. That one went to Mike T. Mike T, congratulations. Laura K says, save this for today. I love verdict watch days. 8 months, Laura. 8 months. Thank you so much, Laura K. Appreciate your generosity and support. Please read the sanctions. We read through the sanctions just a minute ago, all 6 of them. There's not a lot there, especially we're pretty much past the time many of those sanctions could be enacted. Now, there may be something the judge does after this that might be detrimental to Mr. Hunter's career, or maybe Mr. Shapiro. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what he's going to do there because it seems that they disobeyed the judge's order. That's my perception, and you'd think that there would be some sort of retaliation or punishment that goes along from the judge because of that. Teresa, thanks for the popcorn super sticker. Thank you very much. Let's see. Has anyone gotten their 12-month jury house? Isn't it purple? I don't think it's purple. The final one is purple, but I think it takes more time than 12 months to get there. I think yellow is the farthest we've gotten so far because we've been live streaming for a year, but we didn't start memberships immediately when we started live streaming. Trisha, I think sanctions would be some of the sanctions were public, and it was literally affecting the trial, saying strike the testimony, or issue a directed verdict, go straight to punitive damages, or issue a directed verdict on punitive damages. Those are things we would see. So I think we would see if there are any sanctions. Just Joy gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Just Joy. Mike T gifted a membership. Is this another Mike? We have 2 Mike T's. Court C, Sandra P, Tasha Turtle, and Trisha Bird, all gifted memberships from Just Joy. Thank you, Just Joy. Congratulations to the recipients. Would they announce lunch breaks? Doodling for fun. The judge wouldn't announce the lunch break in court. He's not going to call everyone back in to do that, but they'll probably hear about it. And so Jules would probably be able to tell us. Mrs. Miss Lisa says, the waiting chorus. The waiting is the hardest part. Every day you see one more card. You take it on faith. You take it to the heart. The waiting is the hardest part. That's the Tom Petty song, and I'm going to have to play it, but I can't do it on stream because I would get a copyright strike. I'm going to have to listen to it. It's going to jump back in my head as soon as I hear the music. The judge has to do something. He cannot let the defense slide because they suborned perjury. Same for the Florida bar. They could be disbarred, fined, or both. Glosia Plua says, justice for the Koloski family. Thank you very much, Josia. I'm pretty sure I'm saying your name wrong, and I apologize for that. I appreciate the super chat, and I appreciate the nice message there. That was your first super chat. Thank you very much for that. What is a demonstrative? Can you explain? Sunshine Sarah, a demonstrative aid is usually a large format sign. It's like a poster board. Think of it as a poster board. It's not evidence. It's not like a piece of the hospital record that is, we dug this out of the files and here it is. It's usually a combination of data or an explanation of data in a way that we can show it out. It might be a timeline. It might be a series of pictures. It might be, a list of numbers and totals. It's something to help the jury understand the testimony, but it is not the testimony. And because of that, those demonstrative aids often are not allowed into evidence, even though they're marked for identification. They're in the court record. Like going down, if the appellate court needs to look at a demonstrative aid, I bet they could, pull it up and see what it was. But it's not in evidence. It won't go back to the jury room on a flash drive or on an easel or something like that. It's just there to help them understand and help usually an expert witness demonstrate or convey a message about their testimony. Did they read the transcript? No, they did not, Donna. They went to all the work to get it ready, and then the jury said, never mind, we don't need it. So nothing was read to them. They have not had any questions yet today. Rob is in court today. Once he's out of court, I'm sure he'll be catching up and getting ready for the live stream. Karen says, thanks so much for all. Thanks for all, yeah. So it's a blast. Okay, let me try this again, Karen. I butchered it. Thanks so much for all, yeah. So it's a blast with y'all. Okay, sorry. Reading is hard for me. Karen, thank you so much. It is a blast with all of y'all. Appreciate that. Carolina 50 says, hey, Scott, fellow Carolinian of many trades, but primarily software dev, game dev. If I can ever be of any production help, please reach out anytime. Thank you to you and to your family. Carolina 50, thank you very much. I've got another friend who does software game development. Works for that company that makes a little game called Fortnite, also located in the Triangle area. But wonderful. Good to have you here, and appreciate the offer. Visual aid is a demonstrative. It demonstrates the data, like a chart, graph, timeline. Thank you very much, Lizzie. Appreciate the very clear. Lizzie, you do a better job describing things than I do. We're just gonna have to default to you if we need a definition. Okay. Can we read more of Depot? And are we just gonna read chats out loud till verdict is in? No, we're waiting just a little bit. We only have about we're halfway through the day, really. The jury has to leave early. We might take phone calls if you want. Let's see. By a show of hands, let's ask real quick. We'll do a poll if we should open up to phone calls. Quick poll. Kat McGowan. Yes, I am in North Carolina. I'm in the Eastern Plains. No calls in case Jules calls, please. I think we'll do. We do need to keep the phone open for Jules, so. Let's see. Let's hold off for a little while on the phone calls, just because we think there might be something happening. There's the vibe in the air. Dog Lover says, was it difficult to hear testimony about addictions because of your past in this trial? Sorry if it's none of my business. Dog Lover, no, I'm quite open with that. My addiction is very different from what a lot of people experience with addictions, because there was not a chemical addiction other than like dopamine in my brain. I have not had the same intensity of withdrawal. Initially, it was more. It's breaking a really, really bad habit that had been my life for a long time. So it was difficult to step away, and initially it was easier. But to me, because of the type of addiction, and because I've filled it with other constructive things that I really enjoy, the process for me has been a lot easier than I would say it may be for somebody who's trying to quit smoking or stop drinking or stop using drugs. I think I definitely had it much easier because of that. Also, just having a great support system helped me a ton. It's not difficult. I like talking about games. I like talking about things that I love doing that I can't do anymore because of that. But I do play some games, but I make sure that it's very much in moderation, and usually it's like on a phone or something when I've just got a little bit of time and limit it very much. Welcome to the gallery, Marique. Is it Marique? I said the name wrong, and I do that all the time. All right, here we're going to go back to, let's see. I think we've got check the form here. See, I want to see the one with Shapiro. Oh, that's a transcript of what happened in court. That's the wrong one. All right. K-Stu, congratulations on the 2 years. Path to sobriety is a big thing. The vote came back as a no, everybody, on the phone calls. So we're not going to take calls right now. So we're not going to do that. We're going to leave the phone lines open for Jules in case we hear anything with the verdict. CBD says, a recovery addict, do you know what my current addiction is? I'm addicted to this Recovery Addict live stream. How much so? Currently streaming on the iPhone, laptop, and TV. That's awesome, CBD. Thank you. How many buttons do I have? That's going to be the subject of a future contest, so I'm not going to tell you the exact number right now. But astute people have tricked me into telling them certain things. I will say that the person who wins will probably have gone through the gear list that I post on the in the video description and counted all the buttons on each of the items that are on there. But there's more than that. I'll tell you, there's more than that. Mike, I don't think the judge would accept the dollar amount that would be needed for the hospital to close its doors. I think the judge would there would be a Janov. I think if that was the case, I just don't think that's going to happen here. There's a lot of money in that hospital. There's a ton. I don't think it's going to close its doors. Should have done the game like the objections. How many minutes will it take to come back with a verdict? I'm too nervous to do that part, and it's hard to get the game set up. JM, no. Going to get divorced soon because my husband says all I do is watch you. JM, it's okay to watch later, and maybe invite him to watch as well. I can talk to him a little bit, maybe see if we can get him hooked on it. That way you can do something that's bonding together. I don't want to be the reason for any breakup. Abby says, how much would defense consider to be detrimental to the hospital? 5 million, 10 million, even 200 million seems small potatoes for a giant hospital corporation. What was the number that Mr. Shapiro threw out the other day? Did he say like even 10 million to each of them might be right? Wasn't that his, like, hey, that might be fair. 10 million each of them. That's all right. Let's see. Isn't there a cap on the amount a jury can award? There's some precedents, some law precedents about that. Just know that the higher that number is, the more likelihood it's going to be reversed or overturned, and in that appeal process, there's going to be something. Did I say something bad? Did I like slip up my tongue? Do I have a window outside on the top of my screen? On this screen, yes, I do, because I have to have. I can't go full screen on this one because behind it I have this window right here, which is how I run my switcher, my audio. See, that's pretty. See, we've got camera 2 over there on the right. That's the audio from the courtroom. So when something happens, you'll hear that. Master is everything. Mic 1 is me. If I were to play some sound effects, that would come through on mic 1 too, like that there. But anyway, this is how I run my live stream. But it has to be live in the background, or at least it has to be the main. It has to be present on the live stream. I can't have it be in the background, or else it won't run properly. But there we go. I'm glad there was nothing embarrassing on there when I just showed my desktop. See how clean it was? I think he said about 1 million to each, or 5 million each. He said 1.5 million per person. Hospital is insured. It would come out of the insurance. Maybe he wants to keep the limit in the amount the insurance would cover. Has anything interesting happened since the court day started, aside from jury not wanting the read back? Bianca, that's pretty much been the biggest one. We did have Jules call in, give us a little bit of an update, but it's really a sort of a nothing's happened yet update. We've got, it's approaching lunchtime. They hadn't placed their lunch order, to our knowledge, and so we're waiting. Member count, please. If I get rid of the deliberation timer for just a minute, I'll tell you it's gonna keep going, but we'll get rid of that for just a second. Let me see if I can bring up the member count. Okay. It's thinking. It's 4956. That's where we're at. Somebody has to either subscribe or unsubscribe to see if it's live. I'd prefer the subscribe side instead of the unsubscribe side. There you go. See, it's a live counter. So we have about 453 people left, and then we'd hit 50,000, which would be amazing, absolutely amazing. All right. Should do a poll about keep reading the Depot. We read most of the spicy parts of the Depot. There was more back and forth, but it really just gets in the weeds about the document. If Jules calls in, ask about defense spectators in the gallery. AZ, I can tell you that on the defense side, there were no spectators in the gallery this morning. It was just the defense up front. Actually, the plaintiff witness, Miss Kirby, she moved over and sat on the defense side and back before she left, but that was it. Other than that, there's really has been nobody sitting in court watching this. Adam, reason for divorce: adultery and irreconcilable differences. Recovery Addict. Check. No. Don't. Audrey says, my husband likes listening to your channel with me. He said, you are so calm and don't scream, get overexcited, or use curse language like other channels. I don't, but I will tell you, I enjoy watching some channels that do all those things, and I learn a lot from them. We do it differently here. I'm not faulting them, saying they're doing it wrong. I learn a ton from some lawyers who do get excited and who do add some expletives to their comments. They're incredibly smart people, and I find a lot of benefit from them. Hippo Lover says, I think the judge said yesterday to let them know 2 hours before dinner. Maybe they don't think it's for lunch. Someone should check on them. Let's see. How would we do this, Seashell, for an MVP? I'm not sure if this... I can do a Q&A. Let's start a Q&A instead. How about this? It's so hard to find questions in here. Jules just said, Recovery Addict, they ordered lunch. They ordered lunch. Did you see that? Right here. So lunch is being brought in. They're all right. Don't have to worry about the jury anymore. Curse words can be fun when well placed. And I've heard some very strong words used very eloquently. Think back to the Parkland shooter trial victim impact statements. Oh my goodness. I've never had the F-bomb bring you to tears, but it sure did then. Wow. It was incredible. So Jules, thank you very much for the update on that. There's going to be like ketchup and and mayo on the verdict form, I think. Ireland's Princess, everything is blurry on the screen. I don't know if it's just me. I'm in focus. You might want to go down in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen, click the little gear box, and check the resolution and move it up to, I don't know, 1080. Depends what your internet can handle. If it's on auto, and your internet's really slow, it's going to have problems. I've been playing WoW since 2006. Love it. So I have to ask Alliance or Horde. I just have to ask Sylvie. Alliance or Horde. If you say the wrong answer, we can't be friends anymore. Funders are a gift for Anderson and Whitney. I don't think so. I don't think... I think the gift they want and the gift that they appear to be getting is a verdict in favor for them. Everyone's like, for the Horde, for the Horde. For those that don't know what that means, that in World of Warcraft there are two divisions. Yeah, and there's two sides that are sort of the main teams that battle each other, and one was called the Horde and one was called the Alliance. And the Horde was typically more viewed as more like monster-ish, and the Alliance was more human and elves and things like that. And there was some crossover in there as well, but that's why it's just a throwback to my gaming addiction. Lots of people play, apparently. That's really cool. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do a Q&A where I'm gonna switch the chat. No, you have not missed the verdict, Dodie. You have not missed the verdict. Funders for Jules. I'm covering a gift for Jules. We're designing a hoodie for her, a special hoodie that will have her name on it, and Recovery Addict, and we're gonna get that to her. Let me do this. I'm going to ask a question, and I've never done this before. What questions do you have about this trial? Here we go. So I've got a Q&A running right now, and if you have a question, I think you should be able to ask it, and this will do it in a way that I can focus just on the questions. I've never done this one before. I've always wanted to, but if you can post a question in there, and if it works properly, if not, of course, then we'll have to just go back to chat and try to pick them out of the general banter. Okay, here's the first one. Have you gone back and looked at the filings for this case, like the request to remove Shapiro and other sanctions requests? There are a lot back there, and I have not gone into all of them. Realize there are 5 years of documents, and I think that when they started, the judge had issued like 52 rulings, even before trial began. So there are a ton. This is going to be, something that can be made into a movie, and it would be like a 3-part series. And the first 2 would be pre-trial. There's just so much stuff that happened during those 5 years that's interesting. But I really have not had the time. I've really had to just focus on what made it to trial and just picking up when the jury gets to hear and watching and observing as the jury has done that. Great. Whoa! Questions just jumped up on my screen. Why is it not? Who is your MVP? On defense, I'm going to say it's Shapiro. On plaintiff, I like Whitney. I wish I could put Ms. Lawrence on there. I wish they gave her a little bit more of a role, because I like to cheer for the underdog and the new person. But I'm going to go with Whitney there, because I think his time management skills and his ability to get right at the pertinent facts and ask the questions in a way that avoids objections, that was just awesome. Didn't the judge previously say he wanted this case wrapped up on the 9th? Yes, he did. That's tomorrow. That puts it on Thursday because we have a holiday on Friday, and a new court trial session starts on Monday. So if this pushes to next week, that pushes all those cases, and it just causes massive, massive problems. Can Shapiro and Hunter get disbarred? In theory, most likely it would probably be a warning of some sort, or like a black mark. What happened with the motion to remove Juror 1? I missed it. That motion was denied. The judge listened to it and denied it without questioning the witness. But that same day, or within 24 hours of that day, we did lose witness number 181, who had to leave on a medical issue. And he was an alternate. But juror number 1 is present and is deliberating, and possibly even the foreman of the jury right now. Favorite moment from the trial thus far? I've really loved the reactions on the defense team at various moments. It's theater, right? I've loved the reactions and watching what happens as things that they know are coming and have known for years are coming get played out in court in front of the jury, and then they act like they were completely just floored by this absurd thing being brought in. That, for me, I love that element of the trial. Favorite moment, it would be hard to pick a single one. Yes, actually I will. Favorite moment, Mr. Whitney standing at sidebar, and the judge talking about Netflix, and somebody said, "What do you watch on Netflix?" And Whitney, without missing a beat, says, "Take care of Maya." That was my favorite moment. That would be it. I had to think about that one. Does jury know if they vote yes on punitive, they get more evidence, i.e. not going home? I don't think they do. They know it's separate, but I'm not sure if they know it's going to be like another little mini trial. How many states allow the jury to ask questions of the witness? It actually is not just state. Sometimes it changes from one court to another, but many do. I don't know the exact number. I think it's less than half. There are some that do not, and actually frowned on the jurors asking questions. Think about the Alex Murdaugh trial. They didn't even have notes for that, because they didn't want the jurors to be distracted by taking their own notes. That's crazy. Do you think there was a make or break moment for this trial, like the O.J. Glove moment? Let's see. I don't know. We had a couple of moments where we have definitely competing testimony, namely from Maya, from Kathy Beatty. Yeah, I don't know if there's one moment. There's a lot of little moments, though. Did defendants wear purple to upset Maya? I don't think we'll ever know that. Hard to tell. I saw today Mr. Anderson was wearing purple, so I don't think so. Where does Maya stay during the verdict watch? I don't know, but she's nearby. What is your opinion of what Shapiro said to Jules? All I have to go with is Jules recounting those events. If that's how it went down and how it happened, I think that's very disappointing for someone to express themselves in that way, especially an officer of the court, even outside of court. I realize he can be frustrated, but I would say that's not appropriate. Has there been any other questions this morning? I saw one last night. No questions this morning from the jury, and they've got their 7 hours and 58 minutes. So let me get the deliberation back on. Hang on. Where's That's not it. Hang on. There we go. Our timer. We're up approaching. Well, right now we just hit 8 hours right there, or 8 hours of deliberation. Did you or do you plan on watching the docudrama of Maya? I did not watch it yet because I just have not had time. I've been following a lot of, I was following with Kurt, with the lawyer, and things like that when we were not live here. And I just have not. I know they watched it, I think, last night on the Discord channel. They did a public watch of that. But so, okay. If the verdict is in favor of the plaintiffs, how would this affect similar cases against the hospital? More settlements, perhaps? I believe so, especially in light of the information that has come out, even though it's not the original IJ, finding that form. I think possibly more settlements. I missed some questions too. What do sanctions actually do? It depends on what they ask for. And the judge typically, with any sort of motion like that, he wants to know what you want to have him do, and then he'll rule and see if that's appropriate or not. How can Hunter get away with not providing the report ordered by the judge? Well, he might not get away scot-free. He may actually pay a price professionally for that, if it's determined that was willful disobedience to a judge's order. What I'm perplexed about, says Auntie Candy, is if the hospital didn't believe what Maya had CRPS, she was maligning, why did they administer all those potent drugs? Why didn't they discharge her? Good question. Great question. Miss Violet says, specific to the IJ, since it was referred to in this case and explored, can it be acquired later for a class action, for example? They still haven't acquired it, and they know what came from it, but they haven't acquired it. And I think the hospital, even in providing the documents that they did issue, did a pretty good job of tying it to the cardiac situation, which is separate, and I don't know. I don't know if that's going to be like a smoking gun in other cases. Do you think the plaintiff missed out not playing both Betty phone calls? I think they did. Him just really quick, Mr. Anderson quickly in closing saying, "Hey, just by the way, grab this sound clip and that sound clip and play them together, and you see if it's the same person." That was good. But had he had that in his closing, I think that would have been awesome. No Treya says, I've been struggling mightily with video games and managing them well. What were some of the first steps that you took, and what were some of the resources that you would recommend? Well, facing being single suddenly and not of your own volition would definitely be one of the things that helps you put things in perspective. Or at least it did for me. For me, I had to stop cold turkey. There was no dialing it back. There was no going back to a reasonable level. It had to be a full stop, and that was key. And having a support team there in place that could help me during that and help me through that was key. Jennifer, what is going to happen when this goes to appeal? Jennifer, if you know. I will tell you what's going to happen is this process is going to lengthen out, and the days will turn to weeks and the weeks will turn to months, and this will stretch out and possibly over years. This is going to be litigated back and forth. If the Kowalskis win, do you think anyone, especially Sally Smith or Kathy Beatty, will lose their jobs finally? The only way someone would lose their job, Sally or Kathy, I think in this would be is if for instance, the battery, if Maya and her dad decide to press charges for that, and then there would be a criminal case, I think that would be the only reason they would lose their jobs. Do you think there will be any fallout? Yes, there already has been a lot of fallout. I think there would be more. Do you think the jury was moved by Whitney's closing arguments, and would they find that impactful? Samantha, I think yes, they were. Jules told us that all the jurors were crying. during Whitney's closing arguments. So it hit them right in the feels. So I think that was impactful. Who do you think was the best witness for each side? I wished it was going to be Jack, and I think Jack's really struggled to share everything, because he's seen so much and been part of so much through all of this, and the emotions and the battles that he's fought and the scars that he carries because of that are incredible. I wish it would have been him. I just don't think he's been through so much. He could not be the star perfect wording witness. I would say a star witness for the plaintiff is probably going to be Mr. Corcoran, who is the IG guy. For the defense had a couple of really good nurses that really came across well. I can't remember the names off the top of my head, but they have a couple ones that we looked at. We said, hey, this is a great witness for the defense. They're doing a great job. Their demeanor with both on direct and on cross was equal, giving them credibility and not like I'm playing for the other team and you're my enemy type situation. So it's hard to pick one. Will this ever truly be over? No, it won't. I missed Whitney's close. Do I go back and rewatch, or too eye sweaty? It will sneak up and grab you, M. Young, because for most of it, he was just talking numbers. If you go back and watch Whitney's close, it's about 10 minutes, 10, maybe 15 minutes long. He gets up there. There's one point where he's talking about Kyle and about Kyle missing his mom, and you hear in Whitney's voice just a little bit of a crack. Just that throat tightens up a little bit, and he struggles there, and then he starts sharing a little story about a Pixar movie, and he relates that to the family, and it comes up and whacks you over the head with emotion. So let's see. How many subs did you gain from this trial? I'm from Law and Lumber. I don't know from this trial, because I still get people that are joining me from the videos we did of the Cavalcante manhunt. During the manhunt, we had about 17,000 new subscribers. I think we've had since then about 10,000 more since the manhunt, and that's during this trial period. Do you have any idea when sanctions will be addressed? Do they have to be answered as soon as the verdict comes in? I think they will be addressed by this judge, and hopefully right at that point. That's when we're going to have some JNOV motions, I think. When are you and Rob going to do a collab? When our schedules line up. I know he works full time, so really it depends on him. I don't know what I would bring to his environment that he would value. Honestly, I love the stuff he does. I'm fascinated by what he does for work day in and day out, and I learn a ton from him. But if there's something that I could help out with in any way, I'd be happy to. Do you think the early doctors will be or should be investigated? Susan, I don't think they will. And the fact that they aren't means they probably shouldn't. Do you follow that logic? I think if the doctors should have been investigated, they would have. But because they aren't and haven't been, they shouldn't have been. That's my thought process. It's sort of circular, but when and why did they want to remove Shapiro? I don't know all the reasons. I know there was a situation with his wife posting on Facebook that was one of them. That might be one of them. Does the money the plaintiffs are rewarded come from the hospital's insurance or their budget? I don't know how it pays out. I'm guessing it comes from their insurance. They do have insurance for that. Is the case against just the one hospital or all of Johns Hopkins? It's against Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, which was All Children's Hospital before it was acquired by Johns Hopkins. It's just that one hospital in Tampa. But it's the money might come from the parent company. I don't know, or the parent company's insurance. I'm not sure how this works. When this goes to appeal, what happens to the money that's granted for this trial? Will the money be on top from the first trial if there's any money granted on appeal? No, Dog Lover. If it goes to appeal, this is a complete redo. They will back up and start over from scratch. And you'll have testimony from Maya and Kyle and Jack, and it will start over from the get-go. And any decision, barring barring a ruling from the appellate court, it's going to be starting over again. So admitting new evidence, one piece at a time, photographs, audio, video recordings, expert witness testimony. It would be all a complete redo if an appeal is granted and they go to and they try it again. How are jury alternates picked? Laurel, typically it's done by a random drawing, like random numbers. Some judges simplify it and say the first 6 jurors we seat, or the first 12 jurors we seat, those are our deliberating jurors, and the next X number of alternates, those are our alternates. The judge really has full discretion about how that happens in his courtroom or her courtroom. Do you think Mr. Kowalski felt bad when they went over his statements about possibly separating from Beata? Jill, I think he felt bad throughout this. This was an awful experience. He was in the midst of something that was spinning out of control. That he was trying to. I think he was trying to find the best possible outcome for his family, and the best possible outcome for Maya. And I'm sure there were times that he disagreed with Beata about something, and as any two people in any relationship will. But I think the testimony we heard was that he was willing to even be separate from Beata to allow Maya to come home, if that's what it took. Do you have the cobwebs dusted off the upbeat verdict music? Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, I've got it. I think I've got it. It's ready. When's your prediction of when we will have a verdict? I think it will be today. Do you think the hospital would win an appeal? This is a hard one, Sparrow, especially because there's so much new to this. This is new ground in some areas. It's groundbreaking. So there's a very good possibility there, but at the same time, we have not followed appeals very much. I don't know the process. We've heard the numbers, like 7 to 20% of appeals get granted. I've heard that like 1 in 10 appeal even gets heard, but I guess it depends. I don't know. I'm not sure if the hospital wants to have another trial on this, right? So that they might try to just bury this one. Do you think Shapiro played Betty's voice in his closing argument? Why do you think? Ashley, I wonder why he played the two clips so close together when the sound was still fresh in our minds. And then have to tell us whose voice it was. And that, that's clearly not similar to the voice you just heard that sounds exactly the same. Who decides which judge will moderate a trial? I believe they've given out on a rotating basis. The judges operate in a rotation, and cases are given out that way, but there may be some other factors involved as well. Why couldn't the judge just tell the jury the report they wanted wasn't admitted? He has to be very careful about that, Lucifer. The judge, in giving any advice to the jury once they start deliberating, his hands are tied very tightly. And so the wording you hear a judge use, instead of saying that's not in evidence, that's for them to determine if it's in evidence or not, right? And so he'll say, consider the evidence, use your recollection, make your best decision, go on that. But he can't say, "Oh, turn to this page," and I saw that in there. He really is staying out of that deliberation as much as possible. Do you think the outcome of this trial will have an impact on the Kirscher family case? If so, what do you think will happen? Yes, I think they may have a strong possibility of getting a settlement in that case. That's what I think will happen. Curious about the sanctions. Will there be any on the defense? I also want to know if it happens. I think it will happen today. If verdict for Kowalski's, can JH offer to settle with plaintiffs for a lower amount rather than appeal? Yes. Will there be more cases after this, like families saying that happened to us as well, so we'll go to court? There could be people that couldn't afford or have the option to go to court that can do it. I saw somebody ask about the list of the gear I use. It is on the description of the video. If you go to the description at the very bottom, it's in there. Can I get that depot? Yes, you can, I think. It should be on the docket page. What's the actual jury timer now? Jury timer right now is at 8 minutes and 14 minutes. 8 hours. Sorry. That was awful. I apologize. Let me start over. 8 hours and 14 minutes is the deliberation time. Michelle, I don't have the next big case. The next big one might be the ballerina one. I just don't know the date. I think they had a jury trial picked out for that one, and then it got pushed off a little bit. They've got a hearing coming up. I think it's in the next week or so. So I don't know if we'll have a big trial. We might do small trials until then. Sorry, I've got a lot of questions. I might have to skip a couple here. I don't know the maximum legal amount. We've heard Mr. Altenburn argue for the judge and I think Mr. Shapiro argue for the judge before the judge that the amounts that defense was asking for is outside the legal allowed amounts, but I'm not familiar. Do you think sanctions are going to happen? Possibly. Let's see. Will you ever read chat again, or are you staying in the Q&A realm for who says this? Oh, it got deleted. Greeners, we deleted your comment. We're going to come back to chat in just a minute. I'm just trying to scroll through to the bottom here. Can we please replay plaintiff closing for those of us who get up late? Lil Miss, we can't go back that far. The problem is, Lil Miss, it gets very confusing for people who are following along and watching, and suddenly something's happening. And it makes sense to you because we know that you're playing it, but everyone else who's joining or hears something or has been stepped away and comes back is like, hey, something's happening. Why are we watching this? Am I on the wrong video? Did I click something wrong? It causes big problems just doing a replay. And I get a million messages on the burner phone. All right, the Q&A was a success, I think. There's a ton. Trial with the bicyclist. Judy, that one, the court ruled that the cameras are not allowed in the courtroom. I think that's going on right now. They allowed cameras for the opening statements and closing statements, and that's it. So no cameras in the courtroom for that one. Favorite trial since we began covering them? Jen, I'd say... man. I really like the... I can't remember the guy's name now. Was it Dean Cunningham or something? I think it was a New Mexico or Arizona trial. A gentleman who had been in jail for about 3 years, charged with murder, and was found not guilty, was acquitted. That was crazy because they used the actual murder weapon in a reenactment with the defendant playing himself in the reenactment, and the prosecutor playing the victim. And he's cycling the gun and pointing the gun at her, and then the judge is like, "Wait, make sure it's unloaded." It was crazy. It was crazy for that reason. Why is the timer in minutes only? Because I'm an awful YouTuber. That's why I got the app that was wrong. Okay, we're going to end the Q&A session. Thank you for a million questions. There's more that I can't answer. But we'll clear this one out. Thank you very much. We do cover trials like this every day. All right, I'm not sure what I missed. I think I missed some super chats. And I apologize because I cannot see them now. I thought it would save them, but it did not. Nick says appeal equals mistrial. Appeal is mistrial or retrial. Only a review of the specific issues raised by the appeal. Was your mayoral election outcome yesterday to your preference? I have not even seen the results yet. I'm in a small town. I think they're still counting the ballots. Someone's coming in and out of my back door. There's several people asking, still not going to do it for the reasons I stated. Thank you, though. We can point you back to it. You can rewind and watch the previous live stream. It causes problems for if 50 people want it and 7,000 don't, I get 7,000 messages if we replay it. That's the reality. Is there a max amount allowed for punitive damages? I'd have to look at the law on this. I think punitive damages in some cases are limited to a multiplier of the actual damages, but I'm not sure where that falls. Peter Tragos is going to be a much better source for information on that side. Hugh says, Recovery Addict, you're completely wrong about how appeals work. It's not a retrial. It's about the errors in the trial and only ruled on by an appellate judges can be sent all the way to the Supreme Court. Okay, so if they rule that the error was detrimental to the case, it changed the outcome of the trial, doesn't it cause a retrial? Don't they say they have to go back? It gets thrown out. The decision gets thrown out. Am I thinking that wrong? Lawyer, said punitive damages are limited to 3 times compensatory damages. Oh, and it put me back in top chat for some reason. That's no good. Do you think a Maya's Law will be created? I haven't seen that groundswell of support for that. It would need that groundswell because I'll say this, legislators only do that when there's public interest and it makes them look good. Okay, legislators do things, A, because they believe in it, and B, because it will get them votes. And so if there's a groundswell of people calling out for something and it would make them look good or help them in their next election case, I think they'll do it. Am I a little bit bitter? Yes. Pickles, not politics. There we go. No more questions. Questions are over. Sorry. I'll answer them from chat. I was not able to get the voiceover with Kathy Beatty and the redirect call to work very well. I was struggling with clean audio, and I have not got one that I was happy enough that I would release it to you and say, here, give it a listen. What do you think? So I have not been able to do that. Did I hear correctly that Shapiro isn't in court because his wife did something in the Facebook? No, Wendy. I don't think that's it at all. I think he's working. What are all the auto response options like seat? If you type exclamation point commands in chat, it's command with an S. There would be there it is. Matthew Harris sets me straight. Says, well said, Nick, except if the appeal is granted, then it can result in a new trial. Appreciate that. Thank you, Matthew. And I've been wrong many times, and Matthew sets me straight. I have a shirt, by the way, that Matthew sent me that said, everything I know about law, I learned from Matthew Harris Law. Hopefully you sell that on your channel, Matt, because Matthew, I think it would be fantastic. Are sanctions public or behind closed doors? Misty, I believe they're public, or they can be found by the public. I'm not sure if you're talking about a sanction against a lawyer, like like he's been hauled up in front of the Supreme Court and given a check mark on his report card. Those can be found. They can be found. They're public because we know from Sarah Boone's case that her attorney, Mr. Bankowitz, had one of those on his record, and we had access to that. Did I miss any of the questions from the jury? No. I had to step away for the last couple hours. The jury, all they said this morning is they don't have any questions right now at this point, and they've been deliberating since then. You think it was Shapiro who made the Netflix joke? I thought it was Whitney who said it. That would be funny if Shapiro said that. That is hilarious. 3 times the compensatory in Florida is the punitive limit. Is that for everything? For all charges that carry a punitive? All the allegations? CBD, yes. I run camera systems. I run camera systems because I am the first person to press charges if somebody crosses that line. I'm very protective of my family for that reason. Ari says North Carolina election results are in. Russ are in. 50% happy here. 50%, not bad. How far onto verdict form is Maya's future damages? Jody, the question they were asking could have been part 1 or 2. So part of the first or the second charge. So that would be pretty early on, but they were on that yesterday. RL241 says, my favorite part of this trial is the way that all parties responded when Mr. Anderson received bad news from the judge. Shows how everyone has compassion regardless of what they're fighting for. I would say, I've said this several times, we have been able to watch some of the best lawyers doing their best work in this trial on both sides. It's sometimes we get frustrated with the way it plays out, with them having to do it and how it sounds and how it appears. But these are very, very good lawyers doing a very, very good job for their clients on both sides, and it's been amazing to watch. And the battle, the chess battle back and forth that's occurred, just been amazing to watch. Judge Darrow is doing the Visine murder trial right now. She was on family court for a while. I think she must have rotated back out. If there are egregious enough errors, there could be a retrial, but it's extremely unlikely. Ashley, if you leave for a minute, they will come back with a verdict. This is true. I've found that every time I leave, yesterday I left to run to the post office and vote, and immediately there was a juror question. I've found several times when I go and leave for a minute, they come back with a verdict. And let me just say this now, because you might as well get this out in the open. I have a meeting tonight. And every time I have a meeting on a Wednesday night, that's when the verdict comes in. And so I might miss my meeting. That's what I'm saying. Let's see. Dark Angel, I cannot use that. That would be copyright for that reason. That's a product of their creation. Wouldn't be able to use that. Final objection total was 1,783, and we have 2 winners, both receiving hoodies. Meetings and podcasts. I've got a meeting tonight. No podcast tonight, and no meeting tomorrow. That's important. Historically, that's happened 100% of the times that I leave. So if you really want a verdict, we'll just go ahead and end the live stream, and then it will immediately come in. Go now so we get a verdict, but come right back. I don't know. I've got a superpower. It's like Brandy Churchwell, if you follow her on her channel. Brandy's an amazing person, a great YouTuber, a true crime addict, and chart lady extraordinaire. A good friend as well. So Brandy on her channel, it seems like she gets hung juries in her trials more than anyone else. She could literally rent out her services to watch the trial because the odds of getting a hung jury is very high if she's following the trial. I can rent out my verdict services by just not being live. For EDB, for Emily D. Baker, when she gets on a plane, that's when stuff happens. Let's see. Beautiful Messy Ball says, you all don't want to believe me. It's not going to be today. It's not going to be today. You may be right. Do you think it will be tomorrow? Beautiful Messy Ball. Courtney B says, I disagree that regarding J. Hatch Counsel doing a good job. Candor to the tribunal is supposed to be #1 value in the legal profession, and I was very disappointed in them. Candor to the tribunal. If you look at it from the point of the hospital, from their client, do you think they're doing a good job? I know the judge is frustrated with a couple things, and we're frustrated with a couple things. Did they ever say what was told to Mr. Anderson? No, but I believe it was a death in the family. Ryan Applesnapple, one of our great court observers, says, I'm guessing tomorrow before lunch. Lars says, judges after this trial, they created a monster and named it Jury. If EDB is flying, it will be today, for sure. 8 hours and 29 minutes now of deliberation time. Pictures hurt plaintiffs. Suzanne, is this like a general statement, or are you saying that the pictures in this case regarding Maya specifically, with her being active, hurt the plaintiff's case? Like her homecoming pictures, the video of her playing with the dog. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, I'd love some of that too. You gonna come on live stream? Mrs. R.A. says, you need help with this? And I said, yes. And she says, I don't have any opinions. How many of you believe her? Let's do a quick poll. They have to end early today, so they need to be done by 2-ish. Eastern time is going to be 3:45, Heather, that they're going to be pulled back into the courtroom if they have not had a verdict yet. 3:45, and they'll be out of there by 4 so they can get to where they need to go. One of the jurors has a place to be. Mrs. R.A. is suggesting that she has a thought that might start a wildfire or conversation. Start a conversation or start a wildfire. It's hard to tell sometimes. Here you go.
Yeah, I don't know where you guys are going to go with this, but one of the things that I have really noticed in prepping some information about this, I was just doing the research and reading the original allegations, I guess, that the plaintiff said, hey, these are all the things that you did wrong. And there were like 21. There were so many. There were 22. That's insane. And so I'm looking through and I'm reading through all of them, and they're huge. They're the enormous things. And as I'm reading through, I'm saying, wow, the defense got off like years ago. They had that one canceled because Chapter 39, or they had that one canceled because of this, that, or the other thing. And as I looked through, and it was at the time that I did this, I think it whittled down to 8 that they still had going. And it was super frustrating when I looked at that. I thought, the defense has gotten off on so many of these things using little nitpicky laws and little, things that they were like, aha, I trapped you. You can't get me there because you weren't looking the moment that I stabbed, kind of thing. I mean, it was just like tiny little things that they were using to be able to get out of each of these accusations. And as a result, they were really not held accountable for a lot of the things it looks to me like they are really obviously guilty on. So, am I preaching? I got my Southern on. So, oh man, I lost my train of thought. So I was really excited not excited. I just feel a sense of relief and a sense of confidence when it's time to go to a jury of your peers. They are no longer looking at it and saying, what are the tiny little rules that can get us in or out of this particular situation? They're just looking at it like human beings and saying, was that an acceptable behavior? Is that how we ought to treat other people? Is that how a hospital ought to be treating their patients? And so I was really relieved when they finally handed it over to the jury, that I thought they're not going to get tied up in all the little minutia and all the little details that have been used, that I guess we put that under the category of lawyering. But I think I'm just glad we're done with that. And let's deal with real people thinking logically, but not nonsensically with all the little laws that get you out of accountability, I guess.
That is my wife. That's Mrs. R.A. She is wonderful. She brings up a great point. If you go back and look at these documents and look at how the case started and how it ended and how we got there, and even somewhat to an extent during the trial itself with directed verdicts and things like that, much of what was pled in the 8th amended complaint got eliminated on technicalities, on little tiny issues where the rules or the law specifically says it has an and here. You need to have both parts, and they only have one part, and so this is out. And it seems like it's frustrating to say it makes it so difficult when clearly we can look at the situation from a wider viewpoint for many of us and say something's wrong here. This was not right. What happened here should not have happened. But then the law is written in such a way that all the pieces that could help remedy that or bring about some punishment for those actions. The wording's just such that it doesn't apply in this case, or you can't do that because you're the wrong person. It has to come from this side, and that is solved by addressing the laws. That is solved by addressing the medical malpractice laws, which in Florida are very friendly to the hospitals and the doctors, and so that's why we got to where we were. I did just turn on the sound effects, so that's why you're hearing a few sounds. I've got them quiet right now, just quietly going. So some of the commands are working just because we have a little bit of time where the jury is not here. And with that, she just went and offered to make me some lunch, or buy me lunch. I'm not sure which one it is. I think it's make me some lunch. I'm thinking a sandwich or a salad is headed my way. The original complaints are always literally throwing spaghetti at the wall to see what sticks. Yes, they have to plead everything, right? You get one shot at pleading everything and seeing what actually gets to move forward. Lady Justice says, great thoughts, Mrs. R.A. I agree. She is much smarter than me. Florida med-mal laws are so narrow. We saw that when in one of the pleadings, I think they were saying if you're bringing up a med-mal suit against the hospital, it has to... And you have an expert witness to testify in the lawsuit. You have to have the expert witness has to be a member of another hospital who is similar in size and in the area that can testify to it's ridiculous. It basically makes it so you have to have an insider, nearly have an insider who's willing to flip and tell all. And it was crazy. Jamie, I'll see if I can fix the cheat sheet. There's supposed to be a command that tells you all the codes, but they're out there. Mrs. R.A. should get a sound effect. I'm not sure. It would be a you win.
Taking it easy.
A you win button. Yes, you can find Mrs. R.A. on Homeschool Ground Zero. She does not get nearly as spicy as she does here on this channel on that one. She's talking about homeschooling, which she loves doing and she's really good at. Let's see.
Alex stole it as well.
Amy says, you want to see panic, get SIM failure on your iPhone during this jury watch. SIM failure? Is this a game? Like Sim City? I don't know what that is. Waldorf KP says, thanks, Mrs. R.A. If I had to be defended, I would want my lawyer to look for the law to help me too. Consider Sergeant out of jurisdiction and Jack. Yeah, I think the lawyers did a good job finding those laws and finding those little bits to defend the hospital. I think that's where they really shined. All right. Let's see. Matthew Harris says, legal pop quizzes are constitutional due process. And the video is public indecency versus public breastfeeding. Matthew Harris has some great videos. Let me just say, I would highly recommend his channel. If you go over his channel, it's called Matthew Harris Law PLC. And you can type !Matthew in chat at any time and get a link to that. But he does a daily quiz. And it is my firm belief that if you can get 100% on that quiz for a year, you're ready to pass the bar exam. And you should be a lawyer. So if you have desires to do that. He has so many questions that are just, interesting little tidbits about the law, as well as the videos he puts out that are fascinating. I like the one about the legality of moving a corpse across state lines. But let's see. Oh, no SIM card is no phone equals Panic City.
Bring the jury.
I've never had a phone without a SIM card. I never take it out. We just passed 8 hours and 38 minutes now of deliberation. Still no verdict, Chloe's mom. There's that link to, there's Nicole. Where's Matthew? There's Matthew's channel right there. Let's see, the longest deliberation in the UK was 4.5 months, 320 days. I believe it was for a fraud case. That's deliberation? I've got other words for that. That is way too long for the jury to just be talking it over.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
That's Judge Manning. We do use that sound effect and that saying. We named our podcast the Not Relevant Podcast because we talk about things that are not relevant to the case that we're following during the week. Good stuff. We have a couple stories coming this week about some dumb criminals. So you'll have to be here tomorrow for some dumb criminal stories. I think you'll like those in the podcast. And some other fun and shenanigans.
I object.
I object. You're going to go out in 40 minutes. Verdict will be in as soon as you leave the house. Most likely. Most likely. Judge Manning is your spirit animal. There was a, what is it? In Tennessee, like the Knoxville arraignments. Those were fantastic. One of the magistrates on that was my spirit animal. It's a funny guy. He's the guy that, see, I've got a sound effect from him. He's the guy that says, I think it's this one. Let's see.
By gosh, make them work for it.
This one right here. The person he was talking to
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
is him, but he was...
By gosh, go down and fight them. You especially want to go to court if it's bullshit charges because you get them thrown out.
He was just a great magistrate giving advice to somebody on the initial appearance. He's my spirit animal. Do you think one day we'll treat the human body as a whole, mind and body, with doctors working together instead of in pieces? I don't know. Rise above. It's a deep question. Who would treat it? That's the question. Would we have doctors that are specialize in everything, or would there be a team that treats everything together? Do you have a fire alarm beeping in the background, Amanda? No, I have alarmed doors and windows on my house and garage and all that. So every time a door is opened, an alarm goes off and tells me which door it is. Part of this is because I don't know how to turn the setting off on my alarm, and part of it is because I like it. I like, if, in the middle of the night. We've had people open our door in the middle of the night, and I like to know when that happens, especially when they're not supposed to be in the house. So
I'm not a camel.
If we get another attorney like Anderson, can we have a strike that counter? We have done strike that during this trial. Initially, we were playing this sound effect every time he said strike that. I'd hit this button.
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.
And it got to the point where someone's like, "Who's in court? Who's saying that? Who's the man's voice saying scratch that?" But yeah, we might do that. Sometimes we do cough counters. We try to find something in every trial to follow that's just interesting. We'll try to make it a contest as well to see if we can give away an item of merchandise to the person who gets the guess right. Okay. Jury duty in 2019 is $15 a day. They can't be making much more than that right now. Jazz hands counter, 2. That was a good one. Miss Violet. I think Phil from Toyo Toys did a little TikTok or a Twitter clip of the jazz hands. I think Melanie Little was talking about him as well. It's an interesting time. Let's see. My company takes the uncashed check and pays me for the full day. M. Young, that is awesome. We've had a couple court cases. Let's see, when was the last one? Was that in the Tommy trial in Las Vegas? Was that where we had the company where the lawyer, the company didn't want to allow the person to keep serving on the jury, saying, "Hey, we need him back. if they don't come back, they're gonna lose their job. The judge, I think in that case, had some words with the company, made some calls. But I like it when a company is able to do that. Oftentimes,
Kickback, taking it easy.
a smaller company doesn't have that capability, doesn't have the funds available to just pay someone full time if they're absent. But I love when a company does step out and help out in that situation. And yeah, them taking the check, that makes sense. Magical Mary, 1982 lawsuit in Long Beach, California, USA, which took 11 years and 6 months to get to trial. 4.5 minute. Is it minute or month? Jury deliberation. 4.5 minutes. Carl T. Medicine is so vast, it's too much to know. Our primary care doctors are supposed to be at the center of our care and know the whole story. Do we get family impact statements on a civil case? I don't believe we do, because we got them during the testimony. They all testified during this. Created by EJF says, I have a jury duty next week in New York, $40 today. Parking not reimbursed, though. So you're going to end up in the hole, is what I'm hearing, EJF.
Alex stole it.
That's $40. I'm not sure if that'll cover parking in New York. What was the reason the plaintiffs couldn't bring in the IJR report in the first place? The reason the plaintiffs couldn't was because the plaintiffs didn't have it. The defense had it. The defense didn't want to bring it in because it possibly could be used against them in other court cases, is my guess. And because of that, they fought it, and I think they were successful at fighting it and never brought it in. Joe, average citizen, jury duty pays less than any other paid member of the trial, and yet you can't have a trial without them. The law on this needs to be reformed. Specifically here in Florida, you've got jurors who sat for 9 weeks. Okay, 9 weeks for testimony. 5 of them, it would be 6, but one went home early. 5 of them get excused, and because they only worked half a day, they don't get lunch. Like, sorry, you're not sticking around. We're not going to pay you for lunch. What are you doing for us? 9 weeks. You gave 9 weeks of your life, your job, your family, everything to this trial, and you don't even get a free lunch. That was crazy.
Amy, age 51, just sent a super sticker with 9.99.
Amy, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I only have voice turned on for super stickers, not for text messages, because I paid attention when Emily Baker made a comment when she was watching my stream through Rob, and she made a very astute comment, and I said, you know what? If Emily D. Baker says that's the smart thing to do, her being around in YouTube and knowing how it goes, I'm probably going to follow her advice. So she wasn't my lawyer, but I did follow the lawyer's advice, and it turned off the auto read of the message with super chats. But super stickers, it still does read them out. Katie Joyful Heart says, doctors of osteopathic medicine take a whole body approach, especially how an out of balance musculoskeletal. Katie, what are you doing to me? Musculoskeletal affects health. You're killing me with the pronunciation on the big words. It's my fault, not yours. But New Jersey jurors get $5 a day, but increased to $40 a day if you serve 4+ days. So there's a reason to deliberate a little longer. If on the third day it's like, hey, if we can drag this out a bit, there's $120 in it for each of you. Genjo, she just suggested that it's risky for me to do that because it's a way for a troll to interject some audio that could get my channel banned very quickly. So, ES just gifted a membership. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yes, that membership went to someone deserving. Christopher French, congratulations. How are alternates picked? Laurel, every judge does it differently, but a lot of times it's by random drawing. Other times it's just by the order at which jurors are seated, and the first X number are the deliberating, and the others are the alternates. There are some cases where the alternates not picked are picked, like in this case, they were picked beforehand. The judge knew who the alternate was at the beginning. Other cases, like in, I believe, the Murdaugh trial, they brought like a little bingo roller out and they picked numbers, and when juror such and such, you're in, juror such and such, you're in, or out. I forget which one they did. Musculoskeletal system is the interplay between your muscles and your skeletal system.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
No, Mr. Brooks, we're not. I think Jack deserves an honorable law degree, says Mary. He's definitely sat through a lot of legal proceedings. I need hooked on phonics. I probably could benefit from that, Dave. Yeah, this is basically what she was getting at. One troll with a small super chat with a racial slur equals a channel ban. I could not risk that. Let's see. Maynard says, if I can't keep watching this live, how do I know when the new news is? Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to keep this live up until 3:45 today, which is when the jury's going to come in to go home, and we're going to keep it up through that. If the jury comes back and we hear there's a verdict, if we hear from Jules in court, or if we hear that one of our court feeds lets us know there's going to be a verdict, at that point I will stop and restart the live stream. So if you click the subscribe button and you've rung the bell, you'll be notified when the verdict comes in, because you'll have a new notification that we've gone live again. There will be a new thumbnail showing that there's a verdict in the Maya trial, and you'll be able to join that way. I will also, for those that are here and waiting and are just waiting for it to happen, I'll also make a redirect from this channel or from this live stream to the new one. So you'll automatically just be ported over to the new one when it happens. So that's pretty much the best I can do for you there. Nathan C says, sent blank verdict forms to burner phone. Just 1 second. Here are the blank verdict forms. Thank you very much. Let's see if I can transfer these over. They're on Twitter. Okay, so these are on Kathy Russon's page. The problem is these are like screenshots. And let's see, claim 1 has 6 pages. There's a ton of pages. I'm thinking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 21, 22, 23. It's a lot of pages of verdict forms. Squirrel. Waldorf. Oh, sorry, I got this one already. Thank you very much for that. Haley Turney. Yes, if you subscribe and ring notifications bell, you should get a message. Not necessarily will. That's the best I can do right now, though. That's the best we can do. Approaching 9 hours of deliberation, though.
Taking it easy.
Donna says it has to be today. Tomorrow my dance card is kind of full. Kind of full. At least you're dancing, Donna. At least you're dancing. That's wonderful. Yes, put an exclamation point mark before the prompt, such as easy. That's how it works. The link to the jury forms is just somebody's Twitter account. It's not a link. It's just a whole bunch of pictures people posted on Twitter. And 69 to 70 pages altogether. Do you think the comment, "and who made you the judge," and prosecutor not investigator, spoke to the juror who was law enforcement? The "who made you a judge," I believe that was Mr. Anderson in Cross, right? Of like Kathy Beatty or Sally Smith, one of the two. The prosecutor not investigator, that was also in Cross. The jury, though, when they asked questions, they used that same investigator thing over and over. And eventually the witness in that one stopped saying she's not an investigator. It wasn't an investigation. He stopped doing that. Let's see. We have one more. What trials are memorable, significant for you from back in the day? did you get very into any famous ones happening? The first famous one I really got into watching the trial was Johnny Depp. I guess I watched some of Jose Baez, Jodi Arias, Casey Anthony. So I watched some of those as well. But the Johnny Depp was the first one I really watched, like day in and day out. I was following and had going. Other than that, I've in person, I've gone to small courts, just my town court, even from when I was a kid. That's when my love for the court system started, and I started watching court then. They were both in the proffer and not in front of the jury. There's the proffer of Sally Smith. That's interesting because I think the jury referenced what she did as an investigation several times in their questions. Hank Blatt, did they get the testimonies transcribed overnight? Yes, they did. And then the jury said, never mind. So they spent all the money, went to all the work, worked all through the night. The court clerk worked through the night, and then they said, never mind.
So that was Beatty that he said.
It was Kathy Beatty?
Yeah, the second part of that. I can't remember. It wasn't the who made you the judge. It was you're an you're a prosecutor, not an investigator. That was he's talking to Beatty. He was like, you're going after her.
A Grizzly True Crime is following the poison eye drop case. That is awesome. She does a great job. We've got a lot of Grizzlies over here as well. Great channel there. Have I been on a jury before? I've never even been summoned. I've never been on a jury. I've been called. I've received a subpoena to testify as a witness in a traffic accident I witnessed, which was crazy because I was literally testifying the opposite of what the driver was saying, and that got a little spicy. That was fun, but that was my first experience of being sworn in. I don't know. Did I get sworn in for my traffic tickets? I've had quite a few traffic tickets, especially when I was young. I think I got 3 in a very short period of time. The third one was funny because the prosecutor in the town, in the city that I got pulled over in, he knew my family. And so I got to talk to him a little bit before my court case was pulled up. And he comes in and like, hey, how's everybody doing? Hey, and everything. And he's like, look, here's what we can do for you. We can do a plea in abeyance. And I'm going to move the court that they'll actually wipe your record clear if for 6 months you don't get any traffic tickets. Well, guess what? I was going out of the country on a trip, long trip. And he said, so we did that, and I got my record clean because I was leaving. Anyway, I've had a little experience with the law, but let's see. I'm missing your questions here. Tag me if you need a question for me. I'm trying to scroll through. They did not get the transcript. No, the transcript does not go back to them. I got summoned and I went in with my 2 kids and they sent me home, says Miss Kevin. Menendez brothers trial was pretty interesting. I got somebody sent me a picture of a basketball card, and I know who sent it, but I'm just going to say somebody sent me a picture of a basketball card. That the photograph of the player playing basketball features in the background on the front row the Menendez brothers attending a basketball game, getting courtside seats after the murders and before they were arrested. Pretty interesting stuff. Who has fewer points on their license, you or Rob? I don't have any right now. My license is completely clean, so I don't know what Rob's got. Jury didn't say never mind. They said the transcripts were good, so jury didn't need a read back. No. No, the transcripts do not go back. Their notes might have been good, so they don't need to read back, but they don't get the transcripts. So you're saying the law ran you out of the country? It was like a mutual agreement a little bit, which is funny because went over to England and got to drive over there just fine. It was only in 3 car wrecks. Little Miss has been summoned for November 21st. Yeah, no transcript went back. The transcripts are not allowed to go back. They have to depend on their memory of the testimony. In this case, they would have been allowed to have a read-through, a reread, if they needed it. Your thoughts on the OJ trial? Wish you were here for that. I was fairly young during that trial. That's a long time ago. Obviously, if the glove doesn't fit, you must acquit. There's a lot going on there, but jury deliberations, it was probably one of the first trials to get a lot of press coverage in the situation, like we think about today. How do you check your driver's license points? I want to see what I have because I got in an accident in 2019. Do we get points for that? I don't know. You have to probably call your DMV and ask them. So what was the fuss about last night then, says Tamara? Last night they wanted the chart that shows Maya's lost earning potential. They said that you can. We need that to figure the math. If you don't give it to us, you're either not going to get enough to pay for gas money to get back home, or we're going to be here till Friday to figure it out. And so overnight, they got the transcription of that testimony, and we're about ready to provide it to the jury. The lawyers and the judge this morning discussed and said, we want to ask the jury to ask us for a specific portion to be read back. And so they gave them that instruction saying, hey, if you go think this over again, if you can't work it out, then tell us what part you want. And the jury responded and said, nope, we don't need any of it. Hey. How's it going? I made them myself. Homemade taquitos? Homemade taquitos? Yeah. Thank you. In the microwave and everything. We do have just over 9 hours. 9 hours and 1 minute is what I've got of deliberation time. Still nothing from the court. About 4 super chats from people who haven't gone through. We might be having problems with YouTube. I got the Susan M one. Yellow Pill. Some are saying their super chats aren't showing. We've had some problems with YouTube hanging a little bit, so I'm not sure why. Trish, I've been doing this for a year. I used to work in IT with the federal government as in one of those high security, like top secret situations. Loved it. Great work, great people. But didn't know that I loved this much, much more. I started doing this about a year ago, and I love it. Can you imagine jurors in the Ted Bundy trial? I'd be scared to be in the same room. I went, Ted Bundy, one of the last people Ted Bundy tried to abduct was at my high school. And this was years before I was there, obviously. So I've followed that a little bit. Also, the interesting one, I checked out the whole court transcript for the Mark Hoffman trial. This was a guy who was forging historical documents and selling them, and when he was getting caught, he started producing letter bombs and killing people to get them off his tail. That was an interesting one. Joan Keener, I was on a jury once. People changed their opinion just to be able to go home. Don't get arrested. It would be scary. Joan, that's awful. That's awful. Angela W., welcome. Welcome to the gallery, Angela. Good to have you here. Suddenly all the super chats are coming in all at once here. Just 1 second. Do you know what trial we'll be covering next? Aaron, we're probably going to cover a couple small courts for just a little bit until we get to a beginning of another trial. So we'll have probably a variety of small trials and then pick up another big one. I will be 54 on Friday. I've never been summoned to serve on a jury either. I've got a family member who is a relative who is not a U.S. citizen. And this relative has been summoned multiple times to serve on a jury, which they cannot do if you're not a U.S. citizen. And I have not. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure why. I can't post it on the screen. I can tell you that it is 1:09 right now. 1:09 Florida time, Eastern time. 1:09 p.m. Don't think I watched Dr. William Husel. Did not watch that trial. I filled out a form. Can you volunteer? I don't think you can. As a matter of fact, if you're summoned to answer questions and you appear in a large group, those jurors that seem over eager and want to be on the jury and answer a lot of questions and things like that, from what I hear, they're the ones that get voted off the island. They're like, no thanks. Something's not right with you if you want to be on the jury. So I don't think you can volunteer. Katie Savage says, in South Africa, we do not have a jury. The higher the court, the more judges presiding. Max of 7 judges at Supreme Court of Appeal. I could be wrong. So those would all be considered bench trials, but it's a large bench. Usually a bench trial is what we think of as a single judge tries your case, hears the case, and acts as jury. But in your case, it would be multiple judges. Yeah, we're not hearing anything from Jules, which means there's nothing to report right now. We still have live audio going from the courtroom. You can see, other channels have just the exit sign available. So when something happens, we'll bring you that to you. Let's see. Illegal Vices, I did see it. He sent me the link to I believe it's Law and Crime Reporter's Twitter feed. She has all those pictures posted there. They're a little difficult I'd have to download each one and manually move each one over to the computer, and I wouldn't be able to scroll through it. It's a little tricky that way. If you want someone on court for anything in Knoxville, let me know, since y'all like Knoxville magistrates. Elan, I think Knoxville magistrates stopped live streaming their first appearances, or at least they stopped live streaming the video. I think it's audio only now, which is a huge loss for all of us. I think. What do you think the pros and cons are of having law too? Like, it's kind of a new idea. I don't think I can go into that right now. Let's see. Did we run out of depot transcripts? We read most of it. Here's what I think. Here's what I think they're doing. I think the jury is watching. Or, no, not really. Not literally watching. But I think the jury knows that we're live. And as soon as we stop being live, I think that would trigger something on their side. Let's see. I sent you a PDF now on the burner. Let me take a quick look. All right. PDF of the compiled verdict forms just made and hosted on Adobe. This one's corrected. Okay. Let me pull this up, see if I can get this over to my laptop really quickly. We can go over this. Okay, let's see if we can bring up the verdict forms here really quickly. Nathan, thank you for this. This is super, super kind of you to put these together for me. Oops. Let's bring that back so we can have the timer. Alrighty. So these are the claims we have. We'll just scroll through looking at the claim numbers right up here. Claim 1. Let's see. We've got claim 1, claim 1, claim 1, claim 1, claim 2, claim 3, claim 4, excuse me, claim 5, Claim 6. And claim 7. So we have the 7. We're going to review each of those really quickly. It was just the 7. And it goes like this, if we're ready. Let's see, make sure I've got audio on. We're good. 908. Okay. We're set. All right. Did Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital falsely imprison Maya Kowalski without legal authority under circumstances that were unreasonable and unwarranted between October 7th and October 13th, 2016? This is the false imprisonment, first claim. So the yes or no. If yes, your verdict is Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital on this subclaim. Please skip questions 2 to 5 and go to answer question. Or if your answer is no, skip questions 2 to 5 and go to question 6. 2 to 5 has to do with the total amount of damages. What's the total amount of damages for pain and suffering? What's the reasonable value of an expense for hospitalization, medical, psychological, nursing care, and treatment necessary? And under the circumstance of this case, state whether you find by clear and convincing evidence that punitive damages are warranted, and you say yes or no. Claim number 1, part 6. Did Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital falsely imprison Maya Kowalski without legal authority under circumstances that were unreasonable and unwarranted between October 18th and October 20th? This is the 48. Is this the 48-hour observation? And then the same things, yes or no. If no, you skip them. If yes, then what are the damages, and you spell them out in the different areas. And then they've got the same thing is their punitive damages. Now, claim 1, part 11, did Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital falsely imprison Maya Kowalski without legal authority under circumstances that were unreasonable and unwarranted on January 6th, 2017? I don't remember if this was the hospital stay. Was this the 48-hour one? 24 to 48 hours? And then you have the same set of questions, all to claim 1. And also, you know, if you think they're granted punitive damages, those should apply. Then they go to question number 2. Sorry, things are popping up on the screen. How about you see how many clothing pegs you can fit on your face while we wait? Ella. No, Ella. Bad post, Ella. Bad post. I'm just kidding. Claim number 2 is about battery. And the first one is addressed to Maya Kowalski. Did Kathy Beatty and any bedside nurse commit a battery on Maya Kowalski on January 6th? These would be the photos. So the last one would be the photos. Sorry, I'm missing chats on the other side of my desk. Zachary, Jeremy, Jesse, welcome. Thank you very much for the super sticker. Kurt, I missed what you said. Do a poll. We want the clothespins. You guys are awful. It was only an idea. So, Giuseppe, thank you very much.
Yusef just sent a super sticker with 0.99.
Why is that so muffled? Okay. All right, so there we are. I'm not going to pay attention to the chat for just a minute so I can read these. So we've got the battery issue against Maya, and then the damages. More damages, and do you think punitive should be applied? Yes or no? Then another battery. This is the hugs, pats, kisses, and placing on lap, as opposed to the first one, which was that's false imprisonment. The first battery claim was just general, but I think this other one is the hugs, pats, kisses, and placing on lap. Same questions. Did Kathy Beatty and commit one or more batteries on Maya by doing this? And then you've got the charges at the very bottom. If so, what's the reasonable value? Medical negligence. Was Dr. Sally Smith an apparent agent of Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital at the time and place of any treatment she provided to Maya? You have to say yes on this if you want to find for anything down below. Can you talk about your favorite true crime documentaries? Also, I feel I'm sitting with a good friend while listening to you talk. Thank you. Sarah, I would say best podcast, Cold Case podcast on, let's see. It was done by... It's a cold case podcast that... why can I not remember her name? They never found her body. The husband was accused of killing her. He ended up actually killing himself and his 2 kids during a custody visit up in Oregon or Washington or something. Why can I not remember this? It's out of Utah. Powell. Susan Powell. There it is. It was Josh Powell. Susan Powell. Thank you very much. That's the one I was thinking of. The Cox family. Yes, the Cox family is the family that was on the wife's side of the family. It's called Cold.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
Thank you for that. So medical negligence, and then we've got the questions regarding that. As far as, was Dr. Sally Smith negligent in the medical care of Maya Kowalski, and was that negligence a legal cause of loss, injury, and damage? If you want to find damages for this, you have to say yes. If they say no, then you go on. And then excluding, not considering Dr. Sally Smith, were one or more health care providers negligent in the medical care of Maya? We'll continue through this, all the damages, the money. Claim 4, fraudulent billing for Mr. Kowalski. This is going to be billing for CRPS and not treating for it. Claim 5, survivor claim for intentional infliction of emotional distress, the estate of Beata Kowalski. This is a huge one because this is, the total amount of Beata Kowalski's damages for pain and suffering or mental anguish caused by the extreme emotional distress prior to her death on January 7th. That's massive. The wrongful death claim is massive as well. This is the amount that the hospital could be liable for because, saying that they contributed to Beata's death or caused it. And that's huge. That's number 6. And it has, I think, 2 parts. Number 7, intentional infliction of emotional distress to Maya Kowalski. And that's going to be part 7. And all of these have, you've seen throughout, they're dollar symbols and large spaces for numbers throughout. That's going to be the verdict form. That'll get us there. My taquitos are getting cold. This is funny. This is not somebody on the jury. This is Gil playing a joke. Say, sorry we're taking so long. I brought leftovers Lonnie to eat. We're mostly deliberating about football. Love the stream. Gil, you're funny. In the Dark, season number 2 is my all-time favorite crime podcast. The case actually went all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court. I don't feel like this is also my wife, Mrs. R.A. This is her other account. I think she's on her other device. I don't feel like very much time was spent on proving intentional damage to Beata. I think the defense was arguing about this and saying there needed to be some proof of something physical. They said there was a physical element there that might have actually been thrown out in a DV. Anderson just did an interview with Chanley Painter on Court TV. That is awesome. I think he's very optimistic right now. I think he's very optimistic. Thank you, Zachary, for the super sticker. Appreciate that. I think I am going to take a quick break just to step away. I'm not going to stop the live stream, but I'll step away and just keep the timer going. As we're waiting, I'll keep my headphones on, but turn this camera off. And I might even play some music. Can we do that? Can we have some soft music going? All right. Let me eat my lunch. I'll be right back. I'm going to grab my water as well. It's coming with me. I'm watching, guys. I'm not gone. I'm watching. Don't think it's party time. Gachette, I've got my eye on you especially.
it easy.
I'll install it.
There's a lawsuit.
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.
All right. Enough of that, right? So I had no idea you could still see me eating because my little picture was giving me away. But you said I thought you said you couldn't play music. I can't play copyright music. This is music I have licensed, meaning that I am legally allowed to use this for playing on YouTube.
I'm not a camel.
That's okay. It's the Meghan Trainor stuff that I get in trouble for. All right, we're back just a little bit. We are approaching 9.5 hours. The jury, it's like right now I've got 1:30. 1:30 is the time. So we have 1:30, 2:33. We have 2 hours and 15 minutes before the jury's day will end today. But so we've got just a little bit of time. Otherwise, it's going to be tomorrow. We're running out of time for sure. They're taquitos. They're meant to be inhaled. It's almost like a little straw. Let's see. I can show you my how close we are to 50K. Just 1 second. Hang on 1 second. Let me. That's where we are. We're 255 away. CJ Martin says I can get my son to write you some enjoyable copyright-free music. That would be awesome. Time in Florida. It's 1:30 right now in Florida. 1:30 straight up. I think we're going to get very close to 50,000 by the end of this trial. I think it's a lot to get there right now. But
how does he do that?
But that's incredible. I never would have dreamed that this would be possible. All right, it's 255 more is what we need. 250 roughly. When you find someone can treat for a reason disease that everyone else is unable to diagnose, what parents wouldn't have faith in that doctor? BH, yeah, they had gone around and looked for a lot of doctors. They had been a lot of different places trying to find somebody who can help Maya. And once they find somebody, that's who they stuck with. Stepped away from your video second. Wow, seen a plastic surgeon arrested in Florida for meth in St. Petersburg. He was on his way to surgery. What? Oh my goodness. Hazelnut pretzel, that's awful. The jury did order lunch, or did get lunch in. Jules called in this morning. We haven't heard from her since, but we're watching for that.
Bring the jury.
We do have about 2.5 more hours, or 2 hours and 15 minutes of deliberation, because they're going to end at 3:45. And it's 1:30 right now. New Trick says, I want you to get the silver play button. New Tricks, let me just tell you. The best button I've ever received is this one right here. And I got this from the Creative Bee. This is Debbie, the Creative Bee. She has an Etsy channel where she made this button for me. It's a little 3D button, and it says Recovery Addict, congratulations for surpassing 5,000 subscribers. And it's got her card there on the back. But if you type !B, this one I think will mean more to me than any plaque I get from anyone else. It was an amazing day when we passed 5,000 subscribers, and that was just awesome. Hey, little RA, how are you doing? You playing with the cat? Yeah? Yes. Cass, 9-month milestone, says, best milestone ever. 50,000 today. I remember 25 subs. Congrats, RA. Haven't missed a day. We all respect and love your stream. Thank you very much, Cass. Appreciate you being one of the OGs. Creative B says, there you are, Debbie. Good to have you here. It's almost due for another one. I would say you do an incredible job. And just the fact that it's personalized, and for me, it means the world to me. And that's why it sits behind me on my virtual courtroom. This shoulder right there. That's where it hangs on the wall. Let's see. Mary, yes, I've been blessed. This has turned into something that has been able to provide for my family, and I can't thank you for it. I realize it's only possible because my wife is an amazing financial guru, and through her insistence on holding to budgets and paying off debts and everything else, we were able to be in a good financial position to make that possible, and also moving from out west to North Carolina to help us get out from underneath a heavy mortgage payment and things like that. That was also possible. But yes, this is my only job. This is all I do, and I love it. I love every day, every minute of it. Let's see. Goog says, in a wrongful death case like Beata's, had she left a note that stated JH played a direct role in her unaliving, would that clarify whether or not JH is liable? This has been something that they've talked about a lot in this trial. Specifically, they were saying that for this to count, for this to go against Johns Hopkins, this would have to be, they caused this, and that there was a sudden irresistible urge that because of this that she did it. And that's been a tough thing to prove. I don't know where the jury's going to land on that one, because I think the law is in favor of the the hospital in this one, and it's difficult to prove. Weatherwatch says $50K today. Would love to see it, and you deserve it. Weatherwatch is my podcast partner. Amazing gentleman. Fun and Funky says, I remember you gaining loads of subs during the Letitia trial. That's when I became a member. Congrats on almost 50K. That was an amazing trial as well. We met some really cool people during that time period. Baby Gator gifted 5 memberships. Thank you very much, Baby Gator. That is just awesome. Yeah, the overwhelming urge. The problem they have with proving this is the timing. The timing of Beata taking her own life and how that relates directly to what the court did, not allowing her to hug Maya. It would seem to be that was the last straw, and not so much what the hospital did. And that's going to be the hurdle that the plaintiff has to get over in the jury's minds if they want to prove that. Green-eyed Southern Girl, welcome. And thank you for the welcome to the South. I love it here. This is like home. I'd say this is home. But I fell in love as soon as I visited here. I called my wife from the driveway of the house that we live in now. And I said, hey, this is the one. This is it. And she said, okay, then buy it. And I did. And then we got to fly out here, and she got to see it for the first time. And I no longer am allowed to choose houses. I can't. I lost that privilege because of that. But I'm so glad we moved here. It's wonderful. People are amazing. All right. Did you see the wall mural they dedicated to Gannon in Colorado Springs? Way cool. I saw pictures of that. Somebody texted me those, and that is really cool. Tony Hale, I'm not far from where Mr. Beast lives in Greenville. Do the gifted memberships add to the sub count? No, that's a separate thing. Subscribers is just somebody who clicks the subscribe button, and it's free. Anyone can subscribe. It doesn't cost anything. If you do subscribe, it would be great if you click the bell notification. That will tell you when we go live next. That's especially pertinent today because when the verdict does come in, when we anticipate the verdict will come in here soon, we are going to restart a live stream, and all those people who clicked the bell should, I won't say would, but should, get a notification from YouTube that we've gone live and there's a verdict, and so you'd be able to find out about it. Carol, you chose a good hour to be gone. We haven't had any updates from the court. They've been deliberating. They're now up to 9 hours. Oh, I need to put that back on the screen. I forgot about that. Hang on. Okay, here we go. They're back. That number, that's in minutes and seconds. That's up to 9 hours and 33, almost 34 minutes. 9 hours and 34 minutes of deliberation time. The jury only has less than an hour. Let's see. It's 1:30, 2:30. 2 hours and 15 minutes. That was the math we figured out, right? 2 hours and 15 minutes left to deliberate today. So if they don't get it done today, it's going to be pushed till Thursday. Does the same jury continue to the next phase? If yes, bigger risk as there are no alternates left. Surprising if that's the case. That next phase is going to happen very quickly. I would even say it's a blink and you miss it type phase. They're going to have maybe one witness that testifies. It's going to be numbers as to punitive damages. I think that's all they're going to go over is punitive damages and a little bit of cross-examination, and then the jury goes out and deliberates again just on punitives. You need the party horns turned on at 50K. Let's see if I can... I'd have to think how to do this. See if I can get this feed on the other computer. Baby Gator just gifted 5 memberships. Thank you very much, Baby Gator. Super generous. And also comes in with a super chat saying, I'm checking in during my lunch break. Any updates, juror questions? No on both right now. The jury, we thought they'd have a question first thing. We thought they'd want to read or reread of testimony this morning. That turned out to be a no. And they've been deliberating ever since. We know they have lunch back there, so they have some sustenance, and they're just continuing the deliberations, now reaching just over 9 hours and 35 minutes of deliberation. Baby Gator, thanks for checking in and doing so in such a generous way. Lily, thank you very much. Says hopefully you get to 50. That would be wonderful. Let's see. Got to get to YouTube on the right channel here. There we go. YouTube's responding really slowly today. Like I think there is something wrong with the system. Okay. I can only have one count up at a time. I can switch back and forth from this one. It looks like we're very, very close. 161 away from 50,000. So that's super, super close. 160 now. I might be able to let's see. Let's see, where would I put this? Let me go to this screen for just a second. Let me see if I can do a multi-box for you. If I do a 4-grid. Is 1, box 2 is 4, box 3 is 8, and box 4 is 6. Is this, let's see, this is a little rough, but okay, so there we have, I'll turn the deliberation time overlay off. So now you can see them both. That's the only way I can do it. It's a little tricky.
You need to see.
What does Mr. Beast cover? Mr. Beast is sort of like a sort of shocking, surprising, over-the-top type channel where, you know, it's like we tipped a delivery driver a house type thing. We gave $10,000. We bought the store and everything inside was free. He does big things like that. He happens to be the biggest YouTuber in YouTube, and he does that on his main channel. He also has some other channels that are straight philanthropy. I've been able to help a little bit at some of his philanthropic endeavors, and it's really cool what he does. So he takes most of the money he spends, puts back in his channel, and some of it goes to provide for people who are less fortunate, and he does that in a huge way. Brianna says, J. Hatch played a major part in conjunction with the court's rulings with Beata's mental health. Anyone in that situation would not be doing well. Let's see if I can to make that a little more visible. I also need this one. Trying to find the, there it is. The right sound effects. This one's going to be very quiet, very, very quiet. Cancel that. That's better. That's better. Okay, we'll leave it right like that. All right. while that's going, let me bring the chat back. Lots to Learn says, Mr. A, time is base 6. Try dividing minutes by 6. We're all accustomed to calculating using base 10. Yes. Did I tell you that math was not my strong suit? That's where I struggle. But yeah, that is 9 hours and 41 minutes is what I get. 581 is 941. Yellow Pill says they're probably not going to come back with a verdict at this point. They don't want to hit that Sarasota traffic by leaving after 3:45. That's their concern. That's definitely their concern. Which comes first, verdict or 50,000? I'd like the verdict, personally. We've been here for 9 weeks. It would be great to have a verdict about now. Thank you to all the new members who are pouring in. Holy cow. Holy cow, it's pouring in right now. Thank you so much. The counter is going nuts. One of the things I wanted for the channel was a live ticker. And there's a company that makes one of these, and it's in a box, and it has it's like the old-fashioned little numbers that flip an alarm clock, like it rolls and flips. And I've been looking to get one of those, but they're ridiculously expensive, and they're hard to tie in to YouTube directly, especially it's easy when you're under 1,000, but when you're over 1,000 subscribers, it's very difficult to tie in. 100 more. That is amazing. Oh, Emily D. Baker has one. I think, is hers digital? I'm looking, this one's a physical one that flips. And anyway, I'm still looking at that. We might go that route eventually. I'd have to get an office to actually present it in. Becca Lynn gifted 10 memberships. So all these new subscribers are now getting gifted memberships, apparently. Or at least several of them. Goog, congratulations. You were one of those. Let's see. Jamestown, Goalie Mom, Rescue Dog's Dad, Jeannie Glass. Let's see, who else was there? TACPay, Amy Llewellyn. That sounds Welsh. Amy Llewellyn. I think it's Welsh. It's got a lot of L's and Y's and stuff in it. I think it's Welsh. Who's going to be the 50,000 subscriber? Oh my goodness, 75 more. This is crazy. Katrina Hetherington says, I love your channel, mods, and chat. Thank you for your 3 months of support. Katrina, thanks for being here. It would not be the same without you. I appreciate that. Deliberation time, still nothing from court, nothing from Jules yet. 9 hours, 43 minutes. Emily Baker has lights that flash. Emily Baker has lots of cool stuff. I'm quite jealous of all the tech she has. Michael Parker says, new subscriber, watched the entire trial and only wish I found your channel sooner. Michael, you're in luck. I have saved almost all of the videos since we started a year ago. The only ones I deleted were the ones from Daryl Brooks, because I had a misunderstanding with YouTube. And I thought they didn't want me to have some of the stuff I had on there. And so I deleted it and then realized that it was something else. It was one of my other videos that was causing the problem. So I deleted it and lost it, unfortunately. So Angie just gifted 5 memberships, followed by Katrina gifting one as well. Did those go on the screen? There we go. Angie and Katrina, thank you very much. New member Heather, welcome to the jury. Heather, thank you so much for that. Love to have you there on the jury. The jury gets padded seats, by the way. Padded seats.
I'm not a cat.
Got a lot of people in here. How do you get a membership? Sweet Teas Treasures. If you type !gifts in chat and then click the link that shows up afterwards from the Recovery Addict response, just make sure the button is moved to the right on your screen. That enables gifts on the channel. After that, it's up to YouTube. YouTube will choose where it goes, and it's completely random. CJ Martin gifted a membership as well. Thank you very much. You need a good court soundbite for 50K. I've got a disgusting one. Let's see. From the Jensen trial. Let's see what else I have. Looking for a good one. I don't know. We'll see. I'll find some sound effects to play. Mrs. RA and little RAs are in the room. They're not. I could get their attention. Hang on. I think they're in school right now. 1 second.
Bring the jury.
Don't miss the forest for the trees.
I'm not sure if they can hear me. Good vibes, Stacy. Thank you for gifting 5 memberships as well.
How does he do that?
Hey, something's happening here.
I know. I'm watching.
You're watching?
The kids are watching Mark Rober, and you can't really.
Okay. Mrs. RA says, I'm watching, but the kids are watching Mark Rober, who's another YouTuber. And I can't compete. I cannot compete with one of the smartest scientists and the nicest guys on the internet. Mark Rober's amazing. The kids absolutely love him. He's the one that did the squirrel maze. He did the exploding, the box that gets stolen from the porch, and then when they open it, sprays glitter and fart spray and everything. He's a great guy. NASA scientist, Apple engineer. Good vibe, Stacy. Thank you very much for gifting 5 memberships. Jennifer Cochran Fent gifted a membership as well. Thank you very much, Jennifer. Laurie Christie just gifted 5 memberships as well. So we're 44 people away, 43 people away from reaching a threshold I never thought I would reach, honestly. I can tell you, I distinctly remember what it felt like the first day having 13 people watch my live stream, and just how I laid in bed that night, just like smiling to myself, just like I'm over the moon. I had so much fun talking about court with 13 people I hadn't met, and I never knew it could get to this point, and it's been amazing. Jillian, welcome to the jury. Thank you so much. Also, Amy H51 gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Bug Dugger. Still keeps gifting memberships as well. Bug Dugger, thank you for your generosity. Continued for a long time. Appreciate that. Did you get his subscription boxes? We do. We've done KiwiCo, and I think we've done some of his as well. We started with KiwiCo, which is one of the companies that he partnered with, and then he made his own company doing his own boxes, and I think we do those now. Nancy Mammy DeMay gifted a membership as well. Nancy, thank you so much for gifting a membership. Appreciate that. We're still on deliberation. We've got audio from the courtroom turned on if it ever comes back. Kim R says, starting the RA party train. Here we go. Choo, choo, choo. Thank you, Kim R. I appreciate that. Let's see. Mama Bear says, this is awesome, RA. Been here since Brooks under my other name. Way to go. Way to go. M. Suli gifted a membership as well. Thank you very much, M. Suli. I appreciate that. This rocks. Honestly, this is one of the most generous and incredible communities you'll find anywhere on the internet. I love watching true crime with all you guys. I didn't see it flip over. My family started cheering in the other room, and oh my goodness! Thank you. Lizzie Dog just gifted 10 memberships. Oh my goodness, it's going so fast. Coops, I think you've broken my chat feature here. I can't keep up. Coops, thank you very much. Becca Merrind, welcome to the gallery. Well. Katrina Hetherington says, choo choo, let's celebrate. Gerda K says, congratulations, this is for sure one of the best channels, Chat and Mods. 50K before the verdict, just perfect. Now we're ready for the verdict, right? Pat Virgin, congrats on 50K. Thank you, Pat. Thank you so much. Red Pen, oh my goodness, party train. Red Pen, thank you. Carrie, like the movie, says, congrats on 50K. I reuse my colostomy bag. I'll reuse my colostomy bag next month. Oh my goodness. You guys, you have to understand what that joke's referring to. It's hilarious. Tamara Cartwright, congratulations. Thank you. Huge super chat. Nathan C. gifted a membership as well. Gaga Life, thank you for the super chat, Gaga Life. Nathan Hawk Studios, congrats on 50K subs. Your level. Oh, sorry. It's not on screen. None of my chat's on screen. She came in to tell me none of my chat's on screen. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. You guys, I have completely let you down. I've been clicking on every single one of these, I promise, and it's so much hard work. Congrats, Nighthawk Studios, 50K stubs.
Just sent a super sticker
Your level
with
of professionalism and respectful
49.99.
content is a breath of
Harry08
fresh
just
air.
Sent a super sticker with 5.
Welcome to the
Nika
gallery,
just sent a
Screams
super
with
sticker
Sam.
with 5.
I'm off the screen already. Amy H51, huge super sticker. Thank you very much. Followed by Chrissy Berry with another super sticker.
Just sent a super sticker with 50.
Jamie A, congratulations from Jamie A. 5 months from Jamie. Jamie, that's been wonderful. MCAT, thank you for
Kelly
the super
Blue
sticker.
Heart Yellow Heart just sent a super sticker
Becca,
with 3.99.
Becca, thank you. Becca. Party time from Jared T. I think we have the party sounds triggered.
Your son.
Nope, that's not it.
Your son just smeared feces all over my bathroom.
That was from a different trial. That was from something else. Okay, Cass, thank you very much. Welcome to the family. I'm missing them. They're scrolling off the screen before I can get to them. Jovi Ray, congratulations on 50,000 best
Smith
channel
just
ever.
Sent a super sticker with 4.99.
Future, congrats now to 100K. Future, thank you so much. You've been amazing support on the channel. Nikki, congrats. You truly are the best. Thank you for all you do, and thank you for your family for sharing you with us. I'm glad they got to watch that. I'm glad they got to see that happen. Rhonda gifted 5.
Super sticker with 19.99.
Leah
Julie
says
Weaver
congratulations.
Just sent a super sticker with 3.99.
Leah, thank
TJ
you
Biggs just
very
sent
much.
a super sticker with 1.99.
Who-
Allison just sent a
Dunny?
super sticker with 2.
Mandy Wright, congrats. All right, so happy for you. Thank you, Mandy.
Pickles
Coffee.
and Zoe the cat and dog just sent a super sticker with 2.
My
Catherine
computer's
Hendricks just
locking
sent
up.
a super
It's
sticker
literally
with 10.
can't handle this. Coffee and Crime gifted 5 memberships.
Cindy
Cashette.
H just sent a super
I owe you
sticker
1
with
cent. Here's 100,000.
0.99.
All aboard.
Excel Dog just sent a super sticker with
Giuseppe,
19.99.
thank you. Jen and Brandon Moloch, welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much, Jen. Wonderful to have you here on this this huge day for me, and obviously it's going to be a huge day in court, hopefully, if we can get a verdict in. SOS says congratulations. Thank you, SOS. Minderella, you deserve it all and many more. Thank you for all you do. Thank you, Minderella. Kidda Smith, another super sticker, a very common gifter there, Kidda. Thank you so much. Trish R, congratulations. Thank you. Betsy Jean, this is amazing. Congratulations, 50K. I'm so glad I'm here to see it. Alley Cat says congrats. Hello, Alley Cat. Thank you so much. Greeners says it's not a dream. This is real. It's happening. Crystal Cat says, yeah, so glad I'm here for this milestone. Couldn't happen at a better time while we're all here in suspense. Congratulations. You deserve it. Congratulations from Jeno. Thank you, Jeno. Thank you very much. Marilyn Skull, thank you for the congratulations. Congratulations on 8 months, Marilyn. That's huge. Emily Ippolito gifted
Dale
5
just
memberships.
sent a super sticker
Becca,
with 3.99.
congrats on
American
50K. You're the
Dreamer
best.
just sent a super sticker with
Rudy,
1.99.
Rody's there. Oh, I've got to click faster. I'm sorry. Mary Tedeschi gifted 5 memberships. Catherine Hendricks gifted sent a super sticker. Elsa Dog also with a super sticker.
Angel just sent a super sticker with 35.
Squinting Cat, congratulations to Ari, Mrs. Ari, and your family, and Kitty. You guys are amazing. Gigi Fawcett, congratulations. 5 from Kate Scarpetta as well. These are wait. They're scrolling so fast. Linda,
Lisa
you guys
Atkins just
see
sent a
my
super
screen across
sticker
the
with
top?
5.
All these, they're just scrolling through. I can't click on them fast enough. Linda, thank you very much, Linda. Miss Kitty, thank you. 3 months of support from you. Linda, 2 months from you as well. Thank you so much. Rudy Patootie says congrats. Ugly Betty, woohoo, awesome, congrats.
Pickles and Zoe the cat and dog just sent a super sticker with 5.
Wow, that's almost like a robotic voice, Pickles. I'm not sure how you did that one. Anna says, now you need the soundbite for I can't deal with anything else now. I can't. We're still keeping an eye on the court, though. So if something happens, we're interrupting this in a heartbeat. Anna says, now you need the soundbite. Oh, I got that one just a second
Bud
ago.
Duggar just sent a super sticker with 3.
Just because I like watching you get flustered, Katrina, I am. This is enormous. Dilly Pickles gifted 5 memberships as well. Thank you very much, Dilly. Dreamcatcher gifted 5. Miss Lisa says, my eyes are sweating. Seeing Mrs. Ray come and hug you in celebration. Angel. Engdell. I don't know how to say that. Thank you very much for the super sticker. I appreciate that. Oh my goodness, I don't even know where we're at.
I Rescue Dogs just sent a super sticker with 1.49.
Let's see. This one, Christina, thank you. Huge super stickers. You guys are unbelievable. Lisa, Jay Reno, they're falling off before I can click on them. They're going so fast. Bite Me, thank you very much. Bite Me. Sharon Ken Sharp, so proud to be a juror. Thank you so much. Pickles the dog, Zoe the cat. There you go. How's it going? It's going great today. Amazing. Selena K, congratulations, my favorite. So glad
Lynn
I got
Hope
to see
just
this.
sent a super sticker with 5.
This is interesting. It says $20. Your best, the best. So real down and down to earth. You guys your generosity is unbelievable. It means so much to me and my family. This is the day I started live streaming.
Fun and Funky
we were looking
just
at
sent a super
what
sticker
was
with
left
2.
of all the savings we had accrued in life, and looked at how it would not last, and we had a date basically of when we would run out of money and basically have to sell the house and move somewhere cheap to try to survive. And I never thought that day that it could turn into something that would be not just the best job I've ever had in my life, but so enjoyable and so rewarding on a personal level.
Just sent a super
as I'm able
sticker with
to
2.
meet so many people and learn about so much. This has been incredible. Thank you so much. Mimi says, I did the best I could to get you a 50K since I'm controlling the internet today. It's a great day, Mimi. You did a great job. Mimi27 says, congratulations, well deserved. Looking forward to 100,000. Emily, welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much. I apologize. There are some that are dropping off that I haven't been able to get to. Matt Bond comes in with his signature congrats, spiffy, legal mumbo jumbo chalky recovery brother from another
Jennifer
mother.
C just sent a super sticker with 1.49.
Angelina Knox, congrats. All right, you're the best. Thank you for the kind words. You guys are too generous, honestly. Lynn Hoke, thank you for generous super chat as well. Army Mom gifted 5 memberships. Lisa S says, thank you, Amy H51, for the membership. As soon as I can pay it forward, I will. Congrats, RA. Thank you. Army Mom gifted 5. Emily Trahan, welcome. Good to have you here. Brandy Churchwell. Hey, Brandy. We celebrated for you over in our little neighborhood, too. Congrats, my friend. So happy for you. Brandy, thank you so much. Hope your trial is going fantastic.
Ian just sent a super sticker with 2.99.
Brandy is a good friend of this channel, another fellow YouTuber, a true crime addict, and a chart lady extraordinaire.
Cindy
highly
just
recommend
sent
her,
a super
her live
sticker
stream.
with 2.99.
It's great
Can't
stuff.
really be this old just sent a super sticker with 1.99.
Evangeline,
Sue Schneider just sent a super sticker with 20.
Samantha says thank you as well. 6 months there. Fiona, congratulations. Thank you. I'm scrolling through. These are the ones that they're just dropping off before I have time to click on them. They're disappearing because they're up for a set amount of time. Texted the burner for the clip of your reaction. Congratulations on 50K. Keep up the great work. Thank you, Jess. I appreciate that. Audrey, massive super sticker. Congratulations from Idaho near Island Park and west of Yellowstone. I love Island Park. We stayed at a cabin
On
there
the
with the
Avenue
family
with
one
Shelley
time.
just sent a super sticker with 3.99.
We went to Yellowstone, and all the kids remember is the arcade machine in the cabinet at Island Park. But NC Horse Lover, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Dale, just awesome. Been here since 5,000 members. Bravo. Sue Schneider says you're amazing.
Michelle Ellis just sent a super sticker with 2.
Generous and kind. Go get ice cream for the fam. I think we will. I think they'll get ice cream. Duchess, 50K. Wow, I remember the courtroom, the countdown to 10K.
Joe
Congrats.
Average Citizen just sent a super sticker with 3.99.
Matt D, thank you very much. PJ, congrats. Hugs to you. Thank you. Virtual hugs right back to everybody. Travel Cat, welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much. Congratulations, says Ricky C. I've been here for a few months now. Found out about you from the Court TV Facebook group. That's a great group over there as well. If they told you about us,
Lori and
so,
CT just sent a super sticker with 1.99.
What is amazing is your generosity. So many people. I realize there are many people that watch this that.
Maisla just sent a super sticker with 9.99.
Supporting the channel financially is not an option, and so many people gift memberships that way so that others can enjoy being a member and having that benefit as well.
Miss Kitty just sent a super sticker with 5.
Thank you so much. I see you, Michelle. I see that. Thank you so much. Daisy's 2810 new here, came from Lawn Lumber, been following you ever since the trial. Enjoy your comments, and I'm here to stay. Congrats on 50. Yay. Thank you, Daisy. It's great to have you here. Lawn Lumber is incredible.
Tamara just
Rob has
sent a
been
super
so
sticker
generous
with 3.
his time. Just incredible. Rob is the sort of guy off camera that he
Cottage
portrays
PA
himself
just
to be
sent a
on
super
camera.
sticker with 5.
He's an amazing individual. I mean, you see his awareness of other people's feelings and sensitivity to situations. He's just amazing. He's like a hero. Want to emulate the best I can. Holly Mack, thank you very much. Congratulations on 50K. Jimmy says congratulations. Thank you so much. Olala Pat, you're awesome, RA. For me, one of the best voices all over YouTube's. Thank you. I'm glad I can do that for you. Hopefully I can continue. Beth says, congrats to the man I spend more time with than my husband. Beth, we need to find something else that works out here, or at least involve your husband in some way. Maisla, thank you very much for the super sticker. Cheryl Gilmore gifted a membership as well. Bravo Chick, congrats onward to 100K. Thank you so much. Taminator gifted 5 memberships. Trisha gifted a membership as well. CB gifted a super sticker or super chat. Sorry, congratulations on 50K from Maples, Minnesota. Found you on Dr. G Celebration. Watched this whole trial with you as well. Thanks. Dr. G is amazing. He's a friend of the program. We've had him on a couple times. Love his analysis. Just a genuine guy as well, and really like him as well. Amanda Ray says, for pickles and awesomeness, wish I could watch True Crime without. Would I watch True Crime without RA? No way. I'm glad. Jenna, welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much.
Just sent a super sticker with 1.99.
Stacy Merkin, thank you for the super sticker. I think, oh my goodness. It's
Stacy Merkin just sent a super sticker with 9.99.
I think it's either caught up. No, it's just refreshed. I missed a ton. I am sorry. I apologize. I think everyone who goes to all the effort and is willing to support the channel financially in any way deserves to be recognized on screen. I'm trying to do that, but I know they're falling off faster than I can click on them. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry for that. Please know that I appreciate everything. I appreciate
Melissa
you being here.
Filson
Just clicking
just
the like
sent
button.
A super sticker with 2.
That is huge. We do need to go back to court here in just a second. So let's see if I can get that pulled up here for you. By the way, we're right here. 50,121. It went very, very
Miniduck
fast.
just sent a super sticker with 5.
Mini Duck, thank you for the super sticker. Let's see. Oh my goodness. My computer can't handle all the processing all this because it goes out using an API and queries the chat in YouTube, and it's literally bogged down and doesn't know what to do. It just sits there. Sharon says, popping back in. Anything yet? Any questions? Sharon, not yet. We did hit 50,000 subscribers while you were
Marie
gone.
just sent a super sticker with 1.99.
But Just Joy says, I spanned blonde crime with your channel name. They serve their purpose. They're great as well.
Just sent a super sticker with 9.99.
There's Dr. G Explains on YouTube. A great channel, a good friend of the program. Can't wait to have him on again.
Bring the jury.
I'm not sure. Does the party sound? I think I fixed it. Does it work? There it is. There's your party sound. Got it for you. Donna Marie, thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
Guilherme Alvim just sent a super sticker with 3.
Laura Bronson, congratulations. Thank you very much, Laura. Massive, massive super sticker and super chat. My screen is not even loading properly. Let me get our let's see here. Need to get the screen back where we have our timer going. We're just past 10 hours of deliberation is where we passed. So give me just 1 second here. There we go. And super source. Box 1 is 6. Box 2 is 4. Well, sort of. It's
Don't
sort of
miss
working.
the forest for the trees.
Hang on just 1 second. We got to get this fixed. Super source.
Danielle McClellan just sent a super sticker with 1.99.
Okay, hold on, guys. We're gonna get this. I've got to build this back again.
Peter Ware just sent a super sticker with 10. Tim DeMoranville just sent a super sticker with 5.
Not slowing down at all. There we go.
Sheriff Martin just sent a super sticker with 0.99.
I don't even. Mrs. R.A. came in and gave me a very emotional, a big
Cheryl
tight
Gilmore
hug.
just sent a super sticker
That's what
with
Mrs. R.A. thinks.
9.99.
The kids are cheering in the other room. This is amazing. Matthew Harris, thank you very much on the party horn. There it is, the party horn for you. Okay, here's Mrs. R.A.
You guys are amazing. But I got to say, Scott, I talked to Scott this morning about this. I was like, you're close. You're going to hit 50,000. What are you going to do about it? And he was just, he was like, I just don't want to celebrate myself. It just feels so weird and so awkward. And I get that. And I respect that. But I'm not him. And I can totally celebrate him. That I'm just so stinking proud of everything. Oh, I'm going to cry. Nope, not going to cry. So happy. This has been. Yep, I'm crying. It's been amazing. I mean, obviously 50,000, that's awesome, but it's more than that. Oh, heck, I hate crying. Hang on. It has been so amazing to watch Scott do what he loves. Oh my gosh, okay. I'm going to walk away, but seriously, you guys are awesome. Thanks. You're awesome too.
Thank you. All I can say is
Pauline just
this
sent
means
a
the world
super
to us.
sticker with
Thank you so much.
4.99.
And I'm not just talking about your incredible generosity today, but yesterday and the day before and the day before that, and having people be here in the morning when we open up the live stream and look to follow a court case, and having people just send a text to the burner phone and just say, hey, I was headed down the Walmart aisle and saw the pickles and thought of you. This community has become so important to me and so amazing. It's just amazing. It's really hot in here. The eyes are really sweaty. Apologize. But thank you from all of my family, and for all the community. I want to thank all those who've gifted memberships from day one till today. I've talked to many people who reach out on the phone and say, I feel bad. I'm not able to support your channel. And I say, please don't feel bad. You just being there is enough. I love so much that I can be part of your day, and you just being there is all I want. That's it. And if I can make your day a little bit better,
just sent a super
that's wonderful.
sticker with 1.99.
And then having so many of you turn around and make that gift of membership possible to all these people, it's amazing. And the community is just it's amazing to behold the generosity. You see, this same level of generosity was you saw it when Hoglaw, went through medical challenges, and the rally that happened in LawTube to support him.
Aaron
and support
Savage
his family,
just sent a
support his
super
wife.
sticker with
You see
19.99.
it every time Ian runs his campaign to do this. You see it with Corey. I got to be on the live stream with his mom, with Pixie, during Ian's live stream. This proves there's goodness in the world. I mean, so much of what we watch every single day in trial is about murders and people doing the worst possible things to people they either should love or should have no business hurting. This proves that there's an offsetting force in the world, that there's goodness. There are people out there who care about each other, even if they haven't met, that are willing to do to do good and go out of their way to make somebody else's day better. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Lucy and Milo just sent a super sticker with 2. K Scarpetta just sent a super sticker with 9.99. Kilakina09 just sent a super sticker with 2.79.
I'm going to need some tissues or we're going to have a mess here. So hang on just 1 second.
Not Daphne just sent a super sticker with 4.99.
Thank you. We need some water too.
Journey just sent a super sticker with 4.99. KT just sent a super sticker with 2.99.
Yeah, I'm gonna pass the leaky eyes bit onto you guys. NC Horse Lover says I just subscribed during this trial and that tore me up. NC Horse Lover and all of you, I say this, I try to say it individually to each person, and you might notice if you go back through all my live streams when I say it wouldn't be the same without you, I make it a point to look at the camera, because I know for many people that this community for them is the friends or family that they don't have available around them at the time. That a lot of people in here really don't have the opportunity to either be with friends or family outside of this due to life situation, due to finances, due to how things end up in life.
Sticker with 4.99.
And it would not be the same without you guys being here, being able to be friends with somebody who maybe you don't agree with on everything, with with very different backgrounds. If we could all get in the same room together, and look at each other, we would see that everybody is represented. That there are people on every side of the spectrum, every side, whether it's political, or non-political, religious, non-religious, every religion. You're going to see
Jill
that.
Just sent a super sticker with 2.99.
We have people from all over the world who come together here and in this community can talk and share and be friends and find a place where they belong. And I think that if we can do that here, there's hope for the larger world.
Super sticker with 5.
And that's why at the end I say, when you go home, first hug the people you love, and then I say smile at someone and make their day just a little bit better. I think it's that little effort, that little bit, right, that we can take when we interact with somebody that we don't know, that we don't have reason to be kind to, and when we're kind to them in that situation, that's when that ripple effect starts, and it can start changing the world. And I really think that's possible. Let me just say once again, thank you. I apologize to all those who I have not been able to click on everything on the screen. There have been so many. I don't even know what. I don't know if I've. It's still just updating. So it's crazy. Thank you for your generosity. Thanks for this milestone that you guys have really accomplished. And it's
Joy Junction just sent a
it's
super
not me.
sticker
I realize
with
I
5.
have a cool sounding machine that makes my voice sound cool, and that's what I do, and I can be nice to people. But this community is what people recognize when they come in here and they say it feels different here. I love this. Thank you for making that possible.
KT just sent a super sticker with 1.99. Laura K just sent a super sticker with 1.99.
If Ari would read my text, says Cash.
Joyful just sent a super sticker with 0.99.
Let's see.
Trudy Nasso just sent a super sticker with 10.
That's okay. Okay, Kasha, I got your text.
Nicole
I got the
Watson
picture.
Just sent a super sticker with 3.
Do I save that to? Hang on.
KT just sent a super sticker with 0.99.
I guess I'll post it on. Do you want this?
Well, either way, but your face just wasn't done.
My face wasn't done. That was a strategic move by me because my eyes were very leaky. Cashette, thank you. I've got a little picture she's got that I can post. I think can you post it on my community page? I think I can do that way. I don't know. Thank you. All of you, every single one of you. I accidentally backed into this super chat congratulating you on 50K backing out of the garage. Oopsie. Thank you, Tag. Thank you so much, Tag. Jamie Latorno, thank you for keeping this channel a safe place for us to be. Love it here. Pickles, not politics. Thank you very much. Temra Murtaugh Curran says, darn, I missed you hitting 50,000. Someone from work was bothering me. Congrats. Those pesky
Angel just
coworkers.
sent a super sticker with 2.
Trudy, thank you very much for the super sticker as well. Nurse for God gifted 5 memberships. Waldorf KP, welcome to the gallery. Thank you very much. Beck Edwards gifted with a super sticker. Thank you. Okay, we're still trying to have a verdict today. I'm just here's where we're at. We are, first of all, thank you. That's today is hopefully going to be the verdict day with Maya in this trial. The jury's been deliberating for 10 hours and 17 minutes now. Let me get that on screen.
Beck
here.
Edwards just sent a super sticker with 1.99.
Thank you, Beck Edwards. Rhonda, thank you very much. Let's see. Just a Girl Baking, thank you very much. My daughter loves to bake, so every time I see that, I think of her. Sheila Tolliver,
MJ
welcome
Harris
to the gallery.
Just sent a super
Wonderful,
sticker
thank you.
with 2.99.
Thank you very much.
KT just sent a super sticker with 2.99.
Do we think it might happen today? Marianne, I really thought it would. We've got, let's see, the time right now in Florida is it's coming up on 2:30, so we have an hour and 15 minutes, which means we're really close to being, that isn't a lot of time left. Kim says, I think there's a holdout on the jury. That would be interesting. Nurse for God, thank you. Huge super sticker. Thank you very much. Cope and Whiskey says, dang, allergies. Yeah, that's what it is.
Lyndon Martindale just sent a super sticker with 1.49.
Love this community. Let's see.
Nurse for God just sent a super sticker with 20.
We're trying to keep the phone open. Ivan, I saw you calling in here. I'm trying to keep the phone open for Jules because she's our courtroom source and she only is able to call us. Amber, I see you there. I'm trying to say I'm being good. I've seen so many phone calls and I haven't answered them. I was going to keep it open for Jules in case something happens. Classy girl, welcome. Love to see that blue courthouse by your name. Thank you very much. I think my software is broken. I can't even see all the stuff that's come in. I can't even scroll to it. So let's see. Somebody came in and said an alternate juror is in some other chat room. Judy, that's interesting. I'm not sure. It's easy to say I'm an alternate juror or I'm a juror or something like that. That's something that really needs to be vetted quite a bit, and I would hesitate to forward that information on without doing some research on that a little bit. Crystal says, with them having to leave early, I say tomorrow. Future thinks that it's the numbers, that they're probably on the same page. You think it's a clean sweep? A clean sweep as far as all 7 counts, and then it's just the number that is going to take some time? They might need that calculator after all. We're at 10 minutes, or 10 hours, 20 minutes now of deliberations. Let's see, what's the buffer sound? Just 1 second here. Amber says it'll be super quick, I promise. All right. But if Jules calls, I'm hanging up on you. So just know, Jules is taking precedence today.
GMD just sent a super sticker with 1.99.
The time here is, in Florida, it's 2:25.
Margaret R. just sent a super sticker with 4.99. Trouble just sent a super sticker with 3.
I promise I'll hang up on myself if I hear a beep coming in.
Okay.
I just had one, congratulations on 50K. Two, Mrs. R.A. said that you didn't want to celebrate by yourself. However, I vote, and I'm pretty sure the chat will agree, you can kill me later for this. I say you pull out the guitar for 50K. Just saying. Okay. Love you. Bye.
Yeah, she was breaking up. I didn't hear her either. It's static on the line or something. Angie Carter, spanking brand new here since the trial, found out right away that y'all was my tribe. Thank you very much. Cachette, thanks for posting that for me on the page. She made that little icon or on the community page, and she posted it as well for me. She does a lot of work behind the scenes on the channel, and I appreciate her for all of that. Rudy Patootie says, I think some don't agree. So we've got some people who are thinking the jury is either fighting about the dollar amount or not on the same page when it comes to the verdict itself. And either one could be a possibility. Just a Red Girl says, you've made me an addict. GMD, welcome. Thanks for the super sticker as well. Max Bang says, thank you, RA. Best chat community and best coverage. Congratulations on 50K. Thank you very much. Appreciate all the kind words. I'm not sure what this is all about. We don't have anything new yet. The jury has an hour and 15 minutes. An hour and 15 minutes left to deliberate. Meghan Trainor acoustic version. Gil. Too soon. That Meghan Trainor gave me a strike for Maya's little dance routine that they showed in court. It gave me a copyright strike, and I had to a claim, and I had to resolve that really
Mitzi
quickly.
Smith just sent a super sticker with 5.
Red Pen. Amber suggested that I play the guitar for 50,000. Why do you have to bring that? So, I don't know what they're talking about. That said, it's huge. I can't say thank you enough. All right. Let's see. My son brought the guitar down. My son brought it. It's not even in tune, and I can't tune it because my phone. I've got all the reasons why not to play the guitar. It's Wednesday, hump day. I did the hump day yell, so I can't sing. Right? It was bad enough to listen to Happy Birthday. Play it out of tune. No, this is my guitar. You can tell it's my guitar because it's covered in dust. It's covered in dust. It's been sitting in my room for a long time. Can I get a rain check? Can I get a rain check on the song? If I agree to do it, I will share a song I wrote. I'll play a song I wrote, but the song gets me emotional if I'm not careful. And today's been an emotional day, and between the two, I'm just going to mess it up. And so let me try a rain check on that one, and I'll promise to play you the guitar. Rain check granted. I'm counting. Cookie spoke for everybody. You must do it on the podcast tomorrow. I need a little more time. We'll see. Okay. All right. Thank you, all of you. I appreciate your generosity and kindness. It's a huge threshold that we reached, and it's unbelievable. All right. Promise it for 100K. I'll do it before then. I'll just give me a little bit. Maybe tomorrow for the podcast I might play it. I might have to record it.
Positive Vibes Flag of Scotland just sent a super sticker with 3.
I might have to record it and play it back as a video just because I don't want to mess it up. And it's literally, there's dust all over my hands from picking up my guitar. It's been that long. So just want to give it the best shot if I'm going to share it with you. I will tell you, I'm not the best singer. I'm not the best guitar player. I do it because I like it and I find it therapeutic and relaxing. But maybe on the podcast. And I'll tell the story behind the song and everything. And then you can all cry while I play it. So, all right. You wrote a song about us. I've written a couple songs. I haven't written any about YouTube. Wrote a song for my wife. Why is music in public testimony a copyright issue? Did they harass Court TV or LNC? Yes, most likely. You're reporting news, not using it as a bumper. JT, it's the way the law is written. Just like the law is friendly for the medical community here, in Florida for this case. The laws for copyright are very friendly to artists, and rightfully so. They're protecting their hard work, their hard-earned product, and so that copyright. It just takes a couple seconds of a song, and it will automatically hit you with a claim. Party at RAs? No. Don't do that. Don't do that. How long is till court is closed? Skybell, they're going to close at in an hour and 15 minutes. Well, in an hour and 15 minutes, the jury's going to be pulled out of the deliberation room, regardless. And at that point, the judge is going to give them their final orders and tell them to go home and come back again in the morning. We have not had a question today. We had a note saying they did not have any questions, which is sort of ironic. But we have not had a question today. We have not had anything read to them either, which we thought we were going to have. Salgasm says, hello, I've never done a super chat before, so hopefully I'm doing this right. Apparently you are. I wanted to thank you for what you do. I follow many YouTubers, however, your dedication is beyond commendable. I wish you the very best. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. That is huge. You definitely figured out the super chat in a big way. Thank you for your generosity. They're still busy mathing. Cheryl, I think we can do. I'll talk to Thomas first. Weather Watch, if he's cool with me playing a song, we might do it on the podcast tomorrow. They can't add right, so they keep coming up with different numbers. They have to show their work a little bit on this one, Nancy, right? They've got to say, well, this is the number we get for this and for this and this, and this is the add up, it equals this. So yeah, there literally is math involved in what the jury is doing right now. Julie says, why can't they just give her all the money? Just give her all the money. Sign over the hospital. A lot of people would say that would be appropriate. They should rename it to Maya's Hospital, and she should run the place. There's probably a math teacher on the jury. If she is, she's been quiet about it. We haven't heard about it in the form of questions. It would be funny if there was a math teacher that corrected one of the, the math problems from one of the witnesses. It's like, hey, I noticed you carried the one when it should have, or you didn't carry the one when you should have. They did not ask for a calculator. The calculator comment came from Mr. Anderson, who suggested maybe they want a calculator, and that might have been a little exuberance on his part, but they have not asked for a calculator. TX Angel said, I had a friend whose husband was a cop. He was addicted to World of Warcraft 2. He would be hiding in his police car playing World of Warcraft. LOL, they divorced. Okay, so picture that this was me, other than I was not a police officer. To quote Brandy, I didn't come here to math. Right. Love that. Yeah, it's looking less and less like we're getting a verdict today. My son lived on WoW. I'll tell you, it was an incredible game. It still is an incredible game. Of course, now it has like pandas and things in it that are a little weird. But it was a game that, a lot like some other big games that people, fell into head over heels. There was one called Second Life. Second Life was like a second world, and it was bizarre. It was like a creator world. Think Minecraft for adults, with a marketplace tied in, and you literally could have businesses, like legitimate businesses that operate in Second Life, and your character goes somewhere and orders something, and then it shows up in your real life in the mail, and it's bizarre. And people were creating fortunes and losing them as well. They had real life casinos that you're playing as a character with real money. There have been a couple games that have been just crazy that way. But I will say, I can say this now, I wasted a lot of my life on WoW. Months and months and months of continuous playtime in less than a year. Months and months and months, and I'm ashamed to say how much. Second Life was my addiction, says Cheryl. Knows all about it. Meanie Banana says, glorifying your substance is a danger sign of a relapse. But I'm saying they built them well. Credit to the designers. It's like saying that the drug does what they say it does. It really feels good to use it. It was a well-designed tool. Sounds a little too weird for me. Second Life was too weird for me. I played for a little bit, but it was just a little bizarre. I had a hard time getting into it. Plus, I didn't want to cross that threshold of paying real money to play a game, to buy something in a game. Of course, I did that with WoW, but there you go. Marissa says, even if they reach a verdict now, it couldn't be read in time before that one juror has to leave. Oh, it would only take half an hour at max to read that. So they've got some time. Die Hard says they're waiting for Rob. That's what they're doing. Were you around during Atari days? Yes. I've played a little bit of, what was that? Indiana Jones on the little joystick with the single orange button. I've played with that. Can I not enable gifts on a website? Yes, you can. If you type !gifts and go to that, you should be able to slide the slider. If you're not able to, it could be something on your account, on your YouTube account. It might be a brand account or have some other restriction that way. Okay. Chrissy says, what did I just walk in on? We're on Verdict Watch. This is what the courtroom looks like right now. Nothing happening. But we've been waiting. It shows 634 minutes. That equates to 10 hours, 34 minutes of deliberation time. The jury is going to break in about an hour and 10 minutes, hour and 12 minutes roughly, where they're going to break for the day and then come back again tomorrow and try again tomorrow and see if they can reach a verdict.
I'm not a cat.
Reverend Beezy says, you missed my congratulations. I wanted to make sure you know I appreciate you. Can't afford another super chat, though. Sorry, it was Reverend Beezy. Thank you so much. Reverend Beezy sent me this emotional support zebra. That's right over here. And one of the few people that has an emoji created just for them. Thank you, Reverend Beezy. I do appreciate your support. Hopefully you like the story. The scientific story you'd requested. I did send it. I had to send it in 3 different messages because it was long. Let's see. This is how it happens. I sign out, and a small man gaily dressed runs into the room and yells, "Now! He's gone! Quick! You can do the verdict now." This is how it works. There's truth to that. Atticus gifted a membership. Thank you very much, Atticus. Appreciate your generosity. That went to
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
Sensationally Social with Beth. Congratulations, Beth. I want Jules to call so badly with info. There's nothing right now. It's just silent. Radio silence. I believe the laptop is a Windows-based laptop, which has it has a calculator on it by default. The Windows desktop tools, just a standard installation, has a calculator, so they should have one.
I'm not a cat.
Samantha, I'm just going to pin this message if that's all right. Thank you all so much. Jules said last night the nurse was not a juror. That's correct. Petra, thank you for the work. Thank you very much. I appreciate the super chat. Thank you for being here, and thanks for the support. Garden Retriever says this is a bad sign for the plaintiffs. Silence is killing me softly. Wasn't that like a Fugees song? Killing Me Softly. Who sang it before the Fugees, though? They weren't the originals. Who sang Killing Me Softly? All my music experts out there. Somebody can help me remember. They're all Mac users, and they've been given a PC. They're like, we can't get there from here. Let's see. Stacy says, reminder, DEP jury took 12 hours and 45 minutes. Yeah, we're only at 10 hours and 37 minutes right now, 38 minutes. So it's been a little bit. Just because, welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much. And Brienne says, you know we are delayed because you don't have on verdict eyebrows. Do we need the angry eyebrows or the grandpa eyebrows? Let's see. I don't think they're going to, nope, they're not going to stay on. They've lost their stick.
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible.
And no, I'm not going to order any more. But the eyebrows look like this. We wore them once for Brandy on Brandy's channel. Brandy Churchwell has some verdict eyebrows she wore, and we got some verdict eyebrows to participate on the verdict for the Tommy trial. And it was fun. Oh, yes, sorry, I'm missing everyone who sang it first. It's Roberta Flack was the first singer for Killing Me Softly. Fugees redid it, which was a good version. I mean, I think I prefer the Fuji version myself. Jen, thank you very much. Let's see, I just rewatched Sally Smith's Proffer by Mr. Anderson. Man, that was something. Danny, it definitely was. The jury didn't see that, but that was the spiciness we thought we were going to get in front of the jury, but ended up happening in a proffer only. Roberta Flack and Donny Hathaway. Blue tack the brows. I've got gaff tape. That's all I've got. Gorilla Glue, one of each. Jessica, thank you so much. Rob has been a huge support. Very kind and generous, just beyond what I deserve. Thank you for all those who found us through Rob. Lawn Lumber's wonderful. Trish says, I found you from a comment about the Get Bad coverage another channel had. Here's what I do, Trish. This is what I try to do. I'm an audio guy. I'm a video guy. My background, my schooling, Some of my career, I was in the news media. I love audio and video, and I like making it the best I possibly can for you. So when we get court feeds out of court that just have poor audio, the best way to fix it is to be in the courtroom and fix it using the right mics, the right positioning, the right cables, the right equipment, the right level settings. That would be the best way to fix it. But if I'm not there, there are some things I can do on this end. And running, actually, this audio board is not the one that fixes it. It's this video board that has a built-in Fairlight audio mixer that lets me take out sounds, like if there's a hum of an AC that's just really loud, or a rattle or something. Take out those loud noises and pops that make you want to rip your headphones off and curse at me. I can take those off while at the same time raising the quiet sounds and limiters and compressors and bandpass filters, equalizing stuff. I can do all sorts of stuff to make the sound be better here. And so that's something I try to do with all the trials we follow, is to have the best possible sound for you. Because if you're going to spend all day listening to a trial, at least it should be pleasant to listen to. So that's what we try to do as well. Do courtrooms use live view for broadcasting? Yes, they do. I've got one. It's right over here. The live view, the court themselves don't do that. They might have camera systems. Some of them have like built-in wiring so that cameras can just plug into. Most of them just allow whoever's going to be the pool media representative to run their cables where they need to, and then pipe it out to the media room for a breakout, like a media post or something, where they can all just tie into the feed and take it from there. And that's where live view would be plugged in. Sometimes it's run out to a truck out in the parking lot, and then it's beamed back to the station, sometimes using live view, sometimes using one of the other commercial grade tools for transferring video. But yes, they're very common for that. When are they done for the day? They're going to be pulled out of there in an hour and 5 minutes. Wow. This whole time my watch has been locked, like all day, and I didn't know it. We can use you at the BK hearings. I'm not going to be at the hearings, but I will be hopefully there for the trial and providing a live feed. Aaron Savage, a huge super chat, says, I can't imagine watching another trial moving forward without you and your knowledge and comforting voice. Thank you so much to Law and Lumber for introducing me to you. Life-changing. Your voice echoes through my house all day long. Thank you, Aaron. I appreciate the huge super chat. It is strange there have been no more questions, but think of this. Many times in other trials, we've had situations where the jury asks the question, and the first time they get an answer that says no, where the judge is like, no, go back and try again. It's like they got their hand slapped, and they're like, well, we're not going to ask any more questions then. I guess we just have to figure it out on our own. It's just us. I thought you were on our side, and you're not. And here this morning, they sort of got that. They sort of got like, hey, we know you asked for this, but go back and try to figure it out yourself. And then, if you still need it, write a better question and ask us again. And so they got their hand smacked, and now they're doing it on their own. Red Pen says, for all the noobs here, why don't you replay the snot bubbling up moment from the Jensen trial or the school bus chase? I'll say this. I try to be respectful of a lot of things for following a court case. But there was a trial, the Mark Jensen trial, where his lawyer got up in opening statements and started retelling he was convicted for murder. He won an appeal and then was being retried. And in this retrial, she was describing him the day that, he had called after his wife was dead. Well, he had killed her, apparently. I can say that because he was convicted again. But
just sent
they have
super sticker with 20.
She has this story about how emotional he was, and she's like, snot was bubbling up. And during that moment, I started, because it was this very emotional, heartfelt recounting of the events, I started playing a song in the background. And the lawyer speaking through the retelling of the story and everything, it went together beautifully. And Yes, it was disrespectful. I'll admit to that. But at the same time, I just could not stand there and listen to that and have that described in such a way. I will try to do better and not do that in the future. I realize we've got a lot more people watching and people from all sides, family members, everything else. So we'll try to do better. But that's where that was coming from. Jeanette K says, thanks for being you, and a super sticker. Thank you very much, Jeanette. I appreciate that. Bernadette says, I'm going to need to know what Ari's voice sounds like. He keeps saying he uses a special mic or something. I do. Are you ready? This is the great voice reveal. This is with the sound effect on, and this is with the sound effect off. On, off. Now I've got the volume turned way down. This is my normal voice, no sound effects. And this is my normal voice with the sound effects. So it takes it, the actual term is called big bottom. It adds big bottom to the sound, which takes the bottom end of the spectrum and gives it a deep radio booming voice. Those are the differences. Zero differences, Colleen. It's not like a voice changer. I'm not running it through a voice box to, I don't normally have a high squeaky voice and it comes out like this, but it's a little different. That vegan girl, thank you very much. Happy birthday to your fiance, Brian. Love you, spending the day watching the stream. Brian, happy birthday. And that vegan girl, thank you very much for the kind words. Good to have you here. All right, nothing from court. We have 1 hour now of deliberation time left. If they are not back, if they don't have a verdict back in the next half hour, we have a problem. We'll have a problem because then we cannot return a verdict and still have time to have the verdict read in court and still get the jury where they need to go tonight. So, yeah, that's where we're at. They're finishing at 3:45 today. The judge will bring them back. Right now it is 2:53, so about 50 minutes from now, they're going to drag the jury out of their cave and set them back on the chairs in the box and say, look, you've done well, but you need to go home and rest and try again tomorrow. And then we're going to go through the same thing. We're going to have the judge locking up the verdict form in a little envelope with tape and the seals, and everyone signs it. We're going to have the evidence taken by someone from the clerk's office and locked up, and the jury is going to be let out the back way by the police officers. C. Taylor says, I think it's about the money. It will take time to go through all the info to come to a reasonable conclusion. This doesn't seem like a jury who will make an emotional decision and just throw out numbers. I have the perfect roller skating rink voice. Maybe for roller derby. Do they need a roller derby announcer? I'd be down for that. Ratty Mary, they're leaving early because one of the jurors has a family thing where she has to drive about an hour away for a child for some event, and she let the judge know well ahead of time, saying, hey, I've got this is a big thing, I've got to be there. And the judge said we'll work around that schedule, and so they'll be ending a little early today because of that. Bailiff just brought whiteboard back into courtroom from jury room. Lauren? The bailiff brought the whiteboard back. Are you there, Lauren? Or where are you hearing this? Because the courtroom's closed. Let's see. Can we do a poll if the jury will come back today? Meaning with the verdict. They will be back no matter what, but with the verdict, not sure about that one. Lisa Kaufman says, my hope, jury finds all for plaintiffs. Beata is vindicated. Then judge throws out Beata claim to preempt appeal per uncivil law. The judge throws out the Beata claim to preempt the appeal. Kurt, that's a fascinating proposition. Rocka Frocka says, in reality, you're a short Asian elderly woman who speaks with a lisp. Yes, it's all the visual and audio filters that make this happen. That is not quite, but I hear what you're saying. That's funny. She said on Zoom. I'm on Zoom, and there's only one picture on Zoom, so this doesn't make sense. I'd say I'm going to call that as maybe not being accurate. If whoever's telling you that's happening, the Zoom from the courtroom is there's only one camera visible, and it's a live screen of a computer screen, and on that computer screen there's a document that says it's just a placeholder saying Kowalski versus J. Hatch jury deliberating. That's the only thing visible on Zoom. I've been watching it all day. There's only one Zoom. Lauren says you can change the Zoom view. I'd have to put it on the computer to do that. I'm not showing any more cameras. The judge's camera is off. The judge's computer screen is on. I'm not able. I mean, I can't show you what I'm seeing here, but there's no other pictures that I can see. Lauren, if you've got that connection, you've got better ones than me. Hey, Rob. Out of court. What did I miss? No verdict yet? Yeah, we've just been keeping the seats warm for you. Here's what happened this morning. We thought we were going to have a read through of the financial stuff for Maya's lost earning potential. All night the court clerk was working. The recorders were working to get the transcription done. They got it done. The judge had a discussion with the lawyers first thing, and they said, hey, we want the jury to ask more specifically for the read through instead of just providing the whole read through for them or just a portion for them. So the judge instructed the jury saying, hey, go back and think this over. If you can't come to a conclusion on your own, then collectively, then write us another request and be more specific in what you want us to play back for you. And the jury, before they left, one of the jurors, one male, said, don't go anywhere. Don't stay in your seats. We'll have a question for you shortly. And then about a few minutes later, question came back from the jury saying, we don't have any questions at this time. And that's all we've heard to date. We know that lunch was brought in. And that's it. For all we know, they may have called everyone back to the courthouse. No, they haven't. We can see. I've got a feed from inside the courtroom of the ceiling. That's not happening. Those of us that are on the Zoom, we only see Judge Hunter. Laundered Kristen says, Mom? My mother is a short Japanese woman with a thick accent. We were joking about my voice software or hardware that changes things. Yeah, I hit 50,000 today, 50,000 subs, which I think at least the last 10,000 or more of them were from you. So thank you very much. I appreciate that, Rob. It was crazy. The screen just went nuts. Yeah, don't send it. It's prohibited to take screenshots or recordings of the Zoom. We want to abide by that. I trust you, Lauren. You're probably, I'm guessing you're on a computer accessing that or a different device. My phone Zoom is not showing me that. Looks like the judge is doing a screen share, and you're able to see the participants' view. So the other cameras is probably what you're seeing. Rob, thank you very much. Says, congrats on hitting 50K. You should have led with telling me that part. Seriously, congrats. I buried the lead, as they tell me in journalism class. I buried the lead a little bit. Thank you. It was a lot of fun. It was we had the countdown on the screen, and it was ticking faster than the gas pump price thing. It was just rolling. So it was a lot of fun. Amazing community and so generous. Just lots of celebration. And then it carried us up and over a good bit as well. We're up to 2 more since then. There's God, so a lot. Rob, by the way, are you doing a recap tonight? Or are you doing a catch up? What's your plans? I know you had court today. I'm not listening to anyone in chat. Sorry. I apologize. Debbie says, lawn lumber 50K and he didn't have to break a bed. Glad you sent us here. I went back and I showed my wife the break a bed video from Rob. I filmed it out in the shop, I think was where he filmed that from. And man, that was like gold, video gold. Especially the way that he's like, this is how you get this sort of thing. And it's like, it was like he had cut a puzzle piece that fit perfectly into this puzzle that the Johnny Depp trial had this missing piece. And Rob, just with one swipe, had just carved the perfect puzzle piece that solved it all. And it was amazing. It was epic. It was incredible. The break the bed video and the understanding the end grain and everything else. Rob's his background. It was incredible. Okay. Your car's extended warranty just called and said your music and commentary during Letitia's interrogation video was hilarious. She ran out of batteries. Someone needs to wind her back up. Congrats on 50K. Dr. G is going to do something tonight about Maya. That's really cool. Dr. G is a clinical psychologist and forensic psychologist, and does a lot of like body language analysis, similar to Spidey, but in a different way. It's great stuff. So. He's been on the channel a couple times. Really love him. Just a kind, generous guy. We got to celebrate with him when he reached 100,000 subscribers just a couple of weeks ago. And that was really neat. Brett says, the amount of joy Rob Lawn Lumber derived from clipping your bug Southern Febreze moment made me subscribe today. Brett, I got sent this in the mail. This mug has Recovery Addict on the back and Raid on the front from that clip. So thank you. That was hilarious. Rob did a great job putting it together too. Let's see. All right.
Just sent a super sticker with 20.
We are about 25 seconds away from 11 hours of deliberation. That means 45 minutes until the jury is dragged out of their cave and put back in the court in front of the judge. Missy Pants, thank you very much for the super sticker. OP. Dr. G, the wrestler. Yes, for those that don't know, Dr. G is a huge fan of Ultimate Fighting. That he loves those octagon fights, and he's I think even travels to go watch them. So, I have in my former life I've been a cameraman. I filmed for so many different things. It's bizarre. I've filmed for festivals up in hot air balloons. I filmed races from crash up derbies. I filmed professional sports on television, and yes, I filmed Ultimate Fighting. And for Ultimate Fighting, I was there. I was the other cameraman. We had ESPN, who was airing it live, and then me as a second cameraman for another channel. and we're sort of like elbowing each other to get the best shot because we're shooting, and we're using those big shoulder-mounted cameras. But you shoot sort of with it in front of you, hunched over, because a lot of the fight happens down on the floor of the mat. And so we're walking. I'm on the other side of the fence, like I'm like leaning up against the fence practically, and the fight is going on the other side of the fence. And between rounds, I'd have to stop and wipe the blood off my lens. Ultimate Fighting is just a different thing altogether. But yeah, so I've filmed a million different things. Did we confirm whether juror number 1, Jules number 7, ended up getting elected foreperson? I don't think we've confirmed that he's foreperson, but I think he's spoken a couple times and that he did give a note to the judge, which would indicate he's foreperson. To me, I think that's our guy, who's with the y'all. Y'all ain't gonna get gas money to get home if you don't give us these figures. That's him. Nathan C. This is not accurate, but it's funny. Hunter just rolled a cart with a giant check into the courtroom. He's wearing a Dracula cape. Not happening. Rob, I missed it. Are you doing a recap tonight, or are you looking for? Is it going to be Thursday night? I know you had court today. There's not a lot to recap tonight. I mean, if nothing's happened, so I just don't know if you want to recap something from a previous day. Goog, I think the only thing that happened in the past hour was you got gifted a membership, and now your name is in green. Congratulations. Congratulations. You are now released from slow mode hell, and you're able to chat as much as you would like. I think we had a y'all and an ain't in there, as well as a 4-letter S word. A 4-letter word for stuff. Let's see, I can try. It depends on whether people want to hear and about what they want to hear. Rebuttal motions were interesting, and I thought closing was solid. And I will say, Mr. Shapiro nailed it. That was a very good closing, as far as covering everything, doing it in a manner that's easy to understand, easy to follow, and just checking all the boxes, and even in his style of how he came out and didn't come out didn't come out too strong, but got forceful at the right time after he had built the right foundation for it. I think he did a really, really good job on closing. Lisa Russell, welcome to the gallery. How long's the jury been back there today? Well, we've gone just past over 11 hours right now, and they did 4 hours before. That would mean 7 hours today of deliberation alone. They'll have another 45 minutes today. So it'll be 7 hours and 45 minutes in addition to the 4 hours they had previously. A lot of questions, Rob, about sanctions. A lot of questions about possibilities on appeals. What's going to happen to the money, things like that. That's a lot of that has been prevalent in chat. This is a big one. Nicole says, I want to hear Rob's thought on defense not giving docs and sanctions thoughts. We talked about the sanctions on the 327-page motion for sanctions. Those had to do with the testimony in court with the witness, striking that, information being provided for the witness, the judge granting a direct verdict, or granting, going straight to punitive damages, or granting a direct verdict in punitive damages, I think, on punitive damages. So a lot of those were sort of past that point now that the jury's deliberating. But I don't know, maybe if there's any thoughts about possible Janovs after the jury presumably reaches a verdict, if they can. Haven't seen you use your mug to drink their water in a long time. I have a mug right here. I have not. Now that I've got more hardware on my desk, I've hesitated doing the water pour, because you guys saw what happened when I dumped water over my laptop initially. The B key still doesn't work on that one because of that. So I'm being a little more cautious and just keeping the lid on the water bottle right now. But if I can set up how my space is and have a little more room to wiggle up here, I think I'll go back to pouring water for you guys. Enjoy every minute, says an ex-police officer would never ask a question to a judge like that. It did seem to lack the respect or formality that's typically reserved, typically we see in court. It just wasn't there. Karen says, I'm just here for your unique time clock. Yes, 666. There it is. We've got 11 hours and 6 minutes is 666. If they come back right now, so help me, that would be a bad sign. Nathan says, you could talk about the jury verdict form. I sent it to RA in PDF format. Also sanctions. Sanctions is a big one. Specifically, is there something the judge can or should do in regards to the defense not providing the documents that he requested? Does that just drop? Does the hospital win this round because they didn't have to provide them? They got out of court without providing them? What's the outcome there? Awesome, Nathan. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. I thought that Jules said the questions came from Mr. Cleanger. I might have got that wrong. Yes, Mr. Anderson did do an interview with Court TV today. We have not followed that regarding juror number 1 and questions from the jury. I think Rob's just coming home from work right now. Rob should just do a whole night on the depot. We read a lot of the depot, and it gets spicy between Miss Green, Mr. Whitney, and Mr. Hunter, especially as we're reading as Mr. Whitney finds out about the existence of other documents, about the existence of emails, the fact that the witness who's there, answering the depot has not searched her own laptop and admits to having emails and draft copies of things that relate to this IJ. So it's a spicy depot. I need to summarize that part, but I really don't think people are going to like the answers, but helpful to explain. Well, like it or lump it, right? They're, if it's the law, that's what the law is. You don't have to like it for it to be the law. It will still continue being the law. E. James says, Lawn Lumber, can we also talk about a bit about what happened on Monday? Would like to hear your thoughts, plus the deposition. Monday was the IJ. That was the big thing, was Monday. And I guess the juror as well. Angela Green, depot deep dive is required, says Rain Cloud. We'll need to read the whole depot. It's long. It's very, very long. There's a lot to it. I think they were there for what, 3 hours in deposition? 2 or 3 hours. And I think I guess 55 minutes of it was a break while they were searching for documents over the objection of the plaintiff. Dana Town, you should be able to find a copy of the depot in on our Discord page. I think Rob might have it on his Discord page as well. I'm not sure if he does. But on as the gavel drops Discord page, you should be able to find a copy of that depot, and that's free. It does take a little bit of work to get access to Discord, but that should be free. Nathan, are you watching Zoom on a computer as well? Maybe opening the courtroom for ending the day. So Law and Lumber Discord has it as well. Yeah, don't. I would not pay for a document like that, especially when there's so many copies floating around. You should be able to find it without too much problem. Police officer is not foreperson, says Maggie. The Discord page, I don't know. I think on Rob's channel, probably on his stream, the descriptions, it probably has a link to the Discord. On our site here, while we're live, you can type !Discord in chat. And it'll put the link up on screen. Nathan, I see it here. The buffer sound only works for mods. That's reserved for them to reach me, but I see what you're saying here. I'm keeping an eye on your chat. So right, so we'll get the Discord link in chat here for just a minute. There it is. You click that link and join Discord. You do have to. Discord is a different animal. If you haven't been there before, it's a little bit of a learning curve. But when you first get in that page, if you're confused, just type help in chat and people will be able to jump in and help you. I think they're just opening the courtroom for the expected 3:45 end of day directions. I think that's right as well. That'll be half an hour before. The judge has been in another courtroom, so they've literally closed this courtroom down. So the cameras, all the audio equipment, no camera under there, no audio equipment, no bailiffs. They lock the room, everybody's out, and it just stays like that. When the judge comes back, he has to sign back in, log in, get everything running, and he's been working in another courtroom today as he's taking on, helping another judge with some of their caseload as well. Lauren Cove, welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much. Great to have you here as a new member. A spontaneous exclamation, which I might say, I think is an exception to the hearsay rule. Excited utterance, right? Can you give me an idea when you reviewed the depot? I'd like to go back and watch. Probably about an hour and a half into our live stream this morning, we covered part of it. We covered the first part of the depot up to when they provided some emails and things and additional documents were received. Do we have that document also on the Facebook page? I know we don't typically store documents there. Wonder if anybody knows. CG in Texas says 5.3 earthquake near Odessa, Texas this morning, which is in fracking country. Also big explosion at chemical plant in Shepherd, Texas near Houston, Texas. KHOU 11 is showing it live. Man, 5.3, that's a huge earthquake for Texas. You don't hear about big earthquakes down there very often. Jermaine Down, maybe a judgment notwithstanding verdict on the Beata claim. You guys are saying that's what Kurt mentioned. I must have missed that part of Kurt's wrap up the other day. That's an interesting idea, that if they come back and find for everything and then the judge enters a Janov on the Beata claim, or grants a Janov on the Beata claim, that this is all just to avoid the appeal. Yes, you got the username. Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, from right now on, the jury does not have enough time left in their day with the juror who has to leave early for the day. They do not have enough time to reach a verdict and have that verdict read in court before they leave for the day. So I would say right now we are 100% sure that there will be no verdict today unless that juror misses their appointment, which the judge has been respectful of to this point. The sanction list, the ones I read, Renee, is in that same motion for sanctions document, 327 pages. It's the last 2 pages of that document, and that's available. It's on Discord as well. Laurie Leaney, thank you so much. Congrats on 50K, well deserved. Thank you, Laurie Leaney, appreciate that. Thanks for the super chat. From our good friends up north. And we have to give a shout out to JB, who's up about 150 miles north of Tremonton. Not Tremonton. Why can I not remember my Canadian geography anymore? Help me out here, chat. JB, I forgot where you live. It's 150 miles north of the one place that I can't remember, though. Dutchie, congratulations. Thank you, Dutchie, for 5 months of support. It's been wonderful. Thanks for being here. Wouldn't be the same without you. They won't have a verdict today. We'll take Edmonton. It might be Edmonton. They won't have a verdict today. It will take 30 minutes to read the verdict, and the juror has to leave early. That's what I'm saying. At this point, there's no... We can't fit it all in right now. What do lawyers do during jury watch? Work on other cases? Catch up on Netflix? Sharon Sharp just gifted 5 memberships as well. It's Edmonton. It is Edmonton. Okay. Big shout out to JB. Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much. Sharon Ken Sharp, thanks for gifting a generous donor today as well. And the Yellow Courthouse shows at least 6 months of support. It's wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. Jury did not get a read back. You're right, the goob. They went to all the effort to prepare it and spent the money to have it prepared overnight. They worked through the night to do that, and then the jury didn't want it. Hey, Sassy Southern Law Nerd. Great to have you here. Welcome. Okay, somebody said, can the jury... Right here, Beth Grant says, all right, can the jury reach a verdict this afternoon but delay reading until the morning? I think if the jury reaches a verdict, the judge will read it. It will go ahead, and that juror is going to be late. I think that's what's going to happen. But it's possible that the jury says, hey, we think we're okay with this. We all want to go home and sleep on it. We're going to think this over and make sure we're still good with this in the morning. And then everyone goes home. The verdict the form may be filled out and done, but they're not ready to turn over to the judge yet. So that could happen. And then we have a verdict first thing in the morning. Is the Discord link invalid? Can we get a new Discord link from our great Discord mods? Yeah, it's going to take at least half an hour to get everyone back and get them all, the family, the lawyers, everyone who has a piece in the puzzle here needs to be back. Jess says, what do lawyers do during a verdict watch? They pace. They pace and pace and try not to have a heart attack. Love Canada. Love Canada. It's a great country. Tercy, happy, I was going to say, for some reason I read that initially and thought your son's birthday was today, but no, Edmonton is your son's name. Congrats on 50K. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. No read back this morning happened. We did find that Discord crashed the other day under a heavy workload. I think it was the entire site crashed, not just our page. Mandy Strong, what are you looking for in? Are you looking for the Discord page as the gavel drops? It's not my personal Discord page. It's a group that we partnered with early on that sort of let us invade their page a little bit. The work they do is incredible in tracking cases, all the true crime cases you want to hear about, documents, calendaring, discussions, everything. And so I said, why try to recreate the wheel when they've done a perfect job of it already? And so that's the page. Joyce Chambers gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Joyce. Matthew Harris says, Mrs. R.A., while awaiting the verdict, we are usually doing research on potential issues for appeal that we can get a head start on. Are drafting a motion for judgment notwithstanding the verdict. Do you think a win by defense would be any amount under like 10 million? Chantilly, a win by the defense, that's a hospital. They're not, they're being sued. There's no counterclaim in this one. So there would be no judgment in favor of the hospital for any amount. If you're saying a win by the plaintiff on this one, could it be under 10 million? Yes, it very much could. If you listen to Shapiro on his closing, he suggested like 1.5 million for each of the 3 surviving family members, and that would be enough. Well, add that together, you're under what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 4.5. You're less than 5 million. I had to do that on my fingers for those that were looking. You're under 5 million for a settlement, and of course, he doesn't think any punitive is appropriate. And if you type !Jules in chat, it will put Jules' link up on the page for you, and then you can get right to it. How long do they allow a jury typically to deliberate before they decide it's a hung trial? Aaron, the jury sort of drives this section of the trial. The judge has been in charge till now. Now the jury's in charge, and they get to choose. And basically, they don't have like a time limit. The judge doesn't say, hey. He might ask them, or he can't insert himself into the discussion, so he has to be very careful. But it might be nice to know where they're at or what their plans are as far as schedule goes. He can't really say, hey, is there a holdout? Which one of you isn't agreeing? He can't go into that. But he might ask them just for court planning purposes what the schedule is. Sassy Southern Law Nerd, thank you very much. 50K subs, you're awesome. Thank you very much. Appreciate the kind words. I read in some of the motions that Anderson's charging $650 an hour. That wouldn't be unheard of. He's a top lawyer. He's a top lawyer fighting one of the biggest cases that any lawyer is ever going to fight. This is a huge case. And you think what the experts get paid for what they do? He's an expert. So one of the sanctions they asked for was basically their time for the depot, the cost for the depot, not just the transcription and the recorder, the video, everything else. They want the defense to pay for that, and I think that's still going to be settled. The judge will issue that decision, I think, at some point. Jury never asked for a calculator. They probably have one on the computer already. K-Cat says, in my opinion, this jury is invested and wants to do everything right to avoid verdict being overturned on appeal. By the way, congrats on reaching 50K. K-Cat, thank you very much. Appreciate the kind words. And this jury definitely has put in a lot of effort to this point. I see no reason to believe that now they're going to shirk their responsibilities when they've been so diligent in being attentive and taking notes in a very, very long trial. Akali says, why does court TV always show Maya or family? Isn't this why there are issues with court spanning cameras? Please. Kali, if you think back to, it wasn't that long ago, to the Lori Vallow trial in Idaho, cameras were actually thrown out of the courtroom after, in that instance, court TV specifically. And a lot of times people say court TV when they talk about any court cameras, but in this case it was court TV that was running the cameras and doing extreme close-ups of Lori Vallow. Reactions, like, by extreme close-up, we're talking about, face is all you see in the picture. This is the sort of thing you would see in like a documentary with a very emotional portion where somebody's sharing something emotional, or you want facial, you want to see the muscles twitch and the eye, the tear form. It's too close. It's too close. And in that case, the judge said, yeah, that's not okay. That's an invasion of the privacy. At this point, I'm going to step in and I'm going to kick the cameras out. I think most of us could enjoy watching court without having those close-ups, without being so tight on somebody that you feel like if they breathe too sharply, you're going to be inhaled into their lungs. We don't need to be right there when it happens, but I think there's a way you can cover people and even show them fairly regularly on the camera without being that invasive. In Maya's case, we've got this courtroom, the judge has authorized 2 TV cameras. And so these 2 cameras are pan, tilt, zoom. They're basically robotic cameras that are managed by one person who has a little joystick and can control them. He can zoom in, zoom out, focus, turn, look all over the place. Can't look at the jury, obviously. But with 2 cameras, you have to sort of position one, then position the other, take that camera, then turn the other. So they need to do a little bit of finagling that way, and it's always good to have a safety shot to go to. For some reason, they've settled the safety shot on Maya, and so they're showing Maya when they could be showing the person who's speaking and the person who's testifying, or the judge, or something else. And I think it's poor camera work. I'll call it out because this is what I got my degree in. I've worked enough at this I can call out something and say this is done poorly. And yes, it may be better on the click side, where if somebody just clicks onto the channel, they might stay longer if Maya's on the screen than if witness XYZ is on the screen. But I think it's the wrong way to handle it from a court perspective, from a media in court perspective. Great question, though. We are, let's see, time-wise, it's 3:34 in Florida. We're 30 seconds away from being 11 and a half hours of deliberation time. It's bad form. Yes, Glow, it's bad form, for sure. Yeah, a wide shot, and if the judge allows this, okay, if the judge allows it, there's no problem with having a camera on the defense table, camera on the plaintiff or the prosecution, camera on the judge, camera on the lectern. If they have 4 cameras allowed, usually the judge doesn't allow that many cameras in the courtroom because it really gets cumbersome with all the cables and everything. But if the judge allows it, it's great to have those cables and then switch back and forth. When people are talking, literally, even the hardware I have right here on my desk, it has the capability to auto switch, to jump between cameras. As someone's talking, it'll bring up them on the screen and someone else. You don't even have to push the buttons. It will do it for you. That technology is out there. It's called audio. Video follows audio, and right now I use audio follows video. So anytime I take a camera, you get to hear it. But yeah, the technology is there, and they should be doing a better job of following court. Shapiro's on Court TV now. Yeah, he's probably going to be in the courtroom here maybe then. Maya's lesions on ankles and legs visible during court. I don't think we ever saw her legs during court unless she was walking out of the courtroom. I think it would be highly, highly inappropriate. Not just because she's a juvenile, but for a cameraman to focus on a woman's legs in court. Nope. That's career ending. You don't do that. That's not cool. Okay, we're expecting in the next 15 minutes the judge to be back in the courtroom, and we'll see if we get a Zoom feed going. Palmyra Productions, yes, I use the endless minute counter just to torture you. Here's the torture for me. If this continues, let's see, how many hours? 60 and let's see, 8 times 6. It would be another day's worth of deliberations, another 480 minutes. There's a possibility that this counter is going to expand off both sides of the screen, not just off one side. That it's just not going to fit. I need a new timer. If anyone knows of an app, or can somebody make an app? That's all we need. We need somebody who can make an app, and this is very important. It needs to just count up to be a timer, but it needs to be able to be programmed so I can type in the starting time and then count up from there. That's all we need. I need to be able to plug it in and say it starts at 1 hour, 10 minutes, 5 seconds, and start the stopwatch. Add to that. Yeah, I've got 308 more minutes before we have my version of Y2K occurring, where the computer just can't handle a 4-digit number. Rory says, no, it's right. It's been 693 hours. It feels that way. We've been here, let's see, 9 weeks. 9 weeks of roughly 8 hours a day. So I think we're still well shy of the 600 hours, but it definitely feels that way. If you considered asking ChatGPT to write you the code for that plugin. I can Google things pretty well, but I'm not really eloquent when it comes to asking ChatGPT to do what I want. I've not had good success with that. Where can we watch the movie Onward? That's a Pixar movie. I don't know if it's on Netflix. I'm sure you could probably rent it on Amazon, on Prime. Can you not build a counter into the commands? The commands are very limited in what they can do. I need to have a video source. Realize everything I'm doing, everything you see on the screen is coming from a physical source. I'm not using OBS or StreamYard or vMix or one of those other software tools to build this. So this little message right here on the screen, your message, that's coming from this computer. And to get it on the computer, I have to mask the input and make a key and position it where I want it. Just likewise, the deliberation timer, that's coming from my iPad right over here. And I'm bringing that in and masking it down. The deliberation time, that overlay, that image is coming from an image overlay saved within the switcher. If we were to show like our cool little count up thing here, that's coming from my MacBook Air. My picture here in the corner is coming from a PC. So I've got physical connections before everything, for everything to connect to. And so if I can't just design something really quickly. Matthew Harris spills the beans, says, I use ChatGPT to write super long, convoluted response emails to annoying composing counsel that they have to read. Because there might be something buried in there that's very important. Onward is on Disney Plus. Yeah, at this point we're positive it's going to be tomorrow, but every time we've been positive about something in this trial, we've been thrown a curveball. So this, I say we're positive. There's not time right now to read the message before the juror has to leave. And the judge has been mindful of that juror and telling us about this for a week in advance. I don't think at this point he's going to say, sorry, you miss whatever it is. So I don't think we're going to have a verdict tonight. That's a good crowd to be found around. A lawyer, law and lumber and uncivil law. Great. There are many others. Emily D. Baker's great. Melanie Little. Joe's really good. Let's see. I just met Nick I hadn't met Nick before. Nick from Sweden. Looking forward to seeing some of his stuff. You've got Hogue Law as well. Let's see. Brandy Churchwell. She's like me. She's LawTube adjacent. Seeing the families in the courtroom. Yeah, people should be coming in right now. They've got less than 10 minutes before we get a feed. The judge has to start the Zoom when he sits down on the bench. So the Zoom probably will not leave from the little screensaver we've got right now until the judge is actually in the courtroom. I am watching the Zoom. Roaming around says, why not use OBS or StreamYard? I can tell you it's because I have Macs, and Macs and OBS do not play well together. At least the Intel chip Macs that I have. They struggle when bringing in multiple feeds and having, rendering something to YouTube while simultaneously bringing in video and my video and the other video we're watching. And because of that, I use hardware encoders, which are more expensive, but it's it's more of a professional setup, what they use in the news media, to have a hardware encoder instead of software, because software typically can fail and require a reboot. If anything goes wrong on a computer and it crashes, you lose your stream. If my computer crashes, I could shut my computer right here and turn it off, and the stream will continue because it runs through isolated, dedicated equipment. So for me, it's a little more, it's a safer path for my video to be produced. I believe, yes, the juror would be required to be there because there's a couple things. First of all, if they read the verdict, at the end of the verdict, the sides, the winning side, either side, can ask that the jury be polled, which means they ask the judge, please ask each member of the jury if they agree with this verdict. And there's a chance, if they have a runaway foreman, he's like, hey, we've got a verdict. Shut up. Ignore the one person that doesn't agree with us. We're going with this. That's the chance for that one person to say, hey, I didn't sign on to this. I don't agree. Oh, the Zoom is live. Zoom is live. Judge is back.
Hey, please be seated, everybody.
Okay, we're bringing you the video right now. Just a second. We'll have this up for you.
There we go. We are back in case number 2018 CA 5321 Jack Kowalski versus Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. Let's go ahead and take appearances.
Greg Anderson, Nick Whitney on behalf of the plaintiffs.
Howard Hunter, Ethan Shapiro, David Hughes, and Chris Altenborough on behalf of defendant.
Well, we haven't had any questions, so it's about time for us to adjourn for the day. I've brought another envelope. There's nothing in there. So is there anything we need to do before we bring in the jury?
Can you say anything about it? Judge, do we know whether we're going to have a deposition at 5 o'clock today of the...
Can we discuss this after I let the jury go home?
Absolutely.
Okay. My thought is to try to get the jury here 8 or 8:15, and any problem with that?
No problem with that timing.
No problem, Judge.
If you could ask the jury to seal up the verdict form and then bring them in whenever they're ready.
That's not really a test, though.
So the bailiff on Zoom, I could see the bailiff took the envelope. He's gone out the door with the envelope to get the verdict form. There's Shapiro. He's back. See, we've got Shapiro, Hughes, and Hunter. Mr. Altenbrand is there on the back. Altenbrand is on the back. I don't see Miss Cruels. Mr. Hunter is playing with a calculator. No, that's his phone. Sorry. He has his check writing pen in hand. As far as the courtroom, 2 observers on that side. We've got the family, Kyle, Maya, and Jack, seated front and center. And the camera finds its...
Little boards back there. Let's flip them around. Thank you.
Hey, Christy, I know that there are some law tubers out there that are very political and have some very different streams than what I do. I can tell you that I enjoy watching them, even though I would not do the same thing they do. I don't cover it the same way. We don't. I learn a lot from them, even if they are very different than me. So I'm not me saying, hey, they're a great YouTuber. Is not me saying I endorse everything they say. I just say that it's a good asset, and if you're searching for more information, a different take, I'd encourage you to look around at that. So I realize some of them are much more forceful in what they say and say things very strongly, and that's cool. I learn a lot from it.
All rise. Jurors enter.
Motion for depot filed this afternoon, says Magical Mary, probably for appeal, I assume. I think this is a depot for the guy who's going to testify in the punitive.
Thank you. I've received the sealed package. I'm going to go ahead and ask the clerk to put tape over the juror numbers where they sealed it. And then I'm going to ask the clerk to go get the evidence. Members of the jury, I know we're going to be breaking here in a moment. I want to remind you, you cannot discuss this case on a going forward basis, even when you're going out to your cars and all of that. So you cannot do any more deliberating today. Now let's talk about timing tomorrow. I know I asked you to come in early today. Did that work out okay, or is that too early, too late? Okay, because as soon as you get here in the morning, we're going to go ahead and do it. So I think that was 8:10, I think. So I'll have you back at 8:10, and then you will get to continue to deliberate at that point. I want to remind you, do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation. Receive no information. Do not review any media coverage of this case. And again, do not let anyone approach you or ask you anything about this case. Plaintiff, defense, anything else we need to address with the jury before we let them go for the day?
On behalf of plaintiff.
None, Your Honor. We will see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8:10.
All right.
Okay, so the jury's gone for the day. We're going to see if there's anything for the judge to do with the lawyers, which I don't think there is. There's very, very little.
Jury's out of our presence. Please be seated. Couple of issues. First thing, and this is more for Mr. Altenburn and Mr. Elliott, although I don't think Mr. Elliott is with us via Zoom right this second. All of those emails that were back and forth, I've sent those to the clerk to be docketed. I think I got them all, and I think we redacted all of the email addresses. But if I missed any, if you and Mr. Elliott could make sure you get whatever I missed docketed.
And it's conceivable there might be a couple between us that we'll need to put in the record.
Well, anything between you and Mr. Elliott's one thing. I tried to capture anything that I was involved in,
right. And
as well. I also received the draft jury instructions and verdict form. I haven't gone through the jury instructions, but the verdict form I looked at, it had questions that actually exist on the first round jury.
You actually do it twice in a punitive damages case. Well, the Supreme Court constitutionality language requires it to be asked it one more time.
Is there going to be a case or something on that?
That's in the standard form. It's in the standard form because of the U.S. Supreme Court case law on this stuff.
Because on the standard, it looked like it said something to the effect of phase one or what. In any event,
that form is a little confusing, but one way or the other, you ask that twice. The jury is given a second opportunity to change their mind on that.
We're ultimately going to need some sort of discussion about that.
Okay.
Yeah, I flagged that issue right away, so maybe it is, maybe it isn't.
Just say Mr. Elliott apparently was in Orlando today, so we have a version. We weren't aware that our appellate counsel had not sent you our version. Is the question that's being reiterated there the clear and convincing? Is that what I'm understanding?
No, it's the question as to whether punitive damages should be awarded.
Okay. Well, we clearly have a disagreement because our form does not include that question, and we have a specific intent question. So I think it needs to be taken up hopefully in the morning.
Yeah, and I indicated that was there, and that we have disagreement on it, but I haven't been able to talk to Mr. Elliott, so I didn't say more than that.
And so perhaps maybe this evening you and Mr. Elliott can address it and then see if there's any common ground. Or
I doubt there's common ground on that.
Sorry?
I said I doubt there's common ground on that.
I doubt it, but one can always hope.
Yes.
This might be an objection here.
I think Mr. Anderson was going to have a question about depositions today.
We were trying to have a deposition today, Mr. Stowers. We had Mr. Heath's deposition earlier today about 1:45, and I had requested and filed a notice to attempt to take Kevin Stowers' deposition, who was the CEO, briefly on the issues of punitive damages, and I was seeking a response from the defense to know whether that's going to happen or not. And I haven't heard anything. If there isn't, I need to know what basis they're objecting on, since we are to be to the point where that would be appropriate.
Judge, we were not going to call Mr. Stowers as a witness. He's the CEO of Johns Hopkins Health System at this point. He was briefly our CEO back then, but we had intended to call Sharon Rogers and Angela Green, whom they've already deposed.
To be clear, we've deposed Ms. Green, but we haven't deposed Ms. Rogers.
Well, that's what I meant.
I understand.
Okay.
Well, so why were you trying to call Mr. Is it Sowers?
Yes, sir.
Why are you trying to call Mr. Sowers?
Because we believe that there's some information that Mr. Sowers has either been part of or has published that would be relevant and material to the issues in this case, particularly intent and whether or not there is any intent to make any changes.
Judge, I mean, we saw the notice. We're trying to figure out what's going on. He's not listed as a witness. We had not intended to call him. He's not our employee. I don't know what basis there is to call Mr. Sowers.
What is it?
He's out of state. I mean, that's...
What basis am I? What am I supposed to do at this point in time? I mean,
well, that's a good point, Judge, because I don't think there's been a formal objection filed. There's simply our notice out there. I take it there's an oral objection to it. If they're going to file something in writing, I suppose you could take it up tomorrow after we have a chance to see. Although it did take me by surprise that he is out of state. Based on our information, I thought he was in fact in Florida. If he's not, then yeah, we can do it by Zoom.
He's, as far as I know, Judge, he's in Maryland, in Baltimore. That's where he works and that's where he resides.
Have you all actually talked about this?
No, Your Honor, I just got a notice. That's just bang out of the clear blue sky. And I mean, there's no basis upon which this is a proper notice of taking deposition or a proper calling of a witness at this point in the trial.
Well, I don't have anything in front of me, but I would highly encourage the two of you to talk for a few minutes and see what you're trying to do, what you can do, what sort of agreements can be made to get whatever either side needs. I mean, it sounds like they got you a deposition today on their witness. So,
do I need to file a motion for a protective order about a witness being noticed during trial on less than 4 hours notice and with...
No, what I want you to do is talk with Mr. Anderson to see what can be done, what accommodation. My hope is the lawyers can actually work out these types of issues, but
one would think.
In any event, are there other issues we need to address?
None at this point, Your Honor.
Chris?
No. So why don't we be here at 8 a.m. and we'll address whatever we need to. But my hope is that we don't have very much to do in the morning because I've got some other issues I've got to deal with in other cases. Obviously, I'll do what I need to do. But 8 a.m. Anything else?
No.
But we'll be in recess until 8 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Okay. You know what that means? You know what that means? That means we have a very, very early morning. 7:45 for y'all. Yes, Lady Draconis. 7:45 is our start time. Mrs. R.A. will be exercising right here in front of us. On the big screen, we'll have, I don't know, yoga. I'm not sure what we're going to have going. We'll probably have some music that'll get me a copyright strike as she exercises because we'll be right in the middle of her exercise time. So what's going on? Let's give you a quick little breakdown of what's happening here. We got a notice, or somebody said in chat just a little bit ago that there's a new document that was filed about a notice of deposition. Okay, this is what's filed with the court when the court when one of the parties wants to depose a witness. And so they file this notice. In this case, the plaintiff filed the notice with the court, with the defense, saying, hey, we'd like to depose. By the way, we'd like to talk to the CEO of the hospital, of J. Hatch. We'd like to talk to him real quick. Just a quick little discussion. I think it goes towards punitive damages. I think that the plaintiff has some logical reasons to talk to him as far as why he would be called, but this is not someone who's been called as a witness in anything else. They believe basically that he has information that shows the willful negligence or something like that would go towards punitive to punitive damages, and saying, okay, so we'd like to hurry and get this information. Now's the time to do it. It would be inappropriate to do it before because now we're right at that point where this is where we're at next. And so they want to do this. He's out of state. He's in Maryland. It's going to be over Zoom. And defense is like, whoa. And Hunter's even like, hey, do I have to file a protective order for my witness with 4 hours notice is about to be deposed? And the judge is like, no, you guys need to talk it out and work this out because, yeah, you might not like it, but I think this might go forward. So we'll see, because in this deposition, we might have some continuing conversations from what was picked up or what was started with Ms. Green on Friday, and it's gonna be awesome. Let's see. Nathan says, Miss RA, please have Megan Trainor blasting right when he goes live. Thanks, Nathan. Appreciate that. Samantha says, I'd work out with y'all. That's how we'd start. It's like obviously we have to start with stretching so nobody gets injured, but we'll have to figure that out. All right. Let me do some quick checks. I don't know. Let's see. It is 4 o'clock now. I want to see. Hold tight. Don't go anywhere. We might have a cool little option for you here. Let me see. Oh, back. Wrong button. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Can someone tell me what time Dr. G goes live tonight? Oh, that's going to be sooner. Okay, Dr. G goes live in 2 hours. He is talking about the Take Care of Maya trial. He is a friend of the channel. He's been on a little bit. He's a great guy. He's going to be on. I think Rob's going to be on at 8 o'clock tonight with his wrap up if he's doing that, which it sounds like we've talked him into, which is great. We haven't had Jules call yet. So if she calls, we're going to take that call before we go. But I'm going to make a redirect that goes over to Dr. G. I realize there's a little bit of a break between the two. And our phone is available now. Our phone's available. So we're going to have a little bit break. The channel is Dr. G Explains. He is a clinical and forensic psychologist. Does behavior analysis. I added some syllables in there somewhere. But we're going to redirect on that. He's done some stuff. He looked at Kathy Beatty. He looked at Sally Smith. He looked at Maya during the trial. He's got some videos out on that. And he's going to do a live tonight. Which would be fantastic. And if you want to hit him up with a couple questions, he's really good about answering questions in chat and does just an amazing job. So we're going to redirect over to him. Lawyer is on at 4:15. Man, there's a million places to be. So here's the order it goes. The Lawyer is on at 4:15. Dr. G is on at 6. Rob is on at 8. All of them, to my understanding, are going to be discussing this trial or aspects of this trial. So if you are, if you're frustrated by the fact that we did not get a verdict today, we didn't even have a question from the jury today. If you're frustrated with no progress and want to have some questions answered or rehash something or look at something in a new way, I'd recommend all three of these. Lawyer at 4:15, Dr. G at 6, and Rob tonight at 8, I believe, for all that. So I guess I'll redirect. Let me do this. Let me put, since Dr. G is going to be on second, let me redirect to Peter. Let's see here, because he's going to be on first. There he is. Let's see. Is Peter talking about this case? Oh, no. There it is. I was looking at the wrong one. Okay, here we go. Okay, I found the wrong one. I was looking at a different one. So 4:15 is the Lawyer We're going to go to him first. I've got a phone call here. I'm not sure who this is. Just one second.
Hey, this is Recovery Addict. Who am I speaking with?
Hey,
Hey, Scott, it's Jenna in St. Louis.
Hey, how are you doing, Jenna?
Hey, I'm okay. I just wanted to say that I will never watch another trial without you.
Well, that would be awful.
This has been
if I get sick or something.
Well, a trial that you're doing, it has been an amazing experience, and I am a true crime junkie addict, just like you say. Like I'm in the meeting, and you have been amazing.
Jenna, those are some really kind words. I appreciate that.
Sure. And I did want to ask, I've been trying to get through when the button game was going to be, if you could give us some info on that.
Win the button game. It's probably going to be in the next trial, which or during the interim, because we're after this we're going to do a little bit of court hopping while we get ready for our next trial, because big trials are spaced out a little bit. So we'll look and find a good trial and make sure we have all our ducks in a row on our end for covering it, and that's when we're gonna jump over. So and we'll probably we'll announce it. It'll be on there. We'll probably have I think on that one we'll have to do. I don't know. I've got to talk to the mods who are going to be helping me with gathering the answers, and so I need to make sure they're ready, and we'll go that way. But thank you for the kind words.
I definitely vote for the Gabby. Yeah, sure. Thank you for taking my call.
Not a problem.
Always feel bad about interrupting, but I just
you're
say that.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for everything.
I appreciate it. Have a good one.
Yes, sir.
Bye.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Okay, so nothing from Jules. I will say we didn't really have anything going on in court, surprisingly. So here's what I'll say. If you can, if you see on the screen here, we've got a link for Dr. G. I'd love it if you open that in a new tab and go to Dr. G Explains, click on his next upcoming live, which will be at 6, and just click the notify me button so you can join him. If you haven't seen him and the way he covers these cases and does his analysis, I think you'll enjoy it. I think you really will. He's a great gentleman. I'm going to patch us over to the lawyer though, because he's going on first. And then after that, Rob's going to be on later tonight. I'm sure I'll try to catch up with as many of you as you can, but also this is family time now. So we're done for the day, and I'm going to go see my kids and see how their school day was and everything like that. So we will do that. Check the burner, says Kimar. Let's see. I'm scrolling through all the messages I got today. There's tons of them. Kim, I can't see where it's at, but thank you, everybody. I appreciate you. Thank you for celebrating my 50,000 subscriber. I wish 50,000 subscriber threshold here. If you put that up, we're up to 50,287. That is just huge. Thank you so much for everyone who helped me celebrate today, and for making this possible as well. That is wonderful. Love you all for it. That is great. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again. It's going to be early. It's going to be 7:45 in the morning tomorrow. 7:45, and it seems like it was $50,000. The super chats just flowed in. Thank you so much. You guys are amazing. Have yourself a good night. I'd love to run into some of you, even if it's only briefly. The lawyer, at Dr. G and also at Rob tonight. Hopefully you're able to jump in and doing so. Thank them for the great content and great information they provide in their different ways they do that. So thank you very much. We will see you tomorrow bright and early. Sorry, West Coast guys. It's going to be super early. Super early. All right, be good to each other. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.